In the sky, a dazzling bright lightning arose, which suddenly lit up everything around with its sparkling light and power. This lightning rushed to the human figure, gradually surrounding his body with a radiant halo of energy. The young man created a protective energy dome around him, concentrating all his inner power on this barrier. Lee's thoughts were concentrated only on one person, his mysterious master, whose image flickered in consciousness. Who is this master? The question that persistently pulsed in the guy's head, not giving rest to his exhausted mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw in front of him a frightening picture of reality, which was worse than any nightmare. The guy realized that the evil spirit attacks him again, and this portended extremely unfavorable consequences for everyone. Lee's gaze changed dramatically. His pupils narrowed to the limit, reflecting the internal struggle with evil forces. The enemy inflicted a crushing blow, and the young man began to ooze the blood of the wounds, causing a desperate scream of pain. The dark power penetrated the guy's body, paralyzing his will and depriving the opportunity to resist this invasion. A powerful blow of black energy followed the yellow protective barrier, which began to crack under the onslaught of darkness. Suddenly, the picture changed, and the young man sharply awakened from his nightmare, torn into reality. The young man with blue eyes and hair thought that again this cursed dream and the unbridled evil spirit pursue him. Because of these nightmares, Lee woke up in a cold sweat every morning, rarely enjoying a calm awakening. The guy realized that the clock showed exactly 9:00, and he urgently needs to rush so as not to be late for work. This time, the teacher firmly decided that he did not want to be late and was losing precious minutes, gathering in a hurry. Lee was the most ordinary teacher in the Sishin Training Center, not standing out among his school colleagues. Today, there was an important performance, and he fled, thinking about a salary bonus that could lose due to delay. On one of the streets, a policeman through a loudspeaker reported a suspect, attracting the attention of passers-by. The law enforcement officer announced that the offender was completely surrounded and should not harm hostages in the current situation. The officer demanded to immediately lay down their weapons and surrender to the authorities. Promising a fair trial by law, the criminal said that he does not intend to waste time and demands a car for a safe departure, threatening the life of a hostage. A pregnant girl with tears in her eyes complained about severe abdominal pain, which complicated the already tense situation. Captain Chen Tinyan noted that the hostage was too scared, and she was about to begin premature birth. The officer asked the sniper whether he took the position to eliminate the threat in case of emergency. Sniper Yaqing reported that the goal was covered with a hostage, making a shot completely impossible in these circumstances. The captain of the special forces irritatedly asked by the radio why they still did not neutralize the criminal, threatening the innocent. Chen Tinyan explained that the situation has become much more complicated, and he is currently trying to find a safe solution. Lee continued to run to school, realizing that he had only 5 minutes left to get to the place of work. The teacher understood that he had to be in any possible way, otherwise the consequences could be extremely unpleasant. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by something that was happening on the street, which caused strong surprise and forced him to stop. Seeing the accumulation of people, Lee thought about the reasons for such an unusual meeting of citizens in the morning hour of the working day. The blue-haired guy thought that bank robberies had to remain in the past, surprised at such practice. The criminal persistently demanded the car, threatening to harm a pregnant hostage if his conditions are not fulfilled. The special forces assured the attacker that the transport was already on the way, begging not to touch the innocent woman in such a dangerous situation. A man with weapons thought that the police were powerless against him, while the hostage serves as a live shield from possible shots. The criminal waved a knife, threatening to kill the girl in the first place if his requirements are not immediately fulfilled. Lee, watching what was happening, he heard the alarmed conversations of the elderly about the situation, which balanced on the verge of life and death. The teacher realized how vile to use a pregnant woman as a hostage, and his heart was filled with righteous anger. Having decided to take the situation into his own hands, the blue-haired guy raised a small pebble from the ground, preparing for an unexpected action. Lee took a special rack and waved his hand, putting in motion all his hidden abilities and concentration. The young man closed his eyes, concentrating as much as possible on the target, and awakening in himself the ancient forces, dozing up to this moment. He introduced himself as an ancient hero in the national robes of the last century. Feeling how powerful energy inside awakens, the teacher felt a strange split personality, as if his present and the past merged together, filling the body with unusual force. Having concentrated whether Lee found that he could see the auras of people, which allowed him to accurately determine the location of the threat. The guy accurately calculated the location of the criminal and threw a stone with incredible accuracy worthy of a martial artist. A pebble saturated with an ancient magical force from the past turned into a deadly weapon that can change the course of events. The offender saw with horror how something similar to a real meteorite rushing at an incredible speed approached him. The stone flew faster than a bullet, like a cosmic object that cuts the air with a deafening whistle and a radiant following. A powerful energy clash occurred, as if a stone crashed into a real mountain, releasing the ancient power of the elements. Two worlds, the present and the past, began to interact with each other, creating a temporary paradox of incredible power. The blow was so powerful that the part of the hand of the criminal, in which he held the weapon, neutralizing the threat instantly. The man shouted in pain, not understanding what happened to his limb and how similar could happen at all. The police who watched what was happening suggested that this was the work of their sniper, not understanding the true source of the miracle. Captain Chen Tinyan ordered to take advantage of the moment and immediately detain a disarmed criminal without delay. The military promptly detained the offender, reminding him that his criminal actions had come the final end. The special forces hastened to a pregnant hostage, reporting that the ambulance was already waiting for it to provide the necessary medical care. The headquarters received a message about the successful release of the hostage, which caused relief from all participants in the operation. Witnesses of the incident delightedly noted that the sniper showed incredible skill, saving a pregnant woman from his faithful death. No one suspected that a real hero was not a sniper kin, but an ordinary teacher with unusual abilities and past. Arriving at the Xishan training center, Li apologized to the director, explaining his delay and unexpected difficulties on the way. The director immediately categorically stated that Mr. Li was dismissed, not showing the slightest sympathy for the late teacher. Li was shocked by a sudden dismissal, and the director explained that Xishan, a training center and not charity for loafers. The guy objected, reminding the director that last year students highly appreciated his teaching methods and considered the best. The head of the center coldly noted that the past was left behind, and the present, in the dismissal document that he defiantly showed. A teacher with blue hair asked if this means that if he finds students and begins to train them, he will be able to save work. The director confirmed this condition, mentally grinning at the impossibility for Li to find students, as if to create them from the air. The young man realized that he had no choice but to start interacting with those blanks that he had previously avoided. In another place, the young man with the same blue eyes and hair said that he had discovered the target. Carefully observing the binoculars, a girl with purple hair, looking through a sniper rifle, smiled with satisfaction, preparing for an accurate shot. Events unfolded in the country of Yin, where the sniper and its ward performed a mission. This girl was the leader of the Shadow Alliance, Yaqing. The assistant asked why their goal, Prince of Yin, expressing doubts about the advisability of such a risky operation. Yaqing replied that the Shadow Alliance always leads to the end, regardless of the complexity of the task and the status of the target person. The decisive girl pressed the trigger of her weapon, and the deadly bullet rushed to the target with inexorable speed. In the guest room, President Zhang explained to his interlocutors that their family was too famous to accept an unworthy offer. Jianloi, the richest woman of provinces with bright red hair, carefully reviewed business papers with a cold calculation. She noticed that in business, as in the war, their proposal, the only way for Zhang's family to survive in modern realities. At the same time, in another place, the ward timidly approached her mentor, preparing to transmit an important message from a high-ranking face. The girl said that the Inspector Xiang asks Huai to extract a bullet from his wound and expects her outside, ready to pay for services generously. The best Dr. Huya sharply replied that if the assistant once again distracts her from important work, she would be immediately expelled from the pavilion. Suddenly there was a bell that violated the usual course of affairs of all three outstanding girls almost simultaneously, which was a strange coincidence. It turned out that the same person called all three girls, their former teacher whom they never forgot about. All three women looked at their phones in surprise, reflecting on an unexpected coincidence and the reason for sudden contact after so much time. Not wanting to force the caller to wait, all three outstanding students accepted this fateful challenge, which changed the course of their life forever. To their surprise, Li called Li, and the girls enthusiastically asked if their beloved teacher really prepared for them a new lesson in wisdom. Jianlai, with red hair, breathing out, ran to the meeting of the latter, guilty of being delayed for being late in front of an expensive teacher. Yaqing, with purple hair, immediately began to make jokingly on a business friend. surprised that the forever busy businesswoman came. The chief Dr. Huya also joined the jokes, hinting that some personalities put their business above the valuable lessons of their mentor. Jianlai defended herself, declaring her difference from younger sisters, who, in her opinion, spent days aimlessly, depreciating the teachings of the master. From the side, it seemed that these were three relatives, who suddenly became unusually hostile to each other, although they were connected only by general training. In the classroom of the center of Zixin, a completely non-working atmosphere reigned, filled with mutual quills of three outstanding students of Lu Li. The teacher sighed mentally, realizing that his former students again began their usual skirmishes, as in the good old days. The blue-haired guy called everyone to order, asking to calm down and take their places to start the long-awaited activity. The girls, having instantly transformed, answered in chorus that it was good. The teacher, demonstrating amazing obedience and respect for the mentor, Li admitted that he did not prepare the material. But for such an experienced teacher like him, this was absolutely not a problem. The young teacher announced that today is the first day of their renewed classes, and they will discuss a really interesting and important topic. The topic concerned the awareness of his own strength, assessing the capabilities of the enemy, and analyzing the recent practical experience of each of the students. Li suggested starting with Jen Lai, a red-haired businesswoman, so that she shared her last achievements in the business sphere. The girl proudly said that thanks to the advanced skills that the mentor trained her, she reached incredible heights. Jianloi has grown to impressive scale, occupying leading positions in the ratings and attracting the attention of the whole province. The teacher in surprise noted that he had taught her only to calculate debts and managing a small business, not understanding how she could expand like that. Li reminded the girl that he warned her against excessive ambitions, advising not to wave up too high in a business sphere. The mentor recalled how she used to live under the bridge in extreme poverty, emphasizing the contrast with her current position of the richest woman. He philosophically explained that doing business like life, everything needs to be done gradually, step by step without rushing and without risking. Jianli humbly admitted her mistake, dropping her eyes and promising to continue to follow the wise advice of her respected teacher. The guy enlightened her, especially emphasizing that with a small business should be extremely careful because stability, a decisive factor. The next was Huya, a recognized best doctor, whose medical achievements were admired even by experienced specialists. The girl proudly reported that she brought to perfection one of the areas of medicine, now easily solving previously incurable problems. Li emotionally slammed the desk, admitting that she was really very weak in this area before, which struck him. The mentor warned that this did not allow her to arbitrarily treat others, creating a potential risk to the health of gullible patients. A talented doctor, shocked by the reaction, asked for forgiveness from the teacher, begging not to be angry and recognizing her mistake with sincere repentance. The third student, without waiting for the invitation, decided to start her report herself. Demonstrating the initiative and pressure characteristic of her, Yaqing with purple hair noted that, as far as she understands, now her turn is to talk about her achievements and experience. The sniper girl, being the third sister in their unusual students of students, prepared to report on her impressive successes. Yaqing said that she completely honed the martial arts, which Li taught her, having reached absolute perfection in this skill. A girl with purple hair proudly stated that there were no worthy rivals in the world, except for the teacher Li. The leader of the Shadow Alliance spoke with such a genuine enthusiasm and a sincere smile that even the harsh teacher involuntarily softened. A girl with purple hair asked inquiringly why the teacher did not remind her that she had taught only the basic self. Defense? Warning not to look for problems? Master Li with a light irony asked for Yaqing. She would generally listen to his instructions in this case, knowing her character. The sniper answered with a proudly raised nose, which of course was not. She considers herself too strong to avoid problems and conflicts. Her sisters Huai and Jianlui, having heard such a self-confident statement, only laughed at the loud words of the leader of the Shadow Alliance. The blue-haired guy conciliatively noted that in modern society, it was not customary to fight for no good reason, observing laws and order. The teacher asked for a warlike girl to sit at the desk so that they all could continue the lesson in a more constructive direction. The indignant head of the alliance asked why the master always claims that they know only a few stupid tricks, not teaching the standing. The Dr. Huai and the businesswoman Jianlui supported his sister, wondering why the teacher did not give them really valuable and unique knowledge. The best doctor added that the master always evaluates their capabilities as ordinary, not allowing to understand the true potential of their abilities. Li, hearing this unexpected question, was partially discouraged, not expecting such a straightforwardness from his usually obedient students. The teacher deeply thought about what was actually a worthy result of his entire teaching and mentoring. The young man realized that three areas, medicine, martial arts, and business, each is represented by one of the three unusual sisters. Li thought whether his students were still newcomers in these areas, because their achievements clearly testified to the opposite. The guy understood that the knowledge presented to him seemed simple, but contained fundamental foundations that allowed the girls to achieve incredible heights. The master realized that his students achieved the best results possible mortals in the world, and this filled him with strange pride and anxiety. Suddenly, the memory of Li exploded with new memories from his repeating sleep where he was in some mysterious past. These fragmentary memories consisted of small fragments of long time, gradually forming a single picture of its true essence. The guy became bad from the surging images. He swayed, clutching his head, which caused an immediate reaction of worried students. The girls excitedly surrounded the teachers, asking about his well-being and offering immediate help, especially alarmed Huai. Li hastened to reassure the alarmed students, explaining his condition to ordinary headache. Hiding the true cause of malaise, the blue-eyed guy understood that the lost memories gradually returned to him, revealing the secret of his real person and mission. Huya, showing professional observation, noticed that the teacher, it seems, had not yet got rid of amnesia, which tormented him all these years. In the training center, Cixin Li announced that this is where their classes can be considered completed, to the apparent disappointment of students. The master asked everyone to linger for a minute, saying that he has an important announcement regarding their further training and development. The teacher noted that each of them has its own area of activity, but they need to share skills with each other for full growth. Li explained that when he teaches one of the students, the rest becomes bored, which reduces the effectiveness of his teaching for everyone. Li announced his decision. From now on, each of the students will receive individual lessons within a week, which will increase efficiency. The sisters were shocked by this news. Individual classes with the teacher seemed to them an incredible privilege and a happy opportunity. The blue-haired mentor asked in surprise that they had not had any questions about his new educational plan. Three talented students looked at each other and, as if reading each other's thoughts, realized that they really had no objections. The girls agreed with the decision of the teacher, but put forward one condition to celebrate the resumption of their classes in a special way. Surprised, Li asked what condition they dared to nominate, not expecting such an initiative from their usually obedient students. Three outstanding students, almost in chorus, said that they would like to visit the teacher's house, which they had never done before. The teacher was extremely surprised at this request, thinking about why such busy and successful girls need to visit his modest home. The girls explained their desire, simply and at ease. They wanted to go to his dinner in order to celebrate a new stage in their training. Having sighed heavily, the guy still decided to agree to this adventure, realizing that he was simply unable to refuse his best students. Jianlui, Huai, and Yaqing were unusually delighted with his agreement, anticipating a rare opportunity to find out the teacher from a new side. The Kutong district, where Li lived, was an insanely beautiful place with small traditional houses, which picturesquely illuminated the setting sun. Nearby, an evil bald man gave orders to his subordinates, persistently demanding to find some special bird that had value for him. The leader of the gang threatened his people with serious problems if they cannot find a mysterious bird, which clearly was of particular interest. Suddenly, an elegant woman's leg entered the area in elegant shoes, followed by other guests of this quiet quarter. It was a teacher Li with their three students returning from a store with food in anticipation of a delicious home dinner. The guy embarrassedly explained that, according to ancient tradition, a man and a woman must observe a distance, especially when the students have already completed their studies. Hearing such words, all three girls expressed obvious discontent and, as if to spite, came as close as possible to their beloved master. The students began to play jokingly why they were to keep a distance with the teacher if they came to a friendly dinner for their mentor. The blue-haired young man became uncomfortable from all these provocative issues, and he tried to change the topic of conversation to more neutral. At that moment, an elderly woman approached the group, joyfully welcoming him with the words that the Master Lu returned with sincere warmth. The guy respected that yes, Grandmother Wu, he had just returned and invited his students to dinner in his modest house. The old woman with a good smile noticed that she recognized three girls from a photograph in his house. Noting how beautiful and stately they grew up, Li decided to introduce her grandmother to the students. introducing her as the oldest resident of the district with the kindest heart, who often helped him. The students, madly in a meeting with a person from the life of their teacher, respectfully and warmly greeted the old Wu with sincere respect. The blue-eyed guy asked his grandmother whether the healing soup was ready for his cat Xiaobai, whose health he was clearly worried. An elderly woman with a smile noticed that the teacher's cat is now even chasing dogs, and questioned the need for drugs. Li explained that Xiaobai was homeless, and despite external health, the cat has hidden diseases that require treatment. Grandmother Wu, in between, reported that the teacher's cat today caught a small red bird, which caused a strange reaction from those present. From the side, strangers approached the group, interested in the bird, which spoke of the grandmother of Wu. Round, chubby, with bright red feathers, an elderly woman retreated in horror, asking how the strangers learned about this bird, clearly alarmed by their sudden appearance. A bald man with his subordinates peremptorily stated that this special bird belongs to him. No objections. He aggressively turned to a guy with blue hair, demanding to give a bird and threatening big problems in case of disobedience. Li tried to remain calm, explaining that he needed to return home and check the situation before drawing any conclusions. Suborders drew the attention of their boss named Hu on three girls standing behind a blue-haired guy. Admiring their beauty, they enthusiastically noted that these women, the most incredible beauties whom this world has ever seen without hiding their admiration. The eyes of a bald man eagerly flashed when he noticed Yaqing, Huai, and Jianlui. Instantly assessing their extraordinary external attractiveness, Hu called out to the retiring Lu Li, ordering him to stop, obviously not going to release potential prey so simple and easy. The bandit offered a deal: let the three beasts spend at least one day with him, and he will not blame the teacher for theft of the bird. Li calmly replied that, firstly, his cat's fault has not yet been proven, and secondly, these two questions are in no way related. The guy added that he absolutely does not like the tone with whom the stranger addresses him and his students. Expressing obvious disapproval, the words of the teacher were uttered with such seriousness and inner strength that the suspicious personalities froze for a moment, feeling danger. However, quickly recovering from second confusion, they began to mock the guy, considering his claims to the tone of communication funny. The bald Ku with a mockery said that he was not going to change the manner of his communication, impudently asking what then he intends to do with it. The blue-haired guy calmly replied that, as a law-abiding citizen, he naturally would not participate in a fight. Demonstrating restraint, suddenly the teacher turned to Huai, asking which of the 36 life points when exposed to the technique of Phoenix's eyes removes numbness. The girl doctor was surprised at such a strange question at the wrong time, not understanding why the teacher needed anatomical details. Li decided to demonstrate his knowledge and practice. He lightly touched a certain point on the hand of an arrogant man. After this touch, the bandit's hand stopped obeying him, hanging limply, as if paralyzed by invisible power. The bald bandit exclaimed in panic, demanding to explain what the teacher had just done with his limb. Clearly not expecting this, the master, not paying attention to the panic of the enemy, asked the following question: which point can cause confusion when exposed? Huai, the best doctor, immediately replied that, of course, the point of heart was responsible for confusion, demonstrating her deep knowledge. Li, showing himself a real master of martial arts, reached out to the indicated point on the body of his stunned enemy with lightning speed. A bald man instantly became bad from touching a vital point. His face was distorted by a grimace of sudden severe pain. The bandit collapsed onto his back. Blood and foam went from his mouth, demonstrating the seriousness of the effect of technology used by a modest teacher. The subordinates of HU were in horror, crowding around the defeated leader and begging him to answer at least something, not understanding what happened. One of the bandits scaredly asked the guy what he did with their brother, to which the teacher calmly replied that nothing special. Embalmed subordinates rushed forward, indignant at the words about the points and threatening to show that they are also capable of a lot. Li quickly assessed the situation, realizing that a group attack with a threat to life gives him every right to self-defense. The blue-haired teacher calmly reasoned that the resistance in this case would be considered self-defense, which allowed him to act decisively. With amazing ease, he intercepted the hand of one of the attackers, demonstrating the skill of martial arts which no one suspected. Removing the enemy's hand to the side, the master noted that excessive power here is completely useless. Demonstrating filigree technology, Li spectacularly threw the attacker to the ground, neglecting him a weakling, which even more angry the rest of the bandits. Another criminal also rushed at the teacher, hoping to find him by surprise after the first attack. But miscalculated in his expectations, the master simply stepped aside without even straining for a second, which showed a huge difference in the level of combat skill. Li condescendingly remarked to this insolent that the attack technique he had used a long time ago is outdated and absolutely ineffective. Having decided to demonstrate his knowledge, the teacher inflicted an accurate blow to the vital point on the hand of the next enemy. The bandit immediately became bad from this touch. His body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, losing the ability to resist. Suddenly, the third striker got from the back to the master, selflessly threatening that the teacher would not be able to evade his attack. Li easily foresaw this primitive tactics. He turns around and takes the most serious look, preparing for a counterattack. The guy noted that the enemy's attack technique was not bad, but his legs are too weak, which immediately gives out non-professionalism. Crouching, the master struck the exact blow with the elbow straight on the knee of the attacker, using a minimum of effort for the maximum effect. From the seemingly easy touch on the enemy's knee, cracks went, demonstrating the incredible power and accuracy of the master's blow. The attacker instantly fell, being in a shocked state of pain and surprise, not understanding how this could happen. Li instantly noticed that screaming at every attack was extremely stupid, as this gives intentions and deprives an element of surprise. Having dealt with the majority of the attackers, the guy realized that there was another opponent, and slowly turned to the last bandit. He ironically asked the already defeated fighter whether he really wants to once again experience fate after the lesson received. Approaching the remaining frightened criminal, Li gently put his hand on his shoulder in a gesture, combining threat and mercy. The teacher seriously asked him to promise not to engage in such illegal activities, giving a chance to improve. Seeing the defeated bandits, Li reminded them not to forget to report about themselves in the police station, hinting at the inevitable punishment. The students who stood nearby and watched the battle delightedly noted how masterfully the teacher used the power of the enemy against himself. Li suddenly asked the girls what conclusions they made after observing this incident. Translating the situation at a training moment, 3 talented students did not expect such a question in these circumstances and looked at their insightful teacher with surprise. Yaqing, the leader of the Shadow Alliance, suggested that they should not limit themselves and could use the strength of points in the battle. Li objected, emphasizing that the possession of several combat skills does not allow himself to behave recklessly and abuse power. Having completed the impromptu lesson, the blue-haired guy invited his students to continue their way home. Recalling that it was time to prepare dinner, Li asked about the whereabouts of his grandmother Wu, and it turned out that the elderly woman went to ask for help from a neighbor, Uncle Vanga. The students enthusiastically entered the house of their teacher, rejoicing in the cozy atmosphere and a beautiful interior, which reflected the character of the owner. In the hallway, they were met by the same thieves' cat, who meowed loudly, as if welcoming the long-awaited guests of her master. The girls with tenderness reached for the animal, vying, offering goodies brought, and trying to win the location of a fluffy pet. Xiaobai, a snow-white cat with multicolored eyes, did not show interest in conversations with girls at all, defiantly ignoring them. A smart animal chose to run into the kitchen to its owner to check what he was doing there, showing amazing affection. The cat gently rubbed his head on the foot of Li, expressing his affection and love in a way understandable only to them in their special relations. The blue-haired guy turned to the pet with tenderness, jokingly asking why he suddenly became so bored, but obviously enjoying attention. The snow-white Xiaobai, insanely beautiful and graceful, demonstrated a sincere love for his master, which did not hide from the eyes of observation students. The girls, watching this idol, jokingly felt abandoned, and with curiosity asked the floor of a fluffy favorite of the teacher. They continued to observe how the guy plays with his pet, noting how touching and cute this scene looks. Li turned to the cat, recalling the words of his grandmother about the caught bird, and asked to show where this mysterious prey is located. Xiaobai immediately obeyed his master and went for his unusual trophy, demonstrating an amazing understanding of human speech. The surprisingly smart cat independently managed to open a little door to another room, showing its extraordinary abilities and intelligence. After that, Xiaobai meowed in a special way, as if inviting someone to enter the room where his mysterious find was hiding. Behind the door was an insanely beautiful red bird with an elegant crest, which makes the impression of the creature from ancient legends and myths. Yaqing, seeing the bird, exclaimed delightfully, noting her beauty and trying to call on herself in order to stroke the unusual feathered creature. Xiaobai immediately stood up for his new friend, whom he found not allowing a girl with purple hair to touch the bird. Jianloi insightfully remarked that the cat clearly protects the bird, which indicates that they had already managed to make friends, contrary to natural instincts. Li decided to consider an unusual find and simply ordered the bird to fly up to him, using an imperious tone that did not suffer objection. The red bird clearly expressed dissatisfaction with such an imperative tone of circulation, demonstrating the unexpected character and pride for the animal. Nevertheless, realizing that she has no choice in this situation, the bird spread its small bright wings and took off. Gracefully maneuvering in the air, the red creation landed straight into the outstretched hand of the master Li, showing amazing obedience. The guy carefully examined the unusual bird, noting the red feathers, a special shape of the wings, and suggested that it could be a mythical phoenix. His students burst out laughing at such a fantastic assumption, stating that they would rather believe in the imperial title of teacher than in phoenix. Huai, relying on her medical knowledge, skeptically noticed that in the books of birds are described as relatives of dragons, but this is too chubby. Yaqing suddenly interrupted the discussion, anxiously asking if the rest of the strange smell, coming from the kitchen, showing vigilance. Li, realizing the problem, exclaimed that he had forgotten to turn off the pan and rushed into the kitchen to prevent a possible disaster. A frightened bird from the sudden scream of the teacher took off, demonstrating excellent maneuverability. Despite the apparent clumsy, all those present hastily ran out of the kitchen, where it was already very smelled of burnt food, escaping from an unpleasant odor and possible smoke. In parallel with these events, in another place, the bald leader of Hu tried to bring to life spraying his face with cold water. The bandit woke up in a state of shock, disorientedly asking who dared to apply such painful martial arts. A chubby guy named Dao admitted that it was him, who was doused the leader's face with water, trying to help him come into consciousness after the defeat. A man named Tao immediately began to be angry with the wiling up Hu, harshly recalling that he had heard about his failure with a lost bird. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the bald Hu instantly fell to his knees in front of the boss, humiliatingly pray for forgiveness and another chance. Tao, clearly occupying a high position, recalled that he had warned his subordinate about the deadly consequences if something went wrong. The bald bandit continued to beg for mercy, asking him to give him only one chance to rectify the situation and return the mysterious bird. The boss turned to another subordinate, interested in information about the owner of the bird, and he confirmed that the object works as a teacher. Tao was clearly surprised and annoyed by this information, not understanding how an ordinary teacher could create so many problems of his organization. The leader was even more angry, expressing dissatisfaction with the inaction of subordinates who could not cope even with an ordinary teacher. He put forward an ultimatum, demanding that he deliver this bird. Otherwise, he will personally follow the brutal punishment of all those involved in the failure. After the release of the accumulated malice, the Tao simply turned around and began to leave the office, leaving his subordinates in a state of fear. The rest of the bandits, left alone, confusedly turned to their immediate supervisor Hu, asking about further actions. The bald leader admitted that they lost in a direct battle with the teacher, so it is necessary to come up with a different, more cunning way. Hu turned to a subordinate named Hao, remembering his computer skills that could be useful for their new plan. A real brainstorming began between the bandits, where everyone offered their own solutions to the problem with the mysterious red bird. At this time, in the training center, Cixin Li conducted another lesson for his talented and unusual students. Suddenly, someone quickly burst into the training office, violating the calm atmosphere of the lesson and attracting general attention. This was the director of the center, who excitedly called the guy, saying that the police in some kind of case had come to the educational institution. Li thought in surprise from where and why the police could not find a logical explanation from in the training center. The director was concerned that the police came to arrest the teachers, warning about reputation risks for the entire institution. A group of subordinates Tao pointed to the teacher, falsely claiming that he stole their valuable octopus, making an absurd accusation. Jianloi, a girl with red hair, boldly intervened in the conversation, sarcastically noting that thieves decided to declare their own theft. The policeman officially stated that regardless of the identity of the owner, property is defended by law, asking the guy about the charges. The bandits insisted on the veracity of their accusations, provocatively asking where it is written that teachers could not be thieves, demanding evidence. The worried student begged the master to disagree with the police, but Li calmly replied that everyone was equal before the law. Confident in his innocence, the blue-haired guy said that the police would inevitably confirm the absence of his involvement in the crime. The students watched with anxiously how their respected teacher was taken away in a police car, looking helplessly at the removable car. Jinlai quickly dialed her secretary Li Ro, ordering the driver to immediately send to the Tishishin Training Center. In the presidential office, secretaries urgently held a meeting, demanding contact information from the city hall and police leadership for intervention. Li Ro, a secretary in Jiang, professionally asked to provide more information about the incident for an effective search for the necessary contacts. Jinlai angrily explained that her teacher was falsely accused and detained by the police, threatening to dismiss all the staff if he was not released. The red-haired businesswoman ordered the driver to immediately go to the police station, not hiding his irritation and anxiety. Li Ro, having heard such a decisive tone of his boss, instantly understood the seriousness of the situation and the need for urgent actions. An energetic girl with a square announced the maximum level of anxiety, suspending the company's work and allocating 15 minutes to search for a solution. 20 minutes later, in the police station, Boss Hu asked Hacker Hao about the reliability of their plan, to which he received a confident positive answer. Hao boasted that their edited video was perfectly mounted by a real professional, guaranteed to send teachers to prison. In the interrogation room, the officer told Li about the video evidence allegedly showing how he catches the bird on the territory of the reserve. The policeman warned that without refuting these evidence against the teacher, the charges would be brought to at least 3 articles. The guy with blue hair calmly asked the opportunity to personally look at the video, maintaining amazing composure in a difficult situation. The officer agreed with this reasonable request and turned on the video on the laptop standing in front of them, ready to watch the reaction. The policeman pressed the playback button with a finger, launching a fake video that was supposed to incriminate the teacher. There really was a video on the screen where a person who looks like a master hunts a red bird, although the record was clearly faked. The officer confidently stated that the examination confirmed that the reserve was precisely the place of filming, which exacerbated the seriousness of the alleged crime. Li, whether he categorically rejected the accusations, firmly stating that he had completely not committed the actions that were incriminated to him, remaining calm. The policeman condescendingly noted that such negations are typical for the accused, but asked if the guy had any acquittal evidence. The master logically explained that he was never in the mentioned reserve, respectively. The problem should be in the authenticity of the video. An employee of the police, irritated by rational arguments, raised his voice, insisting that the meeting was held after a thorough verification of facts. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room opened, interrupting a tense conversation and drawing the attention of all those present to new faces. The deputy chief of the police, the secretary of Li Ro, and the excited student Jen Loi, with a decisive look, resolutely entered the premises. A girl with red hair immediately rushed to her teacher, excitedly asking if everything was fine with him after an unfair detention. The secretary Gao viciously examined all those present, demonstrating extreme discontent to the situation and the willingness to take decisive measures. The deputy chief strictly reported an ordinary policeman, indignantly asking how he could arrest a person without appropriate evidence. The chubby officer began to apologize, calling what happened by the costs of the profession and trying to smooth out the tense situation with formal apologies. Li, to universal surprise, stood up for the policeman, saying that he acted in strict accordance with his powers. All 3 representatives of the law were sincerely surprised to hear such generous and reasonable words from the lips of an unjustly accused person. The guy rightly noted that the officer had enough information to conduct an investigation, explaining the logic of his detention. Jinlai, with sincere anxiety, asked the teacher, did he really commit an act that he was charged with, not believing in such an opportunity? Li decisively replied that, of course there is only one conclusion. The video is forged, demonstrating confidence in his innocence. All police officers began to look at each other, whispering to each other that the video, perhaps, was really falsified by skillful scammers. When the policeman began to stutter about the examination, his boss sharply cut off his subordinate with a loud shout, anticipating the problems. Li tactfully intervened, suggesting that if the examination did not reveal violations, then the case with skillful scammers, and asked for permission to talk with experts. Jin Lui immediately offered to contact the best specialists in this field, promising to organize everything in a couple of minutes using their connections. The blue-haired master surprised everyone with a statement that he independently ended the analysis in 5 minutes, demonstrating unexpected confidence in his skills. The teacher politely asked everyone to leave the room for this time, assuring that in 5 minutes they could return and see the results of his work. Those present were extremely surprised by such a statement, doubting that 5 minutes was enough for a professional analysis of a complex video. Li also asked that representatives of the prosecution be present during his examination, hinting that in these minutes they could be very interested in the results. The bandits, having heard such a proposal, were shuddered inwardly, realizing that their cunning plan may be about to fail in the most catastrophic way. The policeman exclaimed indignantly, asking who allowed himself to say that with the video they watched, there are any problems or violations. The expert self-confidently stated that he used all modern methods of verification, and no signs of installation or gluing were revealed anywhere. Who, feeling more confident, sarcastically asked how the teacher could say the opposite if the most advanced technologies were used to verify. Li calmly replied that he had determined a fake by his special marks, which cannot be reproduced even with the help of the most modern technologies. The bandits began to mock the teacher, sarcastically asking how he could conduct a professional examination by eye without special equipment. Even a loyal student became uncomfortable from these ridicules, she thought, with anxiously if her teacher went too far in her statements. The blue-haired guy calmly said that he managed to find something important that would completely change the idea of the reliability of the video. He invited all those present to come closer to the laptop screen in order to clearly demonstrate the evidence of falsification. Everyone carefully gathered around the computer. Even the bandits showed curiosity, wanting to find out what a simple teacher discovered so special. Li began his impromptu presentation, pointing to a certain point in the video. Continuing the analysis, he noted that now he is facing the camera, inviting everyone to carefully consider this key moment in the video. The police looked at each other perplexedly, not understanding what was wrong here, because everything looked quite usually and reliably at first glance. The teacher suggested considering a fragment in a slow mode so that even non-specialists could see the obvious signs of fake video materials. On a slowed fragment, everyone could see for a split second a flickering true face of the main character on a fabricated record. The police were shocked, noting that this face seemed familiar, slowly realizing the scale of the fraud they encountered. After a more thorough consideration, it became absolutely clear that the video depicts whether it was not, but a bald bandit of Who, disguised by technologies. The exposed Who panicked, insisting that this is impossible and is some kind of real fraud on the part of the police and the teacher. The master logically noted that this accusation provided the video. How could he do something with him while being in custody in the site? The police expert was shocked, wondering how this is possible, because he so carefully checked the record for installation. Li explained that the expert relied too much on the basic methods, not considering that the creators of the fake specially went around the standard verification algorithms. Li wisely noticed an important truth, saying that it was better not to have books at all than to blindly believe them, and suggested remembering this thought. Deep words shocked a policeman who did not expect to hear such a philosophy from a simple teacher in the site. In this blue-haired guy, the officer unexpectedly saw a real spiritual mentor who was able to give wise advice in any situation. The police officer respectfully promised to remember wise words, expressing deep respect for the teacher for the rest of his life. Li patiently explained the situation, saying that the criminals mounted their own video with poaching, substituting his face. Who desperately shouted in response, claiming that the teacher carries nonsense and calling his gang to the defenders of nature. The subordinates confusedly turned to the leader, asking what should now be done in this critical situation. Laughing mysteriously in response, the bald bandit hinted that he still had one trump card for salvation. The recognition of the deed suddenly sounded from who stated that it was he recorded the video and caught the bird. The comrades were shocked by the leader of the leader, not understanding the reasons for his self-sacrifice at a critical moment for the gang. The bald man explained his act heroically, announcing the decision to show an example of courage and sacrifice himself for the sake of the rest. The overwhelming emotions forced his subordinates to cry, praising his brother as a real man, ready for self-sacrifice. Those present silently watched the completion of the brawl, as the police lead the arrested criminals from the building of the site. The officers curiously asked the teacher how he managed to expose a fake without special equipment. The expert added in surprise to the conversation, noting that the human eye processes only 30 frames per second. To the question modestly answered Li, explaining that nature awarded him with surgical accuracy of vision for such details, the policeman thoughtfully reflected on what happened, doubting whether the guy is really an ordinary person with such abilities. Jianloi gratefully turned to the secretary, expressing gratitude and receiving a response to the honor to cooperate with the leading company. The question was practically asked the boss, wondering if they can leave, because the guilty were found and arrested. A puffy man was lit up by a sudden idea after a rich businesswoman about the opportunity to leave the site. The boss sternly turned to subordinates, saying that this is their mistake, and they should apologize to the master. Two workers humiliatingly bowed to the teacher, hoping that their jobs would remain safe after the incident. The boss officially apologized again, trying to smooth out an unpleasant situation with the detention of an innocent person. Li reassured the officers, noting that they really showed themselves as responsible employees in a difficult situation. The guy and his student were escorted to the exit, where they were expected by another surprise from the third pupil. At the exit, they were met by Yaqing, who jumped out of the shelter trying to scare friends with her suddenness. The main entrance to the police station was not a suitable place for draws, so no one really reacted to her trick. His two students who were waiting under a police station, Li asked what they were doing here at such a late hour. The girl doctor replied that they heard about his detention and immediately went here, worried about the fate of the teacher. The master informed them that everything was already resolved safely, so they only in vain worried and spent time on excitement. Huya suggested that in compensation for an experienced stress, all together to have dinner, in order to note the successful completion of the incident. The teacher smiled, thinking aloud what he should now do with such caring and loyal students. Agreeing to the proposal, he invited all the girls to eat together to spend a pleasant evening after a stress day. At this time, the evil emperor sat in his chambers and reproached his subordinate, hearing about the new failure of his people. The ward made excuses that the immortal teacher was too strong, asked to give him another chance to rectify the situation. The immortal mentor grinned and asked if the subordinate really wants to get this chance of atonement. The real devil recalled that the mentor's birthday was coming soon and offered to go to him without a gift. Madness. The emperor warned that he would not be the next time and ordered the red shakal to deal with the loser. A terrible creature appeared, a jackal with flaming red eyes, who headed for a trembling subordinate. The immortal teacher decided to personally find out who dared to steal his precious bird, challenging. In the teacher's house, one of the students admitted how much she ate at a wonderful dinner. Her doctor's sister teased her friend, noticing that she only does what he eats all day, doing nothing else. The head of the Shadow Alliance explained such an appetite because the teacher is amazingly preparing, and it is impossible to resist his culinary. Yaqing suddenly noticed something, which made her be alert and attracted her professional attention to Snipersha. The girl got up from her place, demonstrating readiness for action and causing the curiosity of the rest of those present. Everyone asked where she gathered, to which Yaqing replied that she would go for a walk, because after eating it was useful. The street met her with darkness and rather late time, but this did not stop the decisive warrior girl. She said to someone in the dark because she knows that this one is already nearby and is watching. From afar, the same immortal teacher who studies a potential enemy really watched it. Shocked by the girl's abilities, he thought how she could feel his aura and determine his presence. The girl thought that such a murderous aura can be smoked even 10 miles. She was so strong. The immortal teacher jumped off the shelter, hoping that the enemy would delight him a little before the inevitable death. With sharp nails, the enemy waved to strike a girl, but Yaqing managed to evade a deadly attack. The head of the Shadow Alliance jumped back several meters, evaluating the danger of the situation and preparing for response. Analyzing her opponent, she realized that he was using fatal tricks, so it was unreasonable to stay in defense. The only thing she had to do at the moment, go on the offensive and seize the initiative of the battle. The immortal man with long hair tried to predict the next move of the girl, carefully watching her movements. Suddenly, she appeared on the side, masterfully swinging her hand to apply an accurate and crushing blow. She managed to masterfully hit an unfamiliar guest on the chin, demonstrating the excellent technique of martial arts. Developing the success of the attack, she dealt a powerful knee blow, trying not to give the enemy time to restore. Aggressively swinging her fist, the girl resolutely stated that now it was all over for her mysterious enemy. The enemy suddenly set the block with his hands and smiled maliciously, noting that everything was just beginning between them. The student clearly did not expect such a turn of events, bending as this could be possible. In front of her, she saw a real monster, in whose eyes an indomitable aggression and a thirst for destruction were in full swing. The enemy exploded with red evil energy, from which the girl flew up, not expecting such power. In bewilderment, she thought how this could even be possible in the real world of ordinary people. Less experienced fighters would have long suffered from such strong and destructive attacks of this creature. The opponent admitted that she is moving well, much better than most opponents with whom he had to fight. However, he added that she does not practice the path of immortality, so in his eyes there are no more than an ordinary bug. Yaqing tried to understand who this mysterious opponent really is and where he got such abilities. Seeing the speed of enemy movements, she wondered how he was able to move with such incredible speed. Understanding her situation, the girl realized that she could not evade the next terrible and destructive blow. She did not understand how he managed to conduct such a powerful attack that had happened to her hands after this impact. The girl desperately tried to dodge the enemy's huge fists, trying to stay alive at all costs. The enemy wanted to hurt her with his foot, but Yaqing managed to bend in time, avoiding another deadly blow. The enemy continued to attack at an incredible speed, but the girl did not give up, using all her skills. Suddenly, she realized that she had fled to a dead end, depriving herself of the opportunity for further retreat. The immortal enemy gloatingly remarked that she had nowhere else to retreat, enjoying her hopeless position. The girl understood that this was true, but did not know what to do in this critical situation. Loosing for the final blow, the enemy sarcastically asked if she was finally surrendered and was ready to accept death. Suddenly, someone's other hand stopped his hand, interrupting the attack at the most decisive moment of the fight. Li suddenly appeared on the stage and calmly asked what the enemy was going to do here. The teacher recalled that it is not worth raising noise in the middle of the night, since vandalism is also a criminal offense. The immortal mentor asked in surprise who the stranger with blue hair that intervened in the battle was generally. He immediately realized that he was in front of him, and viciously accused him of theft of his precious phoenix. The immortal teacher swung aggressively and said that the guy was chatting too much, so now he would get what he deserves. Li completely calmly stopped this blow with his hand, as if he were absolutely all the same on the threats of the enemy. The master reminded the attacker that the attack on other people is actually an illegal action in a civilized society. The enemy irritatedly demanded that he get out of his path and not interfere with his important matters. All these threats were not at all important to the teacher. He easily stopped the enemy's second attack with one hand. The enemy realized that the matter was bad, because nothing can do anything with this mysterious person. The strength of the teacher was so great that the enemy could not move him at least a little from an occupied place. Li promised to let go of the enemy if he was polite and does not use the force against innocent people. The immortal mockingly asked if the teacher really thinks that he could set him any conditions in this situation. The enemy began to use demonic rejection. His hands lit up with an ominous red energy that threatens life. Li's gaze changed dramatically. He felt something strange that is happening inside his own body. The enemy laughed gloatingly, saying that demonic energy would now circulate in the teacher's body, and he would die 10 minutes later. The master really became bad. Some strange and incomprehensible images from the past surfaced in his head. The guy could not understand what kind of place he sees in front of himself and, most importantly, whom these figures represent. Before him arose the image of a man in traditional robes that looked surprisingly familiar and related. Li was in a completely different place, similar to some kind of spiritual space, filled with ancient energy. He was tormented by the question of why all these places and images seemed so familiar and relatives to him. Suddenly, with his gaze, he noticed something ahead of him, which made his heart hide faster from recognition. The man sat in front of him, looking like a spiritual mentor from the distant past, radiating wisdom and strength. The stranger explained that they are so similar because he is Li himself, only from another time. The guy did not understand the explanation and asked how it could be that the person is himself. The interlocutor explained that it is more correct to say that he is a forgotten I am the current Li. Ancient Li said that he once had a chance to talk with the legendary Hunzinim personally. He was also a witness to distant expeditions to unknown lands full of dangers and miracles. It was he who gave the celestial of the frame of the moon the miraculous pill of immortality, which changed the fate of many. The ancient master also defeated the real evil dragon, who threatened all living beings in the peaceful existence. Then it was this dragon that was completely destroyed thanks to his efforts and incredible power. The people of the past called him the progenitor of all the immortals, reading as a great teacher and defender. Everyone prayed to him and respected his every action, considering him a divine being worthy of worship. The forgotten. I asked if the current Li could recall all these great deeds of his true past. The ancient master was surprised that his cultivation was really destroyed so much that he became an ordinary person. The past, I waved my finger, explaining the boundaries of opportunities that cannot be exceeded in the world of mortals. The ancient Li showed the picture of the past, reproducing it in the space of the spiritual world with amazing accuracy. The past I said that after overcoming the last test of heaven, he could climb to the top of the immortal world. However, then something went wrong. Something unforeseen happened, which changed the entire course of events forever. Thunderstorm clouds of heavenly sorrow were filled with demonic energy, pose a threat to the whole world of immortals. The Vladika demons in Tien said that he defiled the aura of the kingdom of immortal, and even the successful passage of the tests would bring demonic energy. Then Li contemptuously asked the demon, does he really think that he could not do anything about it? The Tien mockingly offered to stop the bragging, as they became one whole, and asked about the readiness to abandon the personality. The ancient master then calmly replied that in this case, why not go to such a victim? The demon began to be angry, not believing in the seriousness of the intentions of the immortal. Doubting his determination of such an act, Li directed all his strength into a single word, uttering the order of death with incredible power. Then a powerful blue lightning fell from the sky, ready to destroy everything in its path to save the world. The demon began to disappear, unable to believe that the guy went to such an extreme measure of self-sacrifice. Hundreds of millions of years of improvement were lost, but the ancient master believed that he could repeat this in the next life. The past I asked the current Li whether he hopes that now he remembered everything of his true origin. The guy confirmed that yes, he is really an immortal cultivator who returned his memories. The ancient mentor said that it is now time to return back, because a young teacher had serious problems. Yaqing went up to her teacher, anxiously asking if everything was in order with him. The enemy laughed gloatingly, noting that the girl could call the teacher as much as he likes, but demonic energy penetrated into the brain. The immortal proposed simply giving him a phoenix, promising to allow him to die not the most painful death in gratitude. The student clenched her fist, realizing that she would have to fight for the life of her dear teacher at all costs. Having viciously demanding an antidote, she ordered the enemy to immediately give resistance to demonic energy to save the master. The enemy sarcastically asked if she would decide to try to take away the medicine by force if he refuses to save the teacher. The head of the Shadow Alliance was already distorted from such incredible impudence and indifference to someone else's life. The girl quickly fell off the place and decided to use the secret murder techniques mastered during the years of training. First of all, she used the technique of a shadow seam, directing all her energy to a deadly attack. With her hand, she tried to touch the vital point near the shoulder of her dangerous opponent. However, something suppressed her abilities, interfering with the right blow and performed the conceived equipment. The enemy mockingly noted that the protective aura was not to break through some ordinary piece of iron, demonstrating his confidence. The fist of the immortal began to blaze with sinister red energy, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the girl. Moving rapidly to Yaqing, he made her understand that things were extremely bad for her. The girl saw an approaching fist that hit her right in the stomach with incredible destructive power. The blow was so powerful that it flew off to the wall, which collapsed with the power of influence. The enemy was madly happy about the picture of the destruction, which he saw in front of him, enjoying his superiority. The exhausted girl simply collapsed to her knees, unable to continue resistance to such a powerful enemy. The rest of her sisters just left the house and saw what happened to their friend during the absence. They quickly ran to the victims, worried about why the teachers were not there for so long next to them. The immortal teacher was only delighted with the appearance of two more beauties with such beautiful figures, appreciatingly examining them. The enemy noted that this little Maul has a good taste, since he chose such attractive students to study. While the girls talked among themselves, he turned to them with flattering words about their beauty. The enemy admitted that he was dizzy from their charms, offering to serve him in exchange for life. Jianlai, the richest girl of the provinces, indignantly asked how he dares. It goes beyond the whole scope of decency. The immortal teacher did not care. He stated that he had long surpassed all everyday life and was not afraid of anything. Suddenly, someone called him a miserable little demon who did not move to the sphere of the exhibition of the basics of cultivation. Hearing this, the demon did not understand who at all dared to pronounce such impudent words addressed to him. Li stood in an amazingly way after everything that happened, ironically asking, did the enemy forget about him after one blow? The demon was really shocked that the guy was able to survive after the influence of demonic energy on his body. The students were also amazed at surprise, not understanding how the teacher was able to survive in such a critical situation. The master smiled and apologized for making his dear students worry about his fate. The enemy was perplexed, as this possible demonic energy fell into the body, but the guy was able to recover. Li explained that given the low sphere of cultivation of the enemy, demonic energy simply dissipated without reaching the brain. The enemy shouted that ordinary bugs have no right to evaluate his abilities and level of development. The master objected, noting that the narrow horizons are not what it was worth proud of, and there are ways to kill the immortal. Removing his glasses, he demonstrated his readiness to show one of such methods in practice. The teacher generously proposed to share one effective way with a self-confident enemy. The guy stood on a huge lotus. An incredible amount of blue energy appeared around him, pulsating power. With each step, lotuses appeared under his feet, allowing Li to use the force of the jade lotus of ancient masters. The teacher seemed to fit into the sky, rising higher with each new step along the air steps. There was a real ascension, demonstrating the true power of the immortal cultivator before an amazed audience. The distant singing of jade cicades and the blessing of cold autumn filled the air with the mystical energy of antiquity. The master caught moonlight in the clouds, concentrating heavenly energy to create a powerful weapon. Then he moved to the creation of ice weapons, which exceeded all conceivable limits of strength. It was not just an ice sword, but a weapon of 14 continents from which the powerful blue energy emanated. The demon still did not understand what was happening, wondering who this mysterious guy really is. Li was not even going to answer this question, concentrating on a demonstration of his incredible power. In his hands, he twisted something similar to the moon with crazy power, controlling heavenly energies. The light appeared from above, and the icy sword began to swiftly fly directly from heavenly heights to the goal. The enemy looked up in shock, thinking that this was generally approaching him from above. The weapon flew at an incredible speed, so the enemy did not manage to do anything to protect or evasion. Having landed on the ground, the master calmly explained that it was a song of true key of ancient times. The demon had only a superficial idea of the heavenly path, which caused its defeat. All this was observed by his students, tired after the worried unrest and incredible discoveries. Huya could not believe after what she saw, so she carefully asked if he was really their teacher. The master turned around and confirmed, adding that he simply remembered old tricks from his past life. Jianlai excitedly asked if the memory of the past really returned to him completely. The teacher confirmed, but noticed that here is not the best time for such conversations, offering to return home. The head of the Shadow Alliance asked anxiously what to do with the body of a defeated enemy. The master reassured that do not worry, demonic energy will absorb the body, and it will disappear independently. It is best to just go home and really relax after such a tense and dangerous break. When they returned home, one of the students carefully gave the master tea to restore strength. The doctor, meanwhile, bandaged the hand of the head of the Shadow Alliance. Checking the state of her injuries after the fight, Huya also checked the patient's pulse and reassured everyone that the condition was stabilized and everything was in order. Yaqing asked the teacher to explain to them what happened that night and who he is. Li asked in surprise what exactly they want to learn from everything that happened. The girls vied with the vocational about his personality, a mysterious enemy and demonic energy, demanding explanations. Drinking tea, the guy noticed that there are too many questions and the answers to them would take a lot of time. The students assured that everything was in order and they patiently listened to him, asking for the most important thing. The guy agreed to tell everything in order, warning that the story would be presented in a chronological sequence. Starting by the fact that about 10,000 years ago, key events took place, he immediately shocked the girls with such ancient times. Hua reassured her friends, noticing that they were listening to a young-looking teacher, so it is not at all difficult to understand and accept. Jianlai logically suggested that 10,000 years ago, the teacher had to meet some gods or immortal. The master confirmed this by telling one talented young man, to whom he offered cultivation but was refused. When the power of that young man was not yet crazy, he changed his mind and followed the teacher, but the energy was already dissipated. The doctor shouted, interrupting the story, because the true meaning of what was happening and the personality of the teacher reached it. That is, the legend of seeking immortality refers to their master, to which the guy nodded in the affirmative. The girl was in shock, asking for whether their teacher really is a real immortal being. Li, with a smile, confirmed that they correctly understood everything regarding its true nature and origin. The students exclaimed delightfully that their teacher is immortal, and how amazing he is. The richest girl in the province asked why then he lost his memory of the past. The master noticed that this is a really interesting story that should be told in detail and thoroughly. A certain heaviness was felt in his voice, even with a simple mention of these events from the past. The teacher explained that he was supposed to survive the last thunderstorm in those long and dangerous years. Then the world of immortals was completely devastated by the destructive forces of evil, threatening all living things. The ancient lord of the demons sowed the seeds of discord, which polluted the spiritual power of heaven, earth, and the very source of life. The higher the cultivation, the easier the demonic energy penetrated the body, so that even he was not lucky to avoid this. For this reason, he destroyed his golden body and scattered the basis of cultivation to save the world. This was done during a thunderstorm sorrow with a plan to return and destroy the demon, who decided to settle there. Who could know that the Lord of the Demons, fearing the disclosure of ancient secrets, helped the thunderstorm to destroy him? Then he had no choice. He had to fight in this state, trying his best to injure the enemy. But at the same time, more and more demonic energy penetrated the body. Then he fell into the world of mortals, losing memory. Looking at his students, he concluded that now absolutely everything told him about his past. The master asked in surprise why they suddenly fell silent. Was there really nothing more to find out or clarify? The girls explained that he loaded them with such incredible information that they needed time to comprehend everything. Huya suggested that after the inactionness of the immortal in the world of mortals, the immortal world plunged into chaos and destruction. The guy replied that this was quite possible, and the other student asked what he was going to do next. Li explained that he would be cultivated again for returning, and a battle with a demon in order to eradicate evil in the immortal kingdom. The girls were surprised by such a decisive answer of the teacher, who did not expect to hear about such grandiose plans. The head of the Shadow Alliance suddenly interrupted thoughts, resolutely addressing the master with an important issue. Yaqing asked if they can join him, because they also want to be cultivated and fight with the master of demons. Li did not even expect to hear such an offer from his loyal students, sincerely surprised by their determination. However, he took it only with joy and agreed, saying that of course it was possible. The master added that he needs time to draw up an individual training plan for each of the girls. Having shown one finger, he explained the time frame of preparation, and the students thought that we were talking about 1 month. Jianloi suggested that then he would need a whole year for such a serious preparation for cultivation. Another student suggested that it could be 100 years old, but the teacher noticed that they went too far in conjecture. The guy explained that with his incredible speed of preparing materials, he will need only 1 evening. Therefore, he noticed that a late hour is already enough to continue serious conversations and planning. The teacher suggested relaxing today and tomorrow to officially start their new cultivation training. The richest girl of the province, which came in the morning, was not yet finally waking up after a busy evening. The student asked her sisters, "Do they really not want to sleep in such an early time?" The girls replied that they did not want to, because they usually wake up early for their regular training. Being outside, the girls heard some strange sound coming from a certain side. Li appeared and praised them for punctuality, offering to take the training materials prepared by him. The master gave them pieces of paper with mysterious, historical images containing ancient knowledge for training. Yaqing teacher said to continue to work in his field, as he will be able to practice cultivation through martial arts. Why? Practicing the art of healing, he handed the notes to Buddhist medicine to deepen knowledge. Jianloi also received her special exercises corresponding to her abilities and purpose. The girl was surprised that for some reason she had as many as 2 pieces of paper, when the rest had 1. The teacher explained that the business, its path, so he recommends that we follow the path of wealth as the main direction. However, the upper limit of such a path is too obvious, so in the future, it will go on the path of the divine calculation. The master talked about the erection of the foundations, the unification with the heavenly path, and the management of the gods, which would make them great. For one of the students, the force lies in money, which will become the basis for its further spiritual development. The combat abilities of another girl exceeded all expectations, which would become the basis of her spiritual path to perfection. Medical knowledge of the third student determined its direction of development in the field of healing and cultivation through healing. Crazy joy covered all students in the news of their destinations and future possibilities of spiritual growth. The teacher's warning sounded seriously. All this will become possible only after reached enlightenment and spiritual energy. The priority task for girls was the training necessary for the preparation of the body and the spirit to cultivation. A sharp surprise swept the students from the words of the master, who did not expect to start the path of cultivation with physical exercises. The explanation of Li was clear. Immediately after birth, human energy begins to gradually dissipate over time. The stop of this process is extremely important. Otherwise, the energy will completely run out, depriving the ability to feel the spiritual power around. The purification of spiritual consciousness was the goal of training to restore the ability to perceive spiritual energy in the world. The question of Yaqing concerned the specific requirements that the teacher imposes on students to achieve their goals. Calming came from the words of Li about the prepared special set of exercises, which will now teach girls. The beginning of practice was accompanied by the heavy breathing of students from unusual loads and the intensity of new classes. Performing breathing exercises caused a complaint of girls about the inability to continue due to a complete lack of strength. The request of one of the students on a minute break from exhausting training met a categorical refusal of the master. The categorical answer Li excluded any respite, since the physical preparation of students left much to be desired. The master of the master to Yaqing contained a request to approach the sister and provide assistance in performing exercises. The assurances of the head of the Shadow Alliance sounded confidently. The care of a girlfriend will be ensured at the highest level. The protest. Jianlui sounded immediately, categorically rejecting the very thought of the need to ask for help from others. Ignoring the objections of a girlfriend did not prevent the Yuizin to approach and begin to help with the scumbag and exercises. The unexpected appearance of a little girl was accompanied by the issue of the activities of the sisters on the street near the house. Leaning toward the child, the teacher patiently explained the active training of the sisters to achieve an important goal in life. The addition to the explanation concerned the basic motivation of girls, the desire to become stronger and wiser through persistent classes. The admiration of the beauty of the child swept the students, and the idea of the granddaughter of aunt named Yao followed the master. The immediate worships of the students were aimed at the greeting of a cute baby and the desire to meet a new girlfriend better. The remark of Li did their tricks for getting a vacation, which the master easily unraveled at first glance. The excuses of the girls sounded reasonably. The need to observe the balance between zealous labor and a full rest is really important. The promise of the teacher no longer show cruelty was accompanied by a proposal to the girl to help look after training sisters. An hour later, the energy of Yaqing remained inexhaustible, while the rest of the sisters were completely exhausted. The announcement of the master about the transition to meditation sounded in a timely manner. Active spiritual consciousness will feel spiritual energy. Spiritual power fills the earth and heaven, but it is possible to perceive it only through spiritual consciousness, free from 5 ordinary feelings. The oblivion of these 5 feelings became a necessary condition for concentration on the 6th, more important perception of the spiritual world. The master's instructions were strict. The students should not hear anything, see or feel the usual sensory organs. The ban on questions and thoughts during practice has become an absolute rule to achieve the correct state of consciousness. Awareness should give way to a pure feeling, free from rational attempts to understand what is happening around. The teacher's question about the first sensations sounded with the hope of a successful perception of spiritual energy to the students. A smile on Yaqing's face accompanied the affirmative answer that something really felt during meditation. Interest in the sensations of the rest of the wards made the master ask each about the results of the first practice. Pride in the voices of the 2 remaining girls confirmed the success of their first acquaintance with spiritual energy. The permission to open the eyes sounded as a reward for the successful execution of a complex meditation exercise. The neat and unhurried opening of the eyes with the girls ended their first session of perception of spiritual energy. Understanding the nature of spiritual energy came to the students, similar to a breeze, but with a completely different density. Filling out the space with this energy created a feeling of the presence of something invisible, but very real and tangible. The unexpected discovery of Jianlui surprised the girl, forcing him to pay attention to strange changes in the body. The appeal to the sister doctor concerned the mysterious spot that appeared on the body after meditation and causing anxiety. A strange, sticky substance was not like anything previously known, causing legitimate questions about its origin. Mutual observations of girls revealed the presence of this mysterious substance in each of the practitioners of meditation. The teacher's explanation reassured the students. The method helps to remove various toxins and harmful accumulations from the body. An attempt by the master to check the state of Yaqing met an unexpected resistance from the side of a usually flexible student. Real alarm swept the girl at the sight of the teacher's approaching hand, causing a protective reaction of the body. Aggressive repulsion of the master's hand was accompanied by a categorical ban on any attempts to touch the body. The teacher's bewilderment was complete. What was happening did not fit into the framework of the usual reactions of students to the rescue. The warning of the girls concerned the personal boundaries of the teacher, demanding to stay away and not violate the intimate space. The assurances of the master about the normality of what is happening did not convince the students. The status of the mentor does not cancel the rules of decency. The escape of the girls was accompanied by a strict ban on the appearance in their room without special permission or invitation. The oddity of the situation was puzzled by Lee. Such reactions have not been observed over the course of hundreds of years of training different people. The joy for the success of the students was replaced by planning the next step, getting rid of the remnants of demonic energy in the bodies. The question of the nature of demonic energy sounded unexpectedly from the smallest listener next to the master. Surprise covered the teacher when finding a little girl lush, still nearby after class. The concern of the grandmother of the Wu home has intensified. The dinner time has already come, and the granddaughter has not yet returned. 3 days later, Li meditation on the training ground was accompanied by a powerful influx of spiritual energy to the master. Observations of the student doctor caused anxiety. The teacher seemed to draw the spiritual energy of all living things in the district for his needs. The beauty of the master was so amazed that the question arose about the possibility of such perfection among ordinary people. The embarrassment covered the girl at the thought of the inability to look away from the perfect teacher. The approach to the mentor was accompanied by thoughts about the consequences of an accidental touch to him at the moment. The instant opening of the eye of Li interrupted the contemplation of the student and returned everyone to the reality of training. The teacher's question concerned possible problems with cultivation or other difficulties in the learning process. The denial of Huya sounded hastily, accompanied by assurances about the absence of any problems or questions. The panic state made the girl think about the need to remain calm and pretend that nothing had happened. The unexpected appearance of a fairly large box in the hands of the student attracted the attention of the master to its contents. The student's message concerned the collection of all the necessary herbs, which the teacher asked to find for an important business. The approval of the master made it possible to begin to improve the pill using the collected valuable ingredients to create a medicine. Huyu's doubts concerned the real possibility of creating an effective tool, even using rare herbs. The master's answer reassured the student. The beginning of practice means a small amount of spiritual energy, and even less demonic. The auxiliary role of herbs was to strengthen the value of the fragrant lotus, making it even more powerful. The student's bewilderment was clear. The fragrant lotus was found only in ancient medical books as a legendary plant. A sharp interruption of the conversation occurred due to someone's scream about good news regarding their searches. Jian-Louis's information concerned that fragrant lotus that they needed to create a medicine. The approach to the teacher was accompanied by a proposal to independently familiarize themselves with the received information. The invitation will greatly simplify the process of obtaining a rare plant necessary for their goals and plans. The request of Li about the detailed explanation of the situation preceded the adoption of an important decision on further actions. The girl's story began with a description of the serious illness of Old Bai, from a city requiring urgent treatment. The invitation to outstanding doctors to the consultation was accompanied by a promise of the family of a generous award for help. The promise of the family concerned the transfer of one of the 3 relics to the one who finds the most effective medicine. Among family relics was exactly the lotus that was required to make a healing pill. A logical proposal to use the presence of a doctor in their group to participate in the consultation sounded from Jian-Louis. The panic of Huya was justified. The symptoms of the old man included constant sleep without visible physical damage. The powerlessness of famous doctors before rare symptoms caused a girl in doubt in their own abilities. Calming from the master included assurance of the presence of his own way to solve the problem in case of failure. The question of the time of the consultation was important for planning their participation in a medical meeting. The student's response pointed to the day after tomorrow as the time of an important medical consultation. The guy's smile was accompanied by satisfaction from a sufficient amount of time to prepare for the event. A joint trip behind the lotus was the final decision of the master to achieve the goal. The onset of the long-awaited day was marked by the release of girls in elegant shoes from the arrived car. Jianlai looked just amazing in her reverend dress when she gracefully got out of an expensive car, attracting the delighted glances of all those present. The girl turned to the master with a message about arrival at the destination, where an important medical consultation of the Bai family was supposed to take place. Here, everyone was going to help an influential Bai family to solve the problem with the mysterious illness of the old patriarch that cannot be treated. The hall was full of talented doctors and healers, which made a very positive impression on the variety of gathered specialists. The family from the city possessed centuries, old history and huge wealth, which could be judged even by the generosity of the proposed awards for healing. The second young family of the family, Elianchin, was sincerely surprised to see the beauty of strangers among the invited beauty among the invited people. Turning to the girl's companions, the guy in bewilderment asked who was next to her and whether she brought a doctor with him. The ward confirmed the presence of her name in the lists of the invited, but only with a note accompanying faces. The name of the invited doctor was listed as Huai, which was clearly not like the arrogant young master, accustomed to famous names. The guy with irritation threw out a cigarette and contemptuously asked who it was at all and how they dared to appear at such an important event. The impudent statement sounded that no one is worthy to be next to this beauty, except for himself, which issued possessive ambitions. Yaqing with discontent noticed that the dress is terribly uncomfortable, because it is impossible to fight normally in it if necessary. Jianli also noticed a young master, and thought about how to suddenly meet him here, in such circumstances. Stepping closer, the guy mockingly suggested that the previous business plan had failed, and now she was looking for an ally among this family. The girl angrily replied that her affairs are not in any way concerned, and he has no right to intervene in her decisions. The teacher asked the identity of an annoying guy, to which the student explained, "This is the second young master of the family, who repaired the obstacle of her company." A marriage proposal from him was an absolutely meaningless gesture, which she categorically rejected without the slightest doubt. The young gentleman with curiosity asked the personality of a man standing behind the girl as her companion or guard. Holding his hand for acquaintance, the heir to the family politely but with suspicion asked the stranger's name, clearly evaluating the potential threat. Li did not reach out in response to the gesture and laconically introduced himself simply as a teacher, without specifying the details of his activity. The gentleman from the family of Yi indignantly cried out, demanding the explanations of the presence of this daring guy at their private event. The student immediately intervened in the conflict, explaining that it was a dear guest who arrived at her personal invitation to the consultation of doctors. The guy suspiciously asked if for her, this simple teacher is a dear ghost, worthy of such attention. Now it became completely clear why she refused his proposal of her hand and heart, preferring the society of this mysterious man. A sister, practicing martial arts, got angry with the incident in the imperative and was ready to intervene in the conflict in the most decisive way. The desire to go and plug the impudent once and for all his insulting words and behavior swept a warlike girl. The master himself noticed the girl's aggressive intentions in his direction and prepared for a possible collision with a smile on his face. A mocking laughter accompanied his question about whether they really think that they were able to do at least something against him. The self-confidence of the young heir did not know the boundaries, since he was used to impunity and superiority over others in all matters. Li calmly agreed with the challenge, asking that this could be complicated or impossible for execution. The answer sounded self-confident. Similar is possible only in the opponent's dreams, since it was his family that can cure the sick old man. The presentation of the Dr. Sunya followed the emphasis of his 30-year experience of practical medicine and deep knowledge in the field of treatment. Hereditary medical skill was transmitted to his family for 18 generations, which made him one of the most qualified specialists. Hearing this, Li thought that the hereditary medic should really have unique knowledge of his ancestors. The study of old medical books, unknown to most modern doctors, was probably part of the family tradition of this kind of healers. Surprise covered the old man at the mention of secret scriptures, since few knew about the existence of secret medical treatises of his family. The confirmation of the Dr. Sunya concerned the study of various books, including treatises on lotuses and many other medical topics. Huai asked the teacher about meeting his family's son, to which he answered about past consultations that they gave their family. The gradual collection of a consultation inside the premises meant the beginning of a serious medical meeting regarding the mysterious illness of the patriarch. The coughing of the presenter attracted the attention of all the doctors present to the beginning of the official part of the medical consultation. The representative of the family Bai expressed sincere gratitude to everyone who responded to the call for help in the treatment of their sick father. The father's physical health remained normal, but the state of the coma continued without any signs of improvement or awakening. The information that the family had from the first day of the illness will now be distributed to all participants in the consultation for study. A thorough acquaintance with the data provided will be a necessary condition for understanding the essence of the patient's mysterious disease. Only in this way, doctors will be able to find the key to healing the father of the family and return him to normal life. The reminder of the award sounded appropriately. The family really offers one of its valuable relics to a successful healer. The ability to get a relic will only appear with the doctor who will be able to completely cure the patient of the family patriarch. Yaqing pointed to the teacher a showcase with exhibits, drawing his attention to a certain subject among family treasures. Li's eyes flashed from recognition. It was this subject that they needed to fulfill their important mission. The same lotus that was among the relics was just a key ingredient for creating the medicine they needed. The study of medical records led guests to the conclusion that the patient is healthier than most living people. It was incredible to believe in the reality of the situation. Absolutely all medical indicators were within the ideal norm. Huya expressed bewilderment about the oddity of the situation. Despite the excellent indicators, the old man continued to stay in a coma. A friend approached the doctor with the question of her understanding of the essence of the problem and the possible reasons for such an unusual state. The medical response was logical. The mobilization of such a number of specialists with a family can only mean an extremely serious problem. Ordinary medical records will not help in making the correct diagnosis, so an additional in-depth diagnosis of the patient is necessary. The gentleman from the Bai family turned to the audience with the question of the presence of any preliminary thoughts or versions about this. The bewilderment on the faces of the doctors present was the only answer to the representative of the family's representative about possible versions of the disease. One of the invited guests honestly admitted that when relying only on medical records, it is extremely difficult to draw any conclusions about the condition. The request for the organization of the opportunity to conduct direct diagnosis of the patient sounded as the only reasonable way out of the situation. The expectation of a positive response to the request for diagnostics covered all those present doctors, hoping for the possibility of examining the patient. The young gentleman from the family expressed gratitude for the invitation of the doctor from the Pavilion of Heavenly Healers, which emphasized the status of the event. Jianloi noted people with big hearts, explaining that her friend doctor also could not stay away from someone else's grief. The son of the family thanked for participating, explaining that his father was suffering for a long time, and they do not know what to do next with him. The hope of success sounded in the words of gratitude, after which the owner apologized and went to meet the next guest of the consultee. The gentleman from the family of E approached the girls with a mocking question about whether they really think to get the right to diagnosis. The continuation of the provocation concerned plans in case the diagnosis did not give them absolutely any useful results for treatment. Jianlai advised not to worry about their affairs, but it is better to focus on their own problems and not interfere with strangers. The guy's irritation was manifested in the question of whether medical records are not enough to determine the nature of a mysterious disease. The doctor's son self-confidently stated that even if the family of hereditary healers cannot find out the reason, no one could. Li noticed that even the ancestor of this doctor himself could not pronounce such words when he was still alive. The evidence of the transfer of knowledge to the descendant was not in doubt, but the tone and confidence were clearly developed independently, without the wisdom of the ancestors. Sun indignantly asked what right a young man had to talk about his respected ancestors and their medical heritage. The ancestor Sunya had adhered to the belief that absolutely all diseases are treated with the right approach and knowledge. Even in the declining years, the wise healer was worried about the insufficiency of his skills to heal all the suffering people. The use of the name of the ancestor with descendants to find fame and belief in his own competence would be unacceptable to him. Dr. Sun, having heard such words about his ancestor, indignantly stated that there were enough such insulting statements. An application for an assignment to their own skills was accompanied by a call to see which of them would be a fool in the end. Li modestly admitted to the ignorance of his opponent's skills, but confidently declared his greater competence in this matter. The representative of the Bai family tried to reassure Dr. Sunya, recalling the long history of the kings of medicine in their family. The opinion that it was in the dispute that the truth can be born was sounded as an attempt to find a compromise between the parties. The tense situation between the two sides threatened to develop into a serious conflict that could disrupt the entire consultation. Jianlai expressed an unwillingness to waste time on empty chatter, offering to simply demonstrate real medical art. The gentleman from the Bai family thought about the possible results that could bring this confrontation between the doctors. The invitation to follow him sounded from the owner of the house, who led the entire group of doctors in accompanying the sick father to the ward. The luxurious corridor was impressed by the wealth of decoration and works of art through which the company of people went to the purpose of their visit. The path brought the group straight to the ward, where the sick father of the family was, immersed in a mysterious, for a long time. Only doctors received permission to enter the inside, while all other accompanying people were asked to stay in the corridor. Huya turned to the teacher for permission to proceed with the patient's examination, having received approval for diagnosis. The gentleman from the family of E was surprised to note that the girl also calls this guy a teacher, which raised him additional questions. Perplexity about the unknown of this person in medical circles, despite the presence of his students, did not leave the young heir. The approach of the girl doctor to the old man in a coma marked the beginning of a thorough medical examination to identify the causes of the disease. Checking the pulse on both hands and probing the area of the belt became the first diagnostic procedures carried out by a specialist. The picture in the ward was a young doctor who leaned over a motionless old man in search of signs of illness. Sun began to influence the patient with his healing energy using traditional methods of treating hereditary doctors. The energy effect turned out to be so powerful that its influence was felt even in the corridor, where the rest of the consultation participants stood. The students noticed the appearance of a sweet aroma in the air, which seemed to them a really strange and unusual phenomenon. Li, with understanding, noted that now the overall picture of what was happening has become quite clear and understandable to him. Huai exit from the ward with a serious expression on his face did not portend anything good for the results of its diagnosis. The recognition of the doctor and the inability to find the cause of the disease sounded as a disappointment for all those who hoped for her examination. The description of the patient's condition included even stable pulse, pure ducts, and the lack of symptoms of serious physical disease. Calming from the master contained an explanation that the disease has no physical nature, which explained the lack of ordinary symptoms. The gloating of Mr. E was manifested in a comment that even a doctor from the heavenly pavilion could not understand the essence of the problem. The teacher's question to the descendant of the king of medicine concerned the presence of any guesses about the nature of the disease. The guy's confident answer contained the statement that the reason has not yet been found, but they have already decided on the treatment method. The main thing was that the treatment has already been prescribed and should help the old man quickly recover from a mysterious ailment. Prescriptions of papers with recipes have become the final stage of diagnosis conducted by a self-confident hereditary doctor. Sun's request to the master to follow the prescription for the preparation of the medicine was accompanied by confidence in the effectiveness of the proposed method. The warranty of the father's awakening, after half a day after the use of the medicine, sounded like a bold promise from a doctor. The young gentleman studied with interest the list of strange colors and rare plants indicated in the recipe necessary for the medicine. Li listed the recipe ingredients, including peony, wife, and wife's hair, as an auxiliary component, surprising all those present. The question of the correct understanding of the recipe was born with obvious knowledge of the matter, which aroused suspicions of the author of the order. An indignant scream about the knowledge of the secret prescription gave the shock of the doctor Sunya from the unexpected awareness of the stranger. The answer Li contained a warning that the recipe for awakening the soul is not the best solution, as it activates the flow of energy. The explanation was that the patient could wake up thanks to this method, but this would happen at the cost of a very large victim. The warning that in a week the effect will dissipate and the patient will suddenly die was indicated by the selfish motives of the doctor. Regret on the behavior of such a family sounded as disappointment in hereditary doctors and their methods of work. The statement about the inadmissibility of the expansion of this kind was a rigid condemnation of the practice of selfish hereditary healers. The guy, with the help of his strength of the dragon's body, suddenly threw a self-confident doctor, demonstrating unexpected physical power in front of an amazed audience. Having run up to the defeated doctor, Mr. E worried about his condition and was indignant at the behavior of a daring stranger. The impudence of the young master reached the limit at the sight of what was happening. Such an open use of force in the house of a respected family seemed unacceptable. The indignant words about the cessation of Chush were sharply sounded, since the allegedly presented concepts did not have the essence of the accusations against the doctor. Li turned to the doctor with a reproach and pretense and a misunderstanding of the situation, asking if he was ashamed of such behavior. Sun's excuses concerned ignorance of the essence of the accusations. According to him, the usual treatment was prescribed, corresponding to the symptoms of the patient. Unexpected active clapping with the palm of Li attracted the attention of all those present to his next words. Sarcastic admiration for excellent treatment sounded with obvious irony, foreshadowing the exposure of deception in front of the Bai family. The question to Mr. Bai concerned the true illness of the old man and what ailment should cure the proposed medicine. Sun's thoughts about the need to complete the ritual of taking the soul were accompanied by bewilderment about the awareness of the opponent of the consequences. The trust of the Bai family gave the doctor confidence and security, since so far no one has called into question his competence. The presentation of the secret remedy of the golden casket of the 1,000 years ago sounded like the last trump card in protecting its reputation. Special development for an ancient disease called mosquitoes was to explain the unusual of the proposed treatment method. The recognition in ignorance of the concept of the awakening of the soul sounded from Sunya as an attempt to justify his ignorance in this matter. Li noticed that the demonstration of the prescription immediately issued a doctor's stranger with the basic principles of medical ethics and morality. The heartlessness of this scale surpassed all the expectations of a teacher who could not believe in such an attitude to human life. The proposal to try out the secret medicine of the family on itself sounded as a logical challenge to the doctor's confidence in the safety. The panic of the doctor was accompanied by the question of the reasons for the need to independently test the medicine on his own body. The rejection of the self-examination was explained by the knowledge of the true side effects of the treatment proposed to the sick old man he proposed. The exposure of the essence of the medicine sounded hard. The tool will simply suck the patient from the patient's body, leaving only an empty shell. A real panic covered the doctor when understanding that his deception was revealed to all the participants in the consultation. The son of Mr. Bai, holding the recipe in his hands, came shocked from the possibility of veracity of accusations against an invited specialist. The question of the veracity of the words of an unfamiliar guy was raised with the hope of refuting terrible suspicions regarding the treatment of his father. The explanation of the light applied to the true nature of the old man's disease and the methods of its proper treatment without harm to the patient. Ignoring the ancestors of acupuncture and all possible herbs in favor of dubious methods has become part of criticism of hereditary medicine. Sun's excuses in panic concerned the antiquity of the recipe and the ability to forget some important details over the past years. The passage of a large amount of time was used by the doctor as an explanation of possible inaccuracies in family medical traditions. Li suggests that forgotten details are more likely to indicate the inability to come up with a convincing explanation for their actions. The trembling of the doctor intensified from the tone, which the guy who exposed him spoke, understanding the inevitability of the complete collapse of his reputation. The explanation of the non-existence of the disease sounded as the final verdict. Without the intervention of Li, the fraudster would have ruined another innocent life. A real shock covered all those present in the corridor, from the exposure of the doctor and revelations about the true nature of the old man's disease. Mr. Bai's rejuvenation concerned the exact meaning of the teacher's words about the nature of the disease, which struck his elderly father. The bewilderment of the patient's son was clear. Did the guest really know what ailment the patriarch of their family suffers? Confirmation from Li sounded unequivocally, "This is really not a disease in the traditional sense of medicine. The true cause of the state was in the parasite, which settled in the body of the old man and ate his vital energy." Shok Huya was clear from what he heard. The concept of a parasite in this context required additional explanations from the teacher. The name of the parasite dope possessed only one characteristic symptom by which its presence could be determined. The symptom consisted of immersing a person in eternal sleep, from which independent awakening became almost impossible. The stress of the receptors made it possible to feel the sweet aroma emanating from infected with infected, which the teacher's students had previously noticed. The old man's son was shocked by a revelation, because he really noticed oddities in his father after the beginning of a coma. From the moment of his father's confluence, in whom he was really surrounded by a strange smell, which his son attributed to the games of his own imagination. The approach to the guy was accompanied by a prayer for help. The son begged to tell how to cure his dear father. The proud response of the teacher confirmed the presence of the necessary knowledge to heal the old man from a parasitic lesion. The master's readiness to prepare everything necessary for treatment testified to his despair and the hope of saving his father. The master's answer was surprised by simplicity. Nothing would be required for treatment but his personal presence in the patient's ward. The invitation of a student to accompany him was the beginning of the procedure for expelling the parasite from the old man's body. Together, the teacher and student went to the ward to conduct a unique procedure for cleansing from the spiritual parasite. An indication of the teacher about the need to raise the old man was the first stage of preparation for the extraction of a parasite from the patient's body. The concentration of energy around Li was accompanied by the appearance of a powerful spiritual field, ready for purification. The materialization of the real energy dragon of blue struck those present by their power and the beauty of manifestation of spiritual power. The touch of the guy's hands to the old man's back was accompanied by the transfer of cleansing energy directly to the patient's affected body. Huya's observations have led to an understanding of the possibility of using spiritual energy to cleanse the body of toxic influences. The logic of teaching the use of spiritual power has become obvious. Such a powerful tool really deserved to study all students. The visualization of nasty parasites in the old man's heart became possible thanks to spiritual vision, activated by the energy of the teacher. The old man's awakening occurred immediately after the guy completed the procedure for expelling parasites from his body. A cough with blood has become a natural reaction to release from long parasitic exposure and cleansing the respiratory tract. A real shock swept by Jue from what he saw with his own eyes. Hair removal occurred right in front of her. The sight of terrible violet parasite beetles leaving the patient's body shocked the doctor with his reality and disgust. The son of his son about his father's return to consciousness expressed great joy and relief from the successful completion of treatment. The question of well-being received an honest answer about weakness, which was a natural reaction to a long parasitic effect. The old man's perplexity about what happened to him was clear. The memory of the coma period was completely absent. The intervention of Li, with an explanation of the parasites who left the body and the launch of the natural purification process, reassured the family. Sunya's surprise was sincere. The doctor could not understand how this could generally be possible in the real world of medicine. The return of Li for a meeting with a terrible doctor marked the beginning of the final trial with the deceiver and charlatan. The approach to the doctor was accompanied by the requirement to explain the relationship between the diagnosis and really detected parasites in the patient's body. The doctor really did not know what to say in his defense, since his deception was completely exposed to all those present. The fall to his knees was accompanied by a shocked question of whether the old man really had parasites in the body of the old man. A reminder of the moral principles of doctors sounded from Li as a lesson for all those present doctors. A warning about the consequences of future attempts to cause harm to someone sounded as a serious threat to an unscrupulous healer. The defeat of the situation was so strong that Sun did not know what to answer the young guy who exposed his deception. The demand of Mr. E to stop disgracing before everyone issued his shame for the behavior of the doctor he invited. The appeal of the head of the Bai family to the guy marked the beginning of the expression of deep gratitude for the salvation of the life of his father. A low bow was accompanied by the words of great gratitude for the healing, which seemed impossible until this moment. The son added gratitude, admitting that without the help of the teacher, the father would be in mortal danger from parasites. The guy's reminder of the patient's weakness after the expulsion of the parasites included a mandatory recommendation of prolonged restoration of the body. The old man's gratitude for the help was accompanied by a recall of the kindness of a young man who saved his life in an amazing way. The son admitted that no one could assume the cause of the disease of parasites, and only the vast knowledge of the teacher helped to find out the truth. The guy's answer concerned the origin of such parasites from the south of the country, where they were always associated with the killings. The question of Li about ties with people from the southern lands was logical to clarify the source of infection with parasites. The denial of the old man was categorical. Never visited the south and does not know anyone from those distant places. The son announced a meeting with several people with similar symptoms, proposing to collect information for the investigation. The thought of Li about the existence of other infected people caused concern the scale of the possible problem with parasites. The unexpected decision of Jiang Loi to turn to the teacher concerned her readiness to take the initiative in the investigation. The girl's statement about the readiness to deal with this issue freed the teacher from the need to worry about further investigation. The approval of the master was based on the fact that familiar families of Bai are people of high status, so it is better to entrust it to her. Bai-san agreed with the rationality of such a proposal, understanding the advantages of using the connections of a rich businesswoman. The question of the desired reward from the family was born as a natural desire to thank the savior of the life of his father. The confident response of Li has concerned the interest in the very lotus that was the purpose of their visit to the consultation. Consent without any excuses showed the sincerity of the gratitude of the family for saving the life of the patriarch from deadly parasites. The completion of a wonderful evening was marked by landing in a taxi and farewell to the hospitable family Bai after successful treatment. The teacher's appeal to his ward student, the medical student, was the beginning of the discussion of the events and the experience gained. The promise to teach the treatment of such cases sounded from the master as the beginning of an important stage of medical education for the student. The ability to cure other patients with similar symptoms will be the next step in the development of Huai skills as a healer. A huge smile lit up the girl's face when she promised not to let the teacher down and make the maximum effort in learning. Jean-Louis' question concerned the true intentions of the teacher, the desire to find the guilty of infection of innocent people with parasites. The guy's consent confirmed the assumption. His victims are really indifferent to the culprit, despite their innocence. The categorical statement of Li about the inadmissibility of the continuation of the atrocities sounded as a moral imperative for the whole group. The complete consent of all students with the strong words of the teacher demonstrated the unity of their views on justice. Yaqing about the honesty and justice of the teacher reflected her admiration for the moral qualities of the mentor. The perception of Huya of the teacher as a real gentleman was accompanied by admiration for how his words were well said. The touching of the moment struck Jean-Louis so much that the girl even became embarrassed from overwhelming emotions. Attraction of attention to the cough from Huya preceded the important issue of the principles of cultivation and spiritual development. The beginning of the path to cultivation raised the question of the necessary changes in the worldview and lifestyle. Getting rid of worldly laws and experiences associated with past lives seemed to the girl a prerequisite for spiritual growth. The master's surprise with a strange set of words received an explanation. This is how the book studied by the student was written. The mention of 6 roots of calm became part of theoretical knowledge gleaned by a girl from ancient treatises. The idea of the need to leave the mountains and abandoning human laws to achieve immortality seemed true to the student. Patience Li burst from such words, and the teacher gave the girl a lightweight slogan for such nonsense. Perplexity about the training of such stupid students escaped from the master in the form of a rhetorical question about the methods of education. The difference between scientific literature and artistic prose turned out to be not obvious to the student who studied ancient texts. The student's surprise manifested itself in the question of the existence of a fundamental difference between types of literature and sources of knowledge. An explanation of perfection as a heavenly path of a kind has become part of a philosophical lesson from an experienced mentor. Sliduvati behind his heart I rewind the environment. The Souther of the spiritual reference is in advance for Maester's invaders. A comparison of a winding road with force has become a metaphorical explanation of the complexity of the path to spiritual perfection. The question for Jianlai about the readiness of the alchemical golden tripod received an affirmative response from a business girl. Plans for tomorrow included the manufacture of an immortal elixir, which became the next stage of their education of cultivation. Putting the difficult mission of laying the foundation was no longer reasonable for promoting students along the development path. Enthusiasm covered all girls about the upcoming manufacture of the legendary elixir of immortality in the ancient tripod. In the reality of the upcoming case, the doubts of Yaqing sounded on the possibility of really creating an elixir of immortality. The history of the tripod, numbering 1,000 years, included legends about the latest practices of the mountain that used it to create pills. Satisfying. Li, the state of the ancient artifact, surpassed all expectations. The tripod was preserved much better than the alleged. Why the tripod was placed here, on the training ground? This question interested the teacher most of all. Zhenloi explained the purchase of a small section near the house as the most suitable place for alchemical experiments. The smell of wasting money was in vain, was felt by the teacher after the explanation of the acquisition of an additional road territory he heard. The huge size of the tripod put Huya into a dead end. How to use such a colossus and how much firewood will be required to heat? The earthly approach is not applicable to the things of the immortals, so the guy advised the girl not to worry, but simply to observe the process. Slowly bypassing the tripod, Li left traces luminous energy, urging the power of heaven and earth for alchemical work. The essence of the sun was to endow the master by force to work with the 5 main elements of the universe. Blue energy shone under the feet of the teacher, marking the beginning of a complex magical ritual of creating an alchemical flame. Everything around was shrouded in yellow radiance, creating a sense of presence of incredibly powerful magical power on the site. Surprised sisters asked the name of the mysterious formation that their teacher used to create special fire. 9 revolutions of the elements of fire, the so-called ancient technique, capable of turning the power of the sun into a golden flame. Golden fire generation became possible due to the concentration of solar energy in a powerful alchemical instrument. The golden flame flashed inside the pot, causing the tripod to erupt with a fire of unprecedented power and beauty. The decline in fire intensity will become a signal to start the main work. Until that moment, it was necessary to patiently wait. A simple throwing of herbs inside seemed to be a logical decision. But she decided to clarify the correctness of this approach. Of course, the process turned out to be much more complicated. Spiritual power was required to maintain fire, but this should not bother the students. Setting up for the upcoming work will take some time, after which the girls will be able to start laying the basics of cultivation. 9 spheres of the world of immortal, called the Steps of Ascent, began from the scope of hardening of the base and continued to the highest levels. Today's lesson was dedicated to the first 3 spheres, the knowledge of which was considered necessary for further spiritual development. The hardening sphere discovered the awakening of spiritual consciousness, cleansing the body, and the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. The laying of the foundation as the second sphere was characterized by the concentration of spiritual energy into a whore, attracting the power of heaven and earth. The concentration of life required the development of additional ducts in the body to go to the next level of spiritual perfection. The differences in the performance of the technician became obvious when reaching this level. The master hoped for understanding the students. The question of the influence of various techniques on the result was born from Huai, who raised his hand to clarify an important moment. The structure of additional meridians was indeed determined by the selected techniques, which the master confirmed by his answer. Unsatisfactory results will require change of technology, since the right choice is critical for successful cultivation. It was not worth worrying about it. The master took care of the selection of suitable techniques for himself. Half an hour of meditation flew unevenly, while the students dutifully sat in poses for the concentration of spiritual energy. The observation of Li has confirmed the success of the preparation. The girls managed to align their breath for the upcoming ritual. Fortunately, the alchemical process ended successfully and everything was ready for the next stage of training. The opening of the pot was released by powerful fiery energy, which began to pour out with luminous streams. 5 balls were jumped from the tripod, filled with concentrated spiritual strength and alchemical power. The approaching students to treasures was a natural reaction. Each wanted to consider real pills of immortality. The calculation showed the presence of 5 pills, which raised the question of the purpose of the remaining 2 after the distribution between the 3 students. The explanation of the master concerned the aunt and her granddaughter. For ordinary people, these pills will help to significantly strengthen the body. The willingness of the students will become a signal for the reception of the pill, and the supervision of the master will ensure the security of the process. Precious pills fell into the hands of the students, which resulted in the result of their first alchemical experiment. Jianlei's determination manifested itself in the fact that she was the first to decide to swallow the pill to start the transformation. Powerful streams of spiritual energy immediately swept the girl. Being too strong to control an inexperienced practitioner, Li counsel concerned the rejection of attempts to fully control. Management only a possible volume of energy will become the right approach. The formation of the flow and its independent movement will become an indicator of the success of the process of laying the basics of cultivation. Stabilization of flows would mean the completion of the laying of the base, the most important stage in the development of each student. Attentive listening to the instructions of the teacher demonstrated the seriousness of the attitude of girls to the learning process. The radiance of a huge amount of spiritual energy covered the entire training ground, creating an incredible sight. The joy of the master was sincere at the sight of how the students follow his instructions during the transformation. The delight of all 3 sisters was expressed in the simultaneous appeal to the teacher with a request to look at their successes. The applause and approval of Li confirmed the actual success of the girls in mastering the laying of the basics of cultivation. Joyful exclamations about how cool everything turned out reflected the sincere satisfaction of the students from the results achieved. The recognition of the Gaian knowledge of their success was accompanied by a warning about the presence of one important but, in the situation, the attention of Jianlai was attracted by the strange dark energy that she felt around herself after taking the pill. The rest of the students also noticed similar dark spots on various parts of the body, legs, arms. The explanation of the master identified the dark substance as a demonic energy derived by pills from their organisms. The teacher's thoughts about the amount of energy that came out were alarming. Much more expected to enter the spiritual arteries. Huai's question about the teacher's thoughtfulness received a evasive answer. The master did not want to disturb the students with his thoughts. The proposal to take the remaining pills of the aunt and her granddaughter was a logical continuation of their alchemical experiment. The approach to a little girl who was engaged in her children's affairs, marked the beginning of a good visit to the neighbors. Yaoma immediately heard the approach of her new friends and was delighted with their unexpected appearance. Joyful greetings were accompanied by admiration for what a golden child grows among her grandmother Wu. The guy's question about the whereabouts of the grandmother arose due to the fact that the baby was completely alone outside. The girl's answer about the purchases of her grandmother and the request to take care of her sounded with children's spontaneity, but alarmed adults. The strangeness of the situation became obvious to all those present, causing a bad foreboding among each of them. Li's question about the time of grandmother's departure home received an indefinite answer. The baby no longer remembered for sure. The only clue was that during the absence of grandmother, the girl managed to eat ice cream and cookies. The teacher of the teacher expressed himself in the call to go immediately. About 20 minutes have passed since the aunt disappeared. The direction to the eastern room where the aunt lived was an urgent task for the entire group of worried people. The running first. Huya found a closed door, which put the group to the need to find a way to penetrate inside. Yaqing ordered everyone to leave and, with the help of her strength, opened the blocked doors with one powerful blow. The entrance inside opened a terrifying picture. My grandmother tried to jump from a stool with a loop around his neck. The terrible scene of suicide shocked all those present, forcing you to act immediately to save a woman's life. The use of Li force allowed to instantly cut a rope that could cause a tragedy. The timely salvation of the grandmother was made possible thanks to the quick reaction and the supernatural abilities of the teacher. Having run up to the victim, the guy was convinced of her safety, providing the necessary assistance and support. The question of the state of the aunt and the causes of what happened was the first to ask a worried teacher. The woman's answer expressed despair. She did not understand why she was saved, wanting to just die from grief. Yama also turned to her grandmother with a children's issue of pain and causes of strange behavior. Tears in her eyes did not allow her to answer the questions of caring people. An apology to the granddaughter was accompanied by a desperate question of how now they would live together. The bewilderment Li was sincere. He urged to tell about the reasons for such a desperate act. Recognition of all money accumulated in half his life due to scammers was an explanation of what happened. The guy's shock from what he heard was clear. Such cases seemed incredible in the modern world. The theft was not limited to the money of the aunts. The scammers also took the funds of her dead son and daughter, in law. The family tragedy began 2 years ago with a car accident, after which the aunt remained the only support for the baby. The soothing words of the students included the promise to return all the stolen, but demanded a detailed story about the details of fraud. The events of this morning were the beginning of the tragedy when the grandmother was engaged in ordinary homework. Washing the underwear was interrupted by an unexpected phone call, which changed the woman's life for the worst. Representatives of the alleged Organization of Families reported problems with the rights of a granddaughter to study. The proposal of help included the already submitted application for material support, the money from which was supposed to enter the account. The score verification confirmed the receipt of money from the Organization of Family Support, which convinced the aunt of the honesty of the callers. The next call contained an apology for the error in the amount and threat of dismissal of an employee, as well as problems with the granddaughter. The confusion of the grandmother on the question of the return of funds was the beginning of her trap of experienced scammers. The simplicity of the demand of scammers was struck by their impudence. They simply asked for a password from a bank card for supposedly returning funds. The promise to transfer the money back before the leader notices the error. It sounded convincing for a gullible old woman. The disinterestedness of the old woman was manifested in a statement about the unnecessary money. The main thing is that the granddaughter could attend school. The shock in the teacher's voice was obvious when he asked if after that she really reported the password to strangers. The tears of the old woman accompanied the recognition in the password transfer and the subsequent disappearance of all money from her account. The question of contacting the police received a sad answer. The number does not exist. These are ordinary telephone scammers. The exit to the street was accompanied by a question of students about the amount of money stolen from the old woman. The calculation included allowance for the death of parents, savings and pensions. The total amount was about $1 million. Jean Lai's proposal, twice as much money and say about the punishment of criminals, seemed a simple decision. The teacher's objection concerned the problem not in money, so they will again deceive the gullible aunt. Half measures in this situation will not help. It is necessary to find and punish real criminals for their atrocities. The understanding of Jian Lui was complete. She perfectly realized the essence of the teacher's words about justice. Taking away something from a defenseless elderly person is the last act that a good person is capable of. The consent of Lee reinforced the need to punish scammers for their cruel actions against an innocent old woman. The students' doubts about the ability of official departments to help the challenge of criminals were reasonable. The master's response concerned the inevitability of traces. Any cash transactions can be tracked if desired. Accounts, cards, and laundering channels leave traces, no matter how well the criminals hide them. The legion of students in the competence of the teacher in financial matters was sincere and deserved. An immediate call to instruct the bank to check accounts with large streams and information about cards, traders followed instantly. The pride of the guy for the speed of the students' actions was noticeable. Jean-Louis showed enviable effectiveness. The logic of searching for traces of any action was the basis for a methodical investigation of a crime against an old woman. Huai's exit from the room after the grandmother's reassurance was accompanied by a careful closure of the door behind him. The question to the master concerned plans to find real culprits for the robbery of a defenseless aunt. The promise of girls to do everything possible to restore justice sounded sincerely and decisively. Gratitude of the master for students for a serious approach to business reflected his satisfaction with their moral qualities. The question of Yaqing to friends about the strange anger of the teacher betrayed her observation and concern for the mentor. The explanation of Li about similarity to the situation of ants surprised. He also considered himself an old man. The reaction of students to words about old age was a predictable, playful assumption of the millennial age of the teacher. Urgent message from one of the girls contained important information from the newly received report on suspicious activities in the province. Among all the unofficial sellers of the SIM cards of the province, one place was allocated where you should immediately go to receive detailed information about scammers. Li plan provided for the separation of efforts. Some will go in search of a merchant, others will continue to track information, maintaining a constant relationship between themselves. It is time to make arrogant scammers pay for their cruel atrocities against defenseless elderly people who could not protect themselves. Arrival at the destination was accompanied by a guy's request for the accuracy of the address, since the place looked quite suspicious and inconspicuous. The confirmation of Yaqing included details about the 4-year activity of a person with the nickname Black Dragon, who monopolized the trade of illegal SIM cards in the region. The proposal to find this comrade and conduct a serious conversation with him about his clients sounded like a logical next step in the investigation. The students' consent was accompanied by a decisive movement forward, despite the potential danger of meeting with criminal elements. The entrance inside the room opened a picture where the Black Dragon sat surrounded by his subordinates, engaged in everyday cases of a criminal group. The dinner time on the schedule made the leader of the gang with an extremely dissatisfied, unexpected distraction from the usual routine of the day and personal affairs. The appeal to one of the subordinates with the order to open the doors followed immediately, demonstrating a strict hierarchy in a criminal organization. The obedience of the employee was instant. He immediately went to comply with the received order of his ruthless leader without unnecessary questions. The unexpected flight of the employee a few meters ago was a complete surprise for all the gang members present in the premises. A misunderstanding of the causes of what happened covered a discarded person. He could not explain what power he had so powerfully pushed back. The remaining subordinates, with a similar shock and perplexity on their faces, observed the development of events, not understanding the nature of what was happening. The appearance of 2 strangers, a guy and a girl, became an explanation of what happened. Although their abilities remained a mystery to the bandits, the instinctive reaction of subordinates to the threat was expressed in an attempt to grab the weapon, but their master stopped hasty actions in time. The question of the Black Dragon about the reasons for the unexpected visit of 2 young people sounded with undisguised irritation and suspicion. The explanation of Li about the goal of asking one of the clients sounded politely but persistently, demonstrating the seriousness of intentions. The hope of courtesy and cooperation by criminal authority was expressed in the most diplomatic form to avoid conflict. The answer of the Black Dragon referred to the rules of the industry, providing for the strict preservation of the confidentiality of information about clients at all costs. An additional question about the identity of visitors and the reasons for providing information was born with a challenge, an undisguised aggression. The master's reaction to what he heard was expressed in the ironic question of whether this is the only reasons for refusing cooperation. The evil order of the Black Dragon to capture the uninvited guests sounded as a signal to the beginning of an open confrontation between the parties. All subordinates. The leader of the gang immediately began to move towards the guy. demonstrating their readiness for the physical elimination of unwanted visitors. One of the attackers turned to a girl with a threat, offering her to try the power of his blow on her own experience. The fearlessness of Yaqing was manifested in the fact that she was completely not afraid of threats, swung her fist, and inflicted a powerful blow to the villains. The demonstration of the skills of a real martial artist allowed the girl to easily cope with numerous opponents at the same time. The diversity of the technician included blows with both legs and hands, showing the universality of the student's preparation in various types of martial arts. The final chord was a powerful knee blow, which finally demoralized the remaining opponents and demonstrated the superiority of the girl. The appeal to defeated enemies with the question of the desire to still try their forces sounded with well-deserved confidence in victory. An unexpected turn of events occurred when the girl turned around, hearing a strange sound behind me, anticipating a new threat. The realization that the Black Dragon was still in the game and also have to deal with it made the girl prepare to continue the battle. The girl grabbed a fork with lightning-fast movement, which the Black Dragon had dinner, turning the usual dining room into a dangerous weapon to force cooperation. The willingness to swing a fork for serious damage demonstrated the determination of Yaqing to achieve the necessary information by any available means. Sharp cloves of the fork pressed against the neck of a man, creating a real threat to his life and forcing him to reconsider his unwell to cooperate with uninvited guests. The gradual intensification of pressure on the vital point of the neck clearly made it clear to criminal authority the seriousness of the intentions of his opponent and the consequences of refusing cooperation. Lee's question about maintaining confidence in the correctness of his position, even after such a convincing argument, sounded with light irony. The surrender of the Black Dragon was complete. He was ready to answer any questions and tell everything that he knew about his customers. The concreteness of the guy's requirements concerned one name and address of the client who made a large transaction about 6 months ago for his fraudulent operations. The regularity of the appeals of this client for new portions of SIM cards testified to the scale of his criminal activity and the constant need for services. The tense thoughts of the Black Dragon about the possible personality of the client showed that he really had several suspects in such activities. The memory of the client, who called himself Ven Zhu, has become a key information for a further investigation of criminal activities of telephone scammers. Obtaining all the necessary information allowed Lee to rise and thank for the forced but valuable assistance in the disclosure of the crime. The promise no longer bothered that it was a relief for criminal authority, tired of an unexpected and dangerous visit of strangers. The joy of the Black Dragon from the end of the nightmarish situation was understandable, given the real threat to his life and business. The final warning of the guy about the inadmissibility of the continuation of criminal activity was accompanied by the threat of returning in case of non-compliance with the conditions. A severe fright of a man manifested itself in a confused issue of specific requirements, since he did not expect additional conditions of liberation. The support of Yaqing in the form of a repetition of the herd emphasized the seriousness of the warning and the need for strict observance. The man's consent to all conditions sounded hastily and sincerely, demonstrating his desire to get rid of dangerous guests as soon as possible. In a private hospital, Jianloi concentratedly studied information on a laptop, analyzing data for a further investigation of a criminal scheme of fraudsters. The unexpected entrance of Huya was accompanied by the question of the reasons for the joyful mood of a friend, engaged in computer research. The explanation concerned the GPS system configured to track the location of all 4 participants in the operation to capture criminals. 2 green points on the screen meant that the teacher and his companion were safe, and their mission was successful without unpleasant consequences. The thoughts of the medical student about the complexity of mastering the method of cure for parasites led to the assumption of the next testing from the teacher. Additional information found by Jianloi promised to become the key to understanding the true scale of the criminal scheme against businessmen. The analysis showed that all people infected with parasites, including Mr. Bai, were the leaders of large and influential companies in the region. The study of business partners of companies revealed a pattern. After the illness of the leaders of their shares collapsed, and the competing pharmaceutical company Prosperity, the horror of the sister from the awareness of the possible involvement of the head of the pharmaceutical company in the criminal scheme was a completely clear reaction. The recognition of Jianlui is that this is so far the most plausible version meant a serious verification of suspicion. The logical next step was the investigation of the activity of a suspicious pharmaceutical company and its leadership. Information about Cao Hua, the general director of the company and the last patient, with whom they entered into agreements before the illness, opened up new opportunities. The plan for the organization of attending business events after the recovery of the director will allow the suspect to the stupor and get the necessary evidence. The wisdom of the people's proverb sounded from Huai. Without entering the lair of the tiger thus cannot catch, which reflected the essence of their dangerous mission. The impatience of the medic was understandable. It is not known when the teacher would return, but she was already eager to share important discoveries with a mentor. In the office of scammers, one of the leaders with a cynical smile greeted a new day, preparing for the next crimes against the elderly. Motivational speech to employees concerned the excellent and well-paid work which they do, deceiving defenseless old people. Approaching the employee, the boss cynically noticed that the old people still loomed all day, and they no longer need this money. The appearance of Li and Yaqing on the reception was accompanied by a statement about the search for the head of this dubious organization. The absence of an appointed meeting did not stop the teacher. He simply announced his intention to go to the boss without unnecessary formalities. The administrator's alarming call about the reception on the reception instantly attracted the attention of the security service to uninvited guests. Suddenly, a guard appeared between the visitors and the counter who demanded that they stop immediately and explain his intentions. The threats of the guards that they were tired of living and promises to embroider the spirit sounded with undisguised aggression and self-confidence. The demonstration of the seriousness of the intentions from Yaqing was in her combat stance, clearly showing readiness for physical confrontation. Ignoring empty conversations led to instant actions. The girl grabbed the guards by the head, preparing for a quick reprisal. A spectacular technique was that she forced two workers to hit each other, demonstrating their superiority. The instant fall of two guards led the third into a state of shock from the demonstration of the military skills of an unfamiliar girl. Having taken the weapon, the last guard tried to intimidate the opponent, stating that he would not stand on ceremony this time. The full indifference of the student to threats manifested itself in her confident movement forward. Despite the weapon directed at her, a masterful blow with his foot knocked out a gun from the guard of the guard, demonstrating the superiority of martial arts over firearms. The final blow to the villain was accompanied by a statement about the unwillingness to listen to empty conversations and meaningless threats from the bandits. The picking up the enemy weapons has become a demonstration of complete control over the situation and superiority in this confrontation. The demonstrative extraction of all bullets from the pistol showed neglect of weapons and self-confidence. The teacher's commentary on the possibility of adding to the composition of crimes illegal storage of weapons sounded with legal accuracy. The question to the administrator about the whereabouts of the boss received a frightened answer: the third floor, which accelerated their advance to the goal. At this very moment, the leader of the scammers instructed his subordinates to carefully check each message to find the pain points of the elderly. The unexpected opening of the doors to the room of criminals was a complete surprise for scammers occupied by their atrocities. The entrance of the master and student caused the immediate reaction of the boss, interested in the personality of uninvited guests that interfere with their work. The appeal of Li had a call to stop criminal activities and change his mind until it was too late. The outrage of the boss resulted in screams about the nonsense and the security requirement, since violators of order appeared on the third floor. The blocked door became an obstacle to guard, which could not break into the aid of its leader. Yaqing's proposal to take care of the guards allowed the teacher to focus on the analysis of the situation with the main criminals. The ajar of the door and the exit to the corridor marked the beginning of reprisals with violators trying to prevent justice. Screams of mercy, coming from the doors, testified to the effectiveness of conviction methods used by a decisive student. The patience of the master came to an end, and his words sounded as a final sentence: since the request was not fulfilled, there will be no apology. A click of the teacher's fingers became a signal to action, starting a process that will forever change the atmosphere in the premises of criminals. The air in the room was instantly filled with strange energy, as if a million small lightnings simultaneously pierced the space, creating electric stress. An attempt by one employee to shift the guilt of the manager was accompanied by a complaint statement that they are simple performers of someone else's will. The irony in the voice of Li was obvious when he specified the desire of the workers to insist that they simply followed orders. A miserable excuse for a man that they were also victims of circumstances was sounded as an attempt to avoid responsibility for the deed. The choir of accusations against the boss sounded from all employees. They claimed that they were deceived and forced to work under threats. The outrage of the master reached the peak in the realization that in front of him is not just a fraudster, but also the exploiter of people. A direct question for the boss about his role in the organization of the criminal scheme was raised with a request of an honest answer and guilty admission. The face of the fraudster instantly turned pale from the understanding of the seriousness of the situation and the inevitability of punishment for crimes committed. The desperate cries for the help of security continued. Despite the obvious uselessness of such calls in the current situation, the warning Lee about the misunderstanding of the danger of the situation was sounded as the last chance to realize the inevitability of justice. The slow raising of the teacher's hand became a harbinger of a demonstration of force, which will finally convince everyone of the seriousness of intentions. Literally after a second, the door with a roar was knocked out by the body of a guard, who was sent by a powerful blow to the flight of a decisive student. In the VIP room of the elite club, a certain man relaxed in the company of girls, not suspecting an impending danger. The flirty reproaches of the beauties talked to distract to the phone when there were such beautiful companions like them nearby. Ignoring the complaints of girls led to the fact that the man nevertheless picked up the phone, asking the personality of an unexpected callist. The presentation of Lee as a teacher and a citizen revealing crimes has become an unpleasant surprise for a man's carelessly time. The Gen Louis team immediately began tracking the location at the phone signal using the most modern technical means. The lightning-fast performance of the task by experts showed their professionalism. It took only 40 seconds to determine the coordinates. The indignation of Mr. Hu from the insolence of the caller was expressed in the question of who decided to sit on his ears and where his number came from. Anger intensified at the mention of the source of the number, that very main fraudster who, obviously, passed his accomplice. A calm message to Lee about the impossibility of getting an answer from the arrested informant added anxiety to the voice of the interlocutor. Information in the headphone about the successful determination of the location in the province has become a signal for the beginning of the active phase of the operation. The purpose of the call was simple: to warn that HU would become the next goal and the meeting will take place very soon. The shock from what he heard was replaced by bravado. Hu declared the impossibility of capture, but the teacher simply interrupted the connection, not wanting to continue the conversation. The rage of the bandit from the fact that some guy dared to hire the first one showed his irritation and nervousness from the current situation. A sharp appeal to the girls with the question of their presence was given confusion and desire to remain alone to think about the situation. The unexpected reaction of a man was expressed in hysterical screams and calls to his henchman named Fazan, which gave out his nervousness. A blonde guy entered the room, respectfully confirming his presence and willingness to fulfill any assignment of a respected master. The bewilderment of the subordinate about the sudden call was clear. Usually the boss did not bother him for no serious reason. The order of Hu was concrete and urgent, to check each hotel in the city for registration of a certain Li. The assurances of the pheasant is ready to do everything possible for the master with sincere devotion and the desire to please the boss. The rage of a man grew from the idea that someone dared to challenge him in his own territory. The threat to an unknown enemy sounded ominously if he wants to play on a foreign land. His days are numbered. The announcement of the pilot about the arrival of the aircraft in the province marked the beginning of the new phase of the confrontation between the teacher and the criminals. The question of Yaqing about the strategy for finding information about the bandit was logical. It was necessary to determine the action plan. Lee's answer was surprised by simplicity. There is no need for active search. It is enough to settle in any hotel. The logic of the teacher was impeccable. If the enemy is not a complete fool, then he himself will come to meet them. The reaction of an employee of the hotel in the name of the guy was eloquent. Her shock issued an awareness of the personality of the guest. A calm confirmation of Li did not cause him any emotions, unlike the hotel staff. A sudden statement about the employment of all numbers and the need to contact the boss aroused suspicions of experienced guests. The employee's telephone conversation clearly did not concern the booking rooms, which became obvious even to non-specialists. The observation of the student allowed to notice the transmission of information, but the source of awareness about them remained a mystery. The explanation of Li about the intentional message of his name during the phone call clarified the situation for a perplexing student. The student's shock from what he heard quickly gave way to understanding, so the teacher abandoned the bait for his enemy. The employee's polite request to wait for the design of Lux sounded as a confirmation of the success of the master's cunning plan. The understanding that the fish pecked at the bait brought satisfaction to the couple who successfully fulfilled the first part of the plan. A sharp turn of the head of Yaqing gave her anxiety. An experienced warrior felt the approach of danger from behind. The question of Li about the causes of anxiety received an explanation. The student felt the approach of several cars. The details were frightening. At least 4 heavy cars moved right in their direction, which foreshadowed a serious confrontation. The teacher's reaction was unexpected. Instead of anxiety, he expressed satisfaction of the development of events according to the planned scenario. The proposal to meet opponents and their boss sounded as a challenge, demonstrating the confidence of the master in his abilities. The approach of white armored vehicles created an impressive sight of the strength and power of the criminal group of the city. Fazan doubts about the boss's desire to personally participate in the operation showed his concern for the security of the leader. The neglect of HU to the enemy was expressed in the proposal to verify the forces of the teacher with the help of subordinates. Monetary motivation in the form of 20,000 for the broken legs of the teacher should have spurred the mercenaries. The position near the hotel allowed the teacher and the student to observe the deployment of the enemy forces in real time. The student's fright at the sight of a crowd of armed people was a natural reaction to the numerical superiority of the enemy. The realization that they have the same dangerous bandit in front of them caused Yaqing natural fear from the upcoming confrontation. Confirmation of subordinates that these are exactly those people whom the boss ordered to kill added stress to the atmosphere. The concentration of Li on a critical situation allowed him to mobilize all his spiritual power to defend and attack. The materialization of a terrible dragon from blue energy has become an impressive demonstration of the true power of the ancient master of martial arts. The protective barrier in the form of an energy dragon began to make threatening sounds, warning opponents about impending danger. The energy effect on bodyguards and subordinates began immediately, enveloping them with powerful streams of the spiritual power of the master. The teacher's sweeping power of energy literally demolished enemies, leaving them no chance of resistance or protection. The instant provision of defeated opponents on Earth was accompanied by their complete misunderstanding of the nature of the influence of the influence. The only explanation of what was seen for simple minds was magic, which exceeded all their ideas about the possible. The appearance of another bandit requiring everyone to step aside was an attempt to change the course of the battle in favor of criminals. A huge guy with the intention of killing a teacher carried an impressive weapon in his hands, demonstrating his confidence and physical strength. Neglect of magic was expressed in a statement about the ability to cope with the enemy without the use of supernatural forces. The swing with a sharp, huge blade met unexpected resistance. The teacher easily stopped the blow with only 2 fingers. The characteristic of the enemy as ignorant and fearless but stupid sounded from Li with notes of regret. The shock of the bandit from the fact that he was forced to release the weapon was written on his face in large letters of bewilderment. The enemy's amazing obedience to the teacher's team manifested itself a second after receiving the order to release the blade. The final blow with 2 fingers sent a healthy guy to fly a few meters back, demonstrating the superiority of the technique. The advice to all the rest was to go away as the last warning before using more serious measures of influence. The clash with the machine became a painful ending for a self-confident thug that underestimated the strength of the enemy. Adjusting to the car in a semi-conscious state showed a complete loss of combat effectiveness in a once formidable enemy. The question of the next wishing to test the forces against the master sounded with challenge and confidence in the outcome. The observation of Yaqing at the workshop of the work of the teacher filled her heart with admiration and pride in her mentor. The desperate call of subordinates to open fire on the teacher gave their panic and awareness of the hopelessness of the situation. The complete lack of fear of Li was explained by his understanding of the ease of the upcoming victory over enemies. The use of energy to remove weapons from the hands of opponents has become a spectacular way to disarm the whole group of bandits. The surprise of Yaqing was sincere with the power of the spiritual energy of the teacher, despite the knowledge of his strength. The realization that she does not know the true level of the strength of her mentor made the student reconsider her ideas. The panic team of Boss Hu about the immediate retreat to the driver issued his fear of demonstrating the strength of the teacher. The instant disappearance of a huge armored vehicle showed the seriousness of the intentions of the criminals to hide from retaliation. Understanding the impossibility of allowing the leader to leave forced the student to rush in pursuit of a carrying car. Sorry about the unsuccessful pursuit was clear. The car developed too much speed for pursuit on foot. Yaqing's question about the fate of defeated bandits concerned the ethical side of their actions against criminals. The guy's answer about the strange energy emanating from defeated people hinted at the unusual nature of these opponents. The teacher's interest in observing what was happening issued his scientific approach to studying the demonic energy of opponents. The understanding that energy will indicate the right path for persecution was a key moment in the leader's search strategy. The source of demonic energy was not the boss himself, but something that he constantly carried with him as a talisman or artifact. The clarification of the bag that was with the leader has become an important detail for understanding the nature of his supernatural power. The panic in the voice of Boss Hu manifested itself in the requirements for the driver to go faster to the only one who could help in a critical situation. Hope to help the mentor was the last chance to resist the unknown, but clearly powerful enemy in the person of the teacher. Arrival to the luxurious traditional house marked the beginning of a new stage in the confrontation between the forces of good and evil. The picture of a meditating man in solitude was violated by a sudden invasion of panicking subordinates with an urgent request for help. The people who rushed with shouts for help violated the sacred silence of the place where the mentor spent his spiritual practice. The request of the bandit of salvation, based on allegedly existing obligations, sounded with despair and hope at the same time. The indignation of the mentor with the arrogance of interruption of practice showed his dissatisfaction with a disrespectful attitude to the holy ritual. The recognition of the boss in the desertedness of such an appeal issued his understanding of the inappropriateness of the request at the moment. The enemy's description as a real practice that had to be faced for the first time emphasized the seriousness of the threat. A comparison of handling weapons as toys demonstrated an incredible level of skill of a mysterious teacher. The request for help in exchange for annual gifts was an attempt to agree with a mentor about protection against a powerful enemy. The mentor's interest in the origin of the enemy and reasons for hostility showed his analytical approach to solving problems. Information about self-presentation as a teacher, without mentioning belonging to the sector, intrigued by an experienced master of dark arts. The decision to deal with the problem in the name of the Alliance demonstrated the reader's readiness to accept the call for the organization. The crazy joy of the boss from the consent of the mentor gave out his relief from the critical situation found. The unexpected appearance of Li with a statement about the unwillingness to show condescension was a shock for all those present. The state of shock at the mentor and bandits from the sudden appearance of the pursuer showed the effectiveness of tracking in energy traces. The arrival of the teacher and the student confirmed the correctness of the decision to follow demonic energy to detect the opponent's den. The ironic remark about the fun of sitting in luxury and a deceit gave contempt for the lifestyle of criminals. The observation of the mentor behind the manner of communication of the guy showed his assessment of the character and intentions of an unexpected guest. The immediate presentation of the boss of the very teacher that he warned about confirmed the fears and foreboding of the mentor. The application for the transformation into enemies of the Alliance sounded as an official declaration of war between the warring parties. Learning the name of the Alliance from the records of the past aroused unpleasant memories of bloody events in the teacher's memory. Understanding the student of acquaintance with these names added anxiety to the awareness of the true nature of their opponents. Memories of the massacre in the northern provinces, the destruction of villages and hundreds of soldiers without surviving the gloomy context of the situation. The crafty statement by Li about the ignorance of these names sounded with irony, clearly provoking the enemy's anger. The rage of a mentor, expressed through his teeth, showed his readiness for a cruel confrontation with a daring enemy. The use of powerful power was accompanied by a threat to teach the guy respect for the names of the fallen victims of the Alliance. The destruction of the vase for the release of energy was the beginning of the demonstration of the true power of the Master of Dark Arts. The appearance of snakeheads from a destroyed vessel created an ominous atmosphere of the upcoming magical confrontation. Surprise covered the teacher at the sight of a strange technique with attacking heads, since he did not meet such equipment before. Instantly reacting to the threat whether Li skillfully created a protective dome in front of himself to repel an unusual attack of the enemy. The inability to break through the barrier was explained by the nature of the attackers. These were the souls of living people transformed into flying heads. The teacher's indignation broke into an angry question about how the mentor dared to decapitate living people for his ugly goals. The cynical response of the mentor contained a threat to replenish the collection of the head of the teacher himself tonight. The continuation of the attack included the release of new heads with green energy emanating from them, which increased the destructive power of the spell. The attempt to cut the defense of the guy was in vain, since his spiritual power exceeded the power of demonic creatures. The lightness with which Li cut these spirits demonstrated his superiority in martial arts over dark magic. The unbelief of the mentor in the possibility of such an outcome was reflected in his shocked look at defeated spirits. In despair, the Master of Dark Arts launched all his strength, which he had to fight an invincible opponent. countless different insects materialized in the air, creating a new wave of attack against the teacher and his student. The understanding of the nature of these creatures came to Li instantly. In front of him were parasites generated by the mentor's evil witchcraft. The poisonousness and rage of these creatures by their nature made them extremely dangerous opponents for any living creature. The teacher's serious look at the impending threat gave his understanding of the need to quickly search for an effective solution to the problem. An appeal to the student for advice was shown by the wisdom of the master in the use of a collective mind to solve complex problems. The girl's answer was logical. In this situation, either electricity or fire against parasite insects will be effective. The choice of the master stopped on the second version, after which he began to methodically burn all the attacking insects with his energy. The flame of the spiritual energy of the teacher covered all the creatures, turning them into ashes in a matter of seconds of demonstrations of power. The horror of the mentor from the fate of his pets was reflected in his thoughts about what happened to his carefully grown creatures. Even greater anger took possession of the master of dark arts when he gently gripped his teeth from impotent rage against a powerful enemy. Desperate forced him to take extreme measures. He bit his own finger to get blood for the ritual. He covered his face with bloody characters, performing an ancient transformation ritual to gain additional power. The purpose of the ritual was to significantly strengthen its abilities due to the sacrifice part of its human essence. The transformation of the body began immediately after the completion of the bloody ritual, changing the physical shell of the master of dark arts. The horns grew on his head, and the divine formation enveloped the body, turning a person into a demonic being of a terrifying look. The similarity with the evil demon became complete after the end of the transformation, depriving the mentor of the remnants of the human appearance. The analysis of the teacher determined the nature of the transformation. This cultivator has given control of the body of the demon for the sake of gaining magical forces. The swift flight of a terrible creature in the direction of the teacher and the student became the beginning of the final phase of a fatal confrontation. The futility of the enemy's efforts was obvious to Li, who easily applied the strength of the fingers against the attacking demon. Conducting spiritual energy across the face of the demon was a decisive blow that sent the creature to fly to the nearest wall. The collision with the wall ended with its destruction from the power of the blow, demonstrating the power of the technique used by the teacher against the enemy. The explanation of the master concerned the technique of monitoring flying heads. The mentor used special methods to manage dead souls. If you break the connection between the controller and his creatures, then the whole army of spirits will lose its strength and dissipate forever. The revenge of the spirits against his tormentor became inevitable after the destruction of the controlling spells. Connecting their will, indeed the liberated heads attacked the mentor, starting to methodically corrode his body over the years of torment and slavery. The seriousness in the voice of Li did not allow doubt. He stated that the mentor should pay for his terrible actions against innocent people. Unexpected sounds from the side attracted the attention of the teacher, distracting him from observing fair reprisal of spirits. The source of noise was a student who managed to capture the boss who, trying to hide during the general turmoil. The cry of a man was accompanied by pleas of guilty and requests for pardon, demonstrating complete repentance in his deed. A smile on the face of Li gave his satisfaction with such a turn of events when the offender himself asks for justice. The proposal, voluntarily surrendered to the authorities in exchange for safety, was made as a reasonable solution for all aspects of the conflict. A reminder of the full list of crimes included fraud, human trade, and other sins that should not be hidden. The destruction of the cultivation of the mentor meant that the energy would be scattered, and the poor souls of flying heads would finally gain peace. The use of living people for such purposes was indeed the worst of possible crimes against humanity. The destruction of spiritual ducks made the future life of a mentor worse than death, depriving him of all supernatural abilities. Yaqing's surprise about the survival of the mentor was understandable, given the cruelty of the attack of liberated spirits against the tormentor. In the hand of the dying man, there really was some kind of talisman who could explain his vitality in a critical situation. The last words of the mentor concerned the unity of the alliance and the transformation of the teacher into an enemy of the whole organization who knew about what happened. The threat of future persecution sounded as a warning that the guy should be prepared for revenge from the alliance. The news report reported about the arrest of a gang of scammers in the telecommunications sector, thanks to the assistance of active citizens. The teacher's question about feelings from the manifestation of an active civil position was aimed at understanding the motivation of his student. The girl's response expressed satisfaction from helping good people in the accomplishment of justice, which brought moral satisfaction. The explanation of Li was associated with the development of the body and spirit of the cultivator with a good mood, contributing to general progress. The understanding of what I wanted to ask Yaqing came to her at the sight of the Alliance's tablet in the hands of the master. The girl's attention attracted the ritual object that the defeated mentor was holding before his final death. The explanation of the guide defined the plate as a ritual communication vessel that performs the function of transmitting information to any distance. The distance did not matter for the work of the artifact. The owner could always be heard by other members of the organization. A simple sound of the plate provided the transfer of any information to all the participants in the secret alliance related to it. The use of the latest mentor for the transfer of information to other members of the alliance became his final act of revenge. Anxiety of the student about the possible revenge of other members for the removal of a tablet was a reasonable fear of consequences. Li's logic was irrefutable. Since the device works at a distance, the alliance members will come regardless of the presence of a plate. The shock of the girl from the cruelty of the teacher in relation to the cultivators gave her unpreparedness to moral compromises in the fight against evil. The guy's instant answer clarified the situation. They were not just cultivators, but the practices of evil arts that pose a danger to society. The explanation of the teacher concerned the negative impact on the development of the modern world from the adherence of dark practices and ancient delusions. The pupil of the student's development of the world showed her desire to better understand the philosophy of the mentor regarding the progress of mankind. The immediate explanation of the master characterized the world of cultivators as a rather undoubted and frozen in his development. A comparison with the world of ordinary people revealed the preferences of the teacher. Human society seemed much more interesting and dynamic to him. Particular attention to the changes in recent years emphasized the impressive pace of development of modern civilization and technology. The fundamental position regarding the punishment of those who undermine the world for the sake of selfish purposes showed the solid moral principles of the teacher. Yaqing's thoughts about the possible motives of the teacher's desire to be ascended to his philosophy of protecting the progressive world. The video call showed a touching picture of the grandmother's communication with his granddaughter and Guy, demonstrating the restoration of the normal life of the family. Li's interest in the well-being of the old woman expressed himself in the question of the return of money stolen by scammers and her current state. A smile on the face of an elderly woman accompanied the story of the explanations of the police and a promise to report on suspicious calls. An additional question of the guy concerned the situation with the elementary school for the granddaughter, which showed his concern for the future of the child. Joyful news about the opportunity for girls to go to school brought relief to all participants of the video call. An explanation of a business trip abroad was an excuse for the absence, with a promise of an immediate return after the completion of the affairs. The appearance of Jian Loi, with an appeal to the teacher, brought a business atmosphere to their meeting after a successful operation. A calm expression of anxiety about the state of the teacher after the news he heard showed the student's care for the mentor. The assurances of Li had to reassure the exciting student and remove her anxiety. The proposal to go to the operating room meant the transition to the next stage of their plan to expose the true culprits. Information about the last sick general director of the pharmaceutical company has become the key to understanding the whole scheme. The analysis of telephone conversations made it possible to calculate the ideological inspirer of crimes, a competing company striving for dominance. The characteristics of criminals as people who crave quick success and instant profit explained their inhuman methods. The director's consent to play along in exchange for an exclusive agreement became the basis for a trap that will catch real attackers. The request of Yaqing to explain everything in simple words gave her confusion from the complexity of the developed plan and its details. A girlfriend's reminder of the situation with the director was supposed to refresh the memory of current events in business circles. The well-known illness of the director of the bio company contrasted with the plan of its appearance at the ceremony of signing the agreement a few days later. Constant observation of Mr. Tsao and his company created ideal conditions for capturing the killer at the next attempt. The admiration for Yaqing with the quality of the work done reflected her recognition of her friend's talent in planning complex operations. The approval of Li confirmed the success of the strategy. Now they controlled the situation, and the attacker will inevitably fall. The mention of who to convey things further showed a systematic approach and readiness for the next stage of the operation. Huya's assignment to fulfill its part of the plan demonstrated the distribution of roles between the team members to achieve the goal. The approach to the patient and the beginning of the use of healing force marked the beginning of the medical part of the surgery to save the victim. The tension in Huai's body was obvious. The girl tried her best to help the man leave the mysterious coma. The doctor turned to the nurse with a request to prepare a special bag and maintain the patient's back during the parasite extraction procedure. Observing the work of the student, the master noted pretty good results, judging by the patient's condition and the dynamics of his recovery. The awakening of the master after a long coma was the long-awaited result of the use of ancient treatment techniques and modern medicine. The joy in Huai's voice was sincere. All the parasites came out with the products of their life, freeing the patient's body. Sudden surprise swept the girl when she noticed something unexpected in her environment during the medical process. Support for friends and master who observed from afar at her work was a pleasant discovery for a doctor concentrated on the patient. The guy's entrance to the ward was accompanied by apologies for anxiety immediately after recovery. But time really did not suffer deposits. The patient's gratitude for the salvation of life expressed his readiness to tell absolutely everything that he knew about the events that had occurred. The story of the expansion of a pharmaceutical company last year included an aggressive occupation of a niche in the market by eliminating competitors. The meeting with the head of the company was remembered by an attempt to impose departure from the pharmaceutical sphere under various pretexts and threats. The words about the last chance and the decision made were made as an ominous warning about the consequences of rejection of cooperation. Understanding the true culprit of all troubles came to a man. Behind everything was a freak from a competing pharmaceutical company. Confirmation from Lee has relayed to the fact that today all suspicions have really focused on this person. A reminder to Jen Loi, to the director of compliance with the regime, was necessary to completely restore health and return to norm. The promise to reveal the whole truth after a couple of days at the signing of the contract added intrigue to their confrontation with criminals. The completion of the conversation with the director allowed the group to leave the chamber, receiving all the necessary information for further actions. The need to coordinate the treatment plan with the master forced Huai to stay, promising to approach the rest later for discussion. The praise from the teacher sounded sincerely. He called for continuing to work in the same excellent spirit and develop his abilities. Pride overwhelmed the guy from the success of the student, who over the year of study achieved such impressive results in medicine. Easy jealousy covered Jian Loi, because the master had never praised her with such enthusiasm for the work done. Turning around, the girl calmly headed along the corridor in the opposite direction, demonstrating an ostentatious indifference to what was happening. The guy's bewilderment was expressed in the question of why she decided not to wait for him and left alone. Jinloi's question about the anger of the teacher sounded with notes of the call, hiding the true experiences behind the mask of indifference. Pride in the girl's answer about the complete absence of any negative emotions was too demonstrative to be sincere. Understanding the strangeness of the student's behavior came to the master instantly. Her reaction gave out hidden experiences and resentment. An unexpected touch of her hand to her head was a surprise for a girl who did not expect such a gesture from a usually restrained teacher. The conjecture about the cause of the disorder allowed the master to ask the correct question whether this situation arose because of the praise of the doctor. The recognition of the girl's merits included not only receiving information, but also her analysis, which emphasized the huge work done. The embarrassment of the girl from the unexpected attention of the teacher was mixed with sincere joy from the words of the recognition of her merits. The gesture with 2 fingers as a sign of victory became her spontaneous reaction to praise, expressing children's immediacy and satisfaction. The guy's surprise from a strange sign resulted in the question of the significance of this symbol, which was shown by an enthusiastic student. The explanation of logic was simple. 2 good deeds deserve 2 praise from the master, which seemed to the girl a fair exchange. 3 days later, in the office of the director of the pharmaceutical company, there was talk about the signed by Jian Lu. The agreement transferred in the news. The rage of the general director who watched the ceremony resulted in insults to competitors who managed to replay his plans. The bewilderment about how they managed to release the patient from a coma did not give rest to the angry head of the company. The phone call was a way to express indignation. The director was interested in how this freak managed to avoid death from parasites. The voice in the tube expressed surprise to the appearance of new competitors that can withstand their spent methods for eliminating obstacles. A reminder of the $2 million paid for caring for the Central Administrative District was heard with a reproach. The money was wasted. The presence of the victim at the signing ceremony was a direct evidence of the failure of the operation to eliminate it. The performer's shock was sincere. He claimed that he had completed the task exactly according to the instructions, not understanding the reasons for the failure. The proposal to turn on the TV and see everything with your own eyes has become a harsh way to demonstrate the reality of what is happening. The host of the news broadcast the director of the great honor for his company to cooperate with Jian's family. The recognition of the sorcerer that parasites no longer bother the victim confirmed the complete recovery of the alleged goal. Thoughts about the old man who took up the matter, despite the promise not to intervene, led to an understanding of the enemy's seriousness. The ultimatum in 3 days to solve the problem sounded as the last chance to rectify the situation and fulfill the initial plan. The response in the chat contained assurances that this time the services would be provided even for free to restore reputation. The completion of the conversation on such a categorical note did not foresee anything good for the health of director of CAO. The sorcerer's appeal to the snake about the appearance of an assistant among the competitors was the beginning of a discussion of a new strategy of action. A snake bite by the owner's finger began to express her consent with the voiced fears of a change in the situation. Consent with the wisdom of the snake included an understanding of the need to first discover opponents before taking active actions. Congratulations on fruitful cooperation between the director of the Central Administrative District and the Jian family were accompanied by the wishes of caution. The farewell of 2 men completed the official part of the ceremony, after which each headed for their daily affairs. The weakness of the director of the Central Administrative District, after the coming coma, still made itself felt despite the successful treatment. The consolations Jean-Louis concerned the normality of such a state after a serious illness, and the need for gradual restoration of forces. The gratitude of the director for the salvation of life was combined with the expression of joy from the possibility of continuing business cooperation. The access to the street was not accompanied by thoughts about a possible danger that could wait in the most unexpected places. In the bushes nearby, a guy with white hair lurked, patiently expecting a suitable moment to complete his task. The stranger's attentive gaze moved to the side, analyzing the surrounding environment for potential threats and opportunities. The detection of a special substance for bleaching parasites has become an important information about the treatment methods used by the enemy. The failure of the previous attempt to eliminate the goal indicated that the opponent has serious knowledge and protection skills. Fortunately, the mission only demanded a collection of important information without the need to enter into a direct confrontation with the enemy. The approach of the guy to the house marked the beginning of an intelligence operation to obtain secret data on the enemy. The desire to quietly penetrate inside was dictated by the desire to get valuable information and hide without detection. A quiet opening of the doors with a white-haired scout was supposed to ensure a silent penetration into a foreign house. An unexpected touch to the shoulder was a complete surprise for a cautious spy, who considered himself undetected. Yaqing about belonging to the organization of a dark night or hidden knights issued her awareness of underground groups. The bewilderment of an unknown guy was clear how the girl was able to sneak up so quietly to an experienced scout from behind. The warning that if you want to kill it would have been done for a long time. It sounded as a demonstration of superiority. The thoughts of the white-haired man about the opportunity to get rid of the girl showed his readiness for active actions for the sake of salvation. The unexpected exit of Li from the doors was accompanied by his thoughts on the discovery of the true culprit of the events. The understanding that everything turns against him made the stranger think about the immediately retreat from the place of operation. The appearance of 2 more students with the question of the purpose of his presence finally complicated the situation for the trap of the spy. The complete environment deprived the guy of the possibility of fleeing, forcing him to understand the hopelessness of his position in this situation. The contrast between the promised light mission and the real struggle for life became a bitter irony of fate for an unlucky scout. A sharp change in the expression on the face of the spy and the appearance of shock in the eyes became the first signs of an impending catastrophe. Bloody tears from the eyes and compression of the body indicated the action of a deadly poison that affects the body from the inside. Powerlessness made the guy fall to his knees, depriving him of the opportunity to resist or take any action. The surprise of what was happening amazed both the students and the master. No one understood what happened to their opponent. Hawaii medical analysis revealed a critical state. The heart rate exceeded the norm by half, which meant death. Most likely, it was no longer possible to save the dying man due to the rapid action of an unknown fatal poison. The stating of death from Li sounded as the final verdict confirming the hopelessness of the situation for the poisoned azure. A universal shock from the events that had happened before their eyes made all those present reconsider their understanding of the situation. The detection in the blood of something strange has become the key to understanding the nature of what happened to an uninvited guest. The identification of poison from the southern province indicated a limited circle of masters who can create such a fatal substance. The decision of the guy to analyze the poison should help understand the exact nature of the incident and the identity of the poisoner. The use of special vision made it possible to determine the source of the origin of the poison and the location of its creator. An analysis of the situation with extreme clarity and accuracy revealed contrasts indicating the presence of a hidden enemy nearby. A person responsible for the poisoning of the scout was discovered on the roof, which was the unraveling of the tragedy that had occurred. A sorcerer with purple hair, devoid of any moral principles, turned out to be a true culprit of the death of a white-haired spy. It was this person who was responsible for the poisoning of all affected people with the help of his deadly toxic creatures. The smile on the master's face accompanied the soothing words that the culprit has already been found and identified. The sorcerer felt that they were looking for him, and wondered about the personality of the one who decided to track off such a dangerous enemy. The understanding that the pursuer is not so simple came to the Master of Poisons quite quickly after the first attempts to detect. The ability to bring people out of a coma really indicated serious skills and knowledge in the field of medicine and spiritual practices. The use of such a strong practice for creating deadly poisons could provide truly supernatural power of destruction. The attention of Yaqing attracted the parasite in the hands of the deceased spy, which became additional evidence in the investigation. The explanation of the Li applied to the use of a dead body to track the puppeteer who controlled the poisoned scout. The Yadov master noticed surveillance and personally destroyed his agent to protect himself from possible exposure. Regret on a lack of time for a full study of the connection was clear. The information could be valuable. An attentive examination of the dead guy revealed another strange detail that could shed light on what was happening. The detection of the alliance plate of the deceased spy was an unexpected turn in the investigation of the criminal network. Another token surprised his appearance. The connections between the events were deeper than the originally expected. The union of ill-wishers and Bailunan seemed incredible, as such cooperation could arise between such different forces. The observation of Huya revealed a feature of the plate. It not only lay but glowed, pointing to activity. The characteristic of the Poison Master as a person who does not appreciate life and abuse abilities was an accurate assessment of his personality. The question of the composition of the alliance was a logical continuation of thoughts about the scale of the criminal organization. Jianlu's proposal to focus on solving the problem with the enemy was a practical approach to the current situation. The decision of the master to inform the police on the invasion of someone else's territory was a reasonable step to legalize what happened. Huya's question about the causes of death required a medical explanation for official conclusion. The teacher's version of a sudden deterioration in the state and cardiac arrest sounded plausible for medical detention. The consent of all students with the proposed version of events showed their trust in the wisdom and experience of the master. A month later, in the hospital, there was a challenge of the patient at number 4, which was the beginning of the new head of the Confrontation. A repeated challenge of the same number confirmed the seriousness of the intentions of the medical personnel to find the right person. Raising the hand with one of the visitors and the personality confirmation was a response to the persistent calls of the nurse. The Yadov master finally waited for his turn to the reception, which corresponded to his plans to penetrate the medical institution. The questioning of a nurse for the final confirmation of the patient's personality received an affirmative response from a disguised sorcerer. The invitation to follow the nurse was the beginning of the penetration of a dangerous criminal into a protected medical space. The entrance to the office opened a meeting with Huai, who was waiting for the next patient. The procedure for measuring the pulse on the arm has become a standard onset of a medical examination. An unsuspecting girl. The doctor's conclusion about an excellent pulse and full order with health sounded as a positive assessment of the patient's condition. The self-propelled answer of the poison's master about the care of health and body as a temple hid his true intentions regarding the visit. Huya explained that there are usually 2 types of visitors to her medical pavilion. The first category is those who are reverently taking care of health and dream of living for 100 years. The second group is self-confident daffodils that excessively overestimating their own capabilities. The stranger said that he was not a daffodil and is not at all interested in the proposed treatment. With an insidious smile, the Master of Poisons admitted to the girl that he came here with completely different goals. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared from his hands, which immediately attacked an unmisters of the doctor. Following the air materialized sharp syringes, rapidly flying in the same direction. All the poisonous shells struck the body of the snake, turning it into a deadly weapon against a girl. The sorcerer was perplexed where the simple nurses could come from such magical abilities. However, Huai was strong enough to instantly respond to the enemy's sudden attack. The girl immediately realized that in front of her is the same master of poisons that needs to be dealt with. The villain sarcastically remarked that she finally reached her, who he was. Although he thinks slowly, Huya demanded to immediately explain the purpose of his visit until she deprived his life. The guy casually replied that he had come to re-poison the director of the Central Administrative District, of course. If he knew about her stupidity in advance, he would not have rushed on a visit at all. The master released a lot of poisonous insects, directing them directly to the girl who unmisters anything. Laughing at her, he offered to return tomorrow when she understands what was happening around. Suddenly, all insects were cut in half with some invisible weapons in a second. The indignant sorcerer demanded to know who dared to intervene in his mortal attack. In the hands of an unknown person who destroyed all insects, a sharp combat dagger shone. Yaqing ironically remarked that it was not a friend stupid, but he himself who fell into a trap. The sorcerer confidently said that two girls clearly overestimate their combat capabilities. In his opinion, the opponents seriously underestimated the true power of the experienced master of toxic arts. He decided to use all toxic power to prove to the wimps to their wrongness in practice. Huya activated protective equipment. Green energy began to envelop her slender body. The whole room was instantly covered with a powerful magic barrier of bright green. The girl explained that the barrier will support to prevent random victims among people. Her friend also understood the need for active actions in the current critical situation. Yaqing warned the enemy that he would now experience the full power of her energy. The master of poisons, without much enthusiasm, promised girls an ambulance and painful death. He asked if both students really want to die from his hands today. Surprisingly, one of the students easily twisted the hand of this self-confident freak. The Yadov master made a piercing scream from sudden pain and complete bewilderment of what was happening to him at the moment. The incredible power of the blow threw the villain a few meters ago, forcing him to fly at a great speed through the air. With a triumphant smile on a beautiful face, Yaqing asked who would now be weaker in this battle. The guy could not believe his own eyes, continuing to repeat that this simply could not be in the world. The girl generously offered to give her enemy another chance to try to do something against her. From such impudent words, the master of poisons only got even more angry with a self-confident opponent and her ridicule. An angry sorcerer activated the absorption flesh of the void in combination with the destructive power of the north wind. In his hands trembling with rage, a real hurricane began to form incredible destructive power and strength. The guy shouted the threat that his spiritual energy easily tear any physically strong enemy. The villain self-confidently told the girls that they will never be able to cope with the real master of magic in their lives. From the created powerful hurricane, the bright purple energy of the opponent began to shine through completely unexpectedly. The master of poisons looked at what was happening, a miracle with the greatest bewilderment and gradually growing fear for the outcome of the battle. The created hurricane completely dissipated under the influence of superior Yaqing in a matter of seconds. The evil wizard was still in a state of huge shock from the sudden defeat of his magic. An incredible picture of the embodiment of true power appeared before the frightened opponent. A spirit appeared over the girl. The ghostly purple entity embodied the real ancient warrior from the distant heroic past. A powerful student used all her strength, ruthlessly pressed by a helpless enemy to a stone wall. The desperate sorcerer unsuccessfully tried to do at least something, using miserable remnants of magical power in his hands. However, the completely exhausted enemy was much weaker than the young girl than he proposed originally. Yaqing calmly explained to the defeated enemy that there was nothing impossible for the cultivation walking along the path. They are taught by the best teacher in the world that generously conveys ancient knowledge and modern methods. Jinloi, on one of the training, asked the mentor an important question about the contradictions in the described teaching methods. A smart girl was perplexed why she needed to focus on spiritual energy, but at the same time perform physical exercises. The wise Li then patiently explained to the curious student that she speaks of the usual traditional methods. The human body without special spiritual practices is very reminiscent of a clod of energy, contaminated with various impurities. However, this natural clod is very similar to energy, which is seriously contaminated with external and internal factors. Mighty spiritual energy can help remove these harmful pollution, significantly strengthening any practice. But there is a very important restriction that all diligent students must know in advance. The fact is that such cleansing the body never goes to the very end completely. After reaching a certain sphere of purification, all the remaining pollution can no longer be removed by any means. That is why no serious achievements of the traditional practice can be called really perfectly clean. An experienced teacher suggested dramatically change the approach. First get rid of pollution, then engage in energy. All the girls were sincerely happy to hear such a revolutionary and promising offer from a wise master. Li explained in detail to his students the true reason for their permanent classes to clean the spiritual channels for energy. According to the exact calculations of an experienced mentor, a practitioner with a perfectly cleaned base will easily defeat any stronger enemy. The most important thing in this matter is to approach the issue of cultivation really responsibly and with complete seriousness of intentions. In later areas of cultivation development, all the advantages gained will become even more noticeable and significant. Now this self-confident master of poisons is mocking that a hardened body like a diamond is firmly and absolutely indestructible. The villain claims that this is nothing more than just an ordinary fairy tale. And this is impossible in real life. Yaqing advised the enemy instead of ridicule to think about how to keep his precious life. Two decisive girls turned to this blasting villain demanding to lay out the true goal of their visit. This impudent guy reminded them that he had already talked about his intention to poison the director and now abduct them. The sorcerer smiled and began to use poisonous sacrifices. A very terrible dark energy appeared around him. Yaqing was clearly not ready for such a development of events. And this went a bit not according to their plans. Huya resolutely pushed her sister aside and stated that they should immediately suppress the enemy's miserable despair. Therefore, an experienced girl used divine needles that she instantly launched right into this dangerous sorcerer. Medical shells began to fly very quickly, because of which they stopped all the poisonous scorpions of the guy with one blow. After that, these sharp needles successfully reached the master himself, breaking through the protective armor of his body. The amazed enemy shouted in pain and asked the girl what she did with his powerful body. The girl doctor calmly explained to the villain that his spiritual streams were sealed, so let's look at his abilities. Then a cunning enemy showed his tongue, in which there was some strange green tablet of unknown origin. The master of poisons ate it with a mockery, making it clear to the girls that he has a trump card in his sleeve. Yaqing managed to react in time and covered the body of her dear friend from a powerful explosion of toxic smoke. When the smoke scattered, they disappointed with disappointment that this vile master of poisons fled from them. After himself, the villain left only fragments of this split pill, which helped him successfully hide. The disappointed doctor noticed that next time it would be necessary to seal the enemy's mouth with tape. In the corner of the room there was another poisonous insect, to which a curious girl reached out inadvertently. Huya wanted to get rid of a dangerous creation, but the insect stuck into her hand and was painfully bitten. The girl quickly tried to cure herself from this strong poison, which could hit the internal organs. When the doctor carefully looked at his hand, she noticed that blue spots appear on the skin. She thought with anxiety, what a strong poison it was, and what now to do in this situation. At this critical moment, the girl locked herself in a practitioner room and tried to cleanse her poisoned body. The alarmed Yaqing brought the teacher and said that this has been going on for an hour. What will happen to her sister? The master looked quite serious and preoccupied when he saw his talented student in such a serious condition. Li determined that this is a medical mantra, and the girl copes with her own treatment perfectly. But it is strange that it has already passed an hour of intensive treatment, but there was no noticeable effect. The master asked what the student was biting. Li decided to carefully look closer at the bite and was surprised to realize that it was a rare celestial beetle. The teacher immediately realized that in this case it was not surprising that a similar reaction of the body to the poison is happening now. His inquisitive student Yaqing immediately asked what the concept of a heavenly beetle means and what he is dangerous for a person. The wise Li immediately began to explain the situation, but said that at first it was necessary to help Huai bring this poison. The master carefully approached her from the back and began to carefully concentrate healing energy in his experienced hands. The teacher gently put his hand to the girl's back, who had the ability to heal her from a toxic effect. Huai immediately felt how this divine healing force gently touches her and began to gradually help. The caring master was ready to do absolutely everything possible to effectively help his talented student recover. Li concentrated more and more, directing his energy to help the girl get a dangerous poison. Huya was noticeable how it became easier for her with every past second thanks to the skillful actions of the master. And after a rather long time of tense treatment, she finally slowly opened her tired eyes. The worried Yaqing immediately asked if everything is now in order with her dear friend after treatment. Huya gratefully said that with the help of a teacher she no longer feels any discomfort or pain. Lily carefully looked at her and invited the girl to definitely look at her right hand right away. What appeared on the skin of the student represented the most dangerous beauty that could only exist in the world. On the girl's hand was a black lotus of heavenly poison, a rare and extremely dangerous phenomenon for any person. A similar flower is formed as a result of when the poison in the body is still actively circulating through the circulatory system. Yaqing anxiously noticed that even a powerful teacher could not completely withdraw this terrible heavenly poison. To this guy replied that this is a very specific poison, the peculiarity of which is the ability to develop spiritual energy. The main feature of the heavenly poison is that it can at any moment begin to actively mutate inside. Such an impact will definitely affect your spiritual foundations. The master turned to his worried student with a warning. But do not despair, said Lily. He could not forcibly derive the poison, but this does not mean the impossibility of delivering. At the moment, an experienced master has identified only two possible methods for solving this complex problem with poison. The first option is to catch that very master of poisons, and then he can definitely help get rid of the problem. The second way is to go to the distant southern region and there to look for the primary source of the mysterious heavenly poison for treatment. This poison penetrates into different body tissues and can be dangerous, but with proper use can help. Yaqing excitedly stated that if so, then they should not hesitate. You need to immediately go to the region. But then the wise teacher stopped her and firmly said that this time they would go together only together. The disappointed girl asked, but how she was, because she also really wants to participate in this mission. The teacher explained that she stays here with Louis. Let them take care of the active search for this poison master. The scoundrel dared to harm the student, so he must pay for his actions in full and in fairness. At this time, the damned sorcerer sat in an abandoned dark place, slowly dying with unbearable pain throughout his body. The master of poisons cursed this girl who really blocked his spiritual streams. What should he do in life at all? The villain promised himself that as soon as he was healed, this impudent girl would definitely be in a pit with poisonous beetles. Therefore, an angry guy took out his sign of an alliance, which immediately began to brightly glow with an ominous red light. From the plate, he was told that he used a precious opportunity to travel for 1,000 years, which happened so terrible. The master of poisons reported to the leader of the alliance that he met people who mercilessly killed their comrade Bai Lunan recently. The sorcerer admitted to the authorities that he was not able to win, so he had to shamefully escape from the battlefield. The head of the alliance asked that still a subordinate could tell about the true power of these mysterious opponents. This sorcerer explained that two people are in the field of laying the foundations, but not everything is so simple here. The leader of the alliance was indignant that the subordinate used the only opportunity to move in space against weak people. The guy screamed and told the leader that he was completely not an opponent to them. They claimed to pass perfect cultivation. The intrigued leader asked if the opponents really told him exactly about the perfect path of cultivation. The guy in desperation confirmed what exactly, in the usual case, he would not lose to such simple opponents. Hearing this revelation, the leader of the alliance realized that perfect cultivation actually really exists in the world. The hand of the powerful leader began to shine menacingly with powerful red evil energy of incredible destructive power. The plate of the unfortunate master of poisons began to rapidly transform, covering herself with the same sinister red energy. Around the affected sorcerer began to rise into the air, and the powerful red energy of the leader of the alliance was spinning. The master of poisons himself did not understand at all what was happening to him now, and looked in surprise at a strange phenomenon. A powerful sign began to inexorably suck it inside with the help of incomprehensible magical power. The next moment, the amazed sorcerer instantly teleported directly to the secret lair of the leader of the alliance. The master of poisons was amazed that the spiritual movement to such a huge distance took only 1 second of time. He thought with the horror that it really worsens, at what incredible level the leader of their alliance is. And then the formidable boss ordered the subordinate to immediately tell him absolutely everything that was known about enemy. In a luxurious conference hall with gold jewelry, a guy in a dark green cloak and a fat old man appeared. In the long corridor, the steps of another member of the alliance, an elderly man with a gray beard, were heard. The guy in a cloak greeted the arrived and said that he had finally reached the venue of the meeting. The old man replied that the leader of the alliance convened absolutely all participants, except for those two famous crazy members of the organization. They began to actively communicate with each other, thinking that they would discuss this time, spiritual arteries or animals, and perhaps everyone gathered precisely on the sad occasion of the sudden death of their comrade at the number of 11. And then the members of the Alliance finally reached the main hall, where an important collection of an evil alliance will now take place. This arrived participant noted this late that only these two well-known members of the Alliance are not at the meeting today. The Master of Yadov solemnly began to declare the audience that the leader of the Alliance would not be present at an important meeting today. The sorcerer continued that all the powers of the head of the organization were officially assigned to him as a deputy head. He seriously stated that they met with those who killed the number 11, and according to the agreement, they were obliged to take measures. Here, one impudent participant in the Alliance, having heard about this sad news, began to laugh maliciously and disgusting at the loser. The mockery sarcastically remarked that all 8 spiritual meridians in the body of the deputy are blocked. He is completely useless. The participant continued that 9 numbers are not there either, which means he also died, which means the appearance of a new ill, Wisher. The evil member of the Alliance added with sarcasm, "What a touching pity, if only the leader knew about this." The Master of Poisons did not want to listen all this anymore, hit the table with his fist with force and demanded respect. The angry deputy advised the impudent to control his words, since today he is here as a leader. This self-confident participant in the Alliance was in a real shock from an unexpected demonstration of force on the part of the deputy. The sorcerer officially announced that the decree on universal persecution was issued. This man ignored the authority and killed his comrades. Therefore, to the one who will be able to kill this dangerous person and his accomplices will be paid a very generous reward. One of the experienced participants noted that the method of perfect cultivation is seriously different from the existing in the Alliance. The old man explained that it was this ancient method that strengthens the physical body, due to which spiritual energy is much improved. Another participant asked the practical side of how they would be able to find this mysterious and dangerous person at all. Suddenly, the Yadov master began to slowly take off his dark cloak in front of the amazed eyes of all those present. The sorcerer showed his wounded body and promised to answer the question of the one who could unlock spiritual streams. When the participants of the Alliance saw terrible wounds, they asked that these were the consequences of the battle with their enemies. Someone asked the deputy what kind of mysterious technique this was, to which he answered the ancient manuscripts with a description. According to ancient legends, a powerful immortal master of martial arts once taught such destructive techniques. With the help of this incredible technology, the enemy can even resurrect the dead and heal any deadly wounds. Unfortunately, this invaluable technique was irrevocably lost by humanity about 100 years ago during the war. The guy gloomily replied that these people know the method of perfect cultivation, so there is nothing surprising in this. The deputy asked the expert if he could at least somehow help him cope with the consequences of blocking. This guy in a green mantle confidently replied that if he could not help, then no one else could. The Master of Yadov agreed to the proposal and said that it was excellent. Then they will be fruitfully cooperating with each other. The arrogant member of the Alliance asked practically details regarding the universal decree on the persecution of enemies. The deputy replied that he had already provided all the general information and almost died in an attempt to receive more information. The arrogant member of the Alliance said that it was ridiculous. The deputy does not want to share important information, so we will see who will be ahead of this game. And after such a strange and stressed meeting, all participants in the Alliance begin to slowly return back to their affairs and duties. The deputy leader turned to an elderly old man in a mantle and politely asked the master not to rush to leave the meeting today. The old man categorically replied that he was completely not interested in the method of perfect cultivation, and he would not treat the deputy for anything. The Yadov master hastily explained that this was not at all about this. He just wanted to know about the possibility of getting a magical pig for experiments. An experienced old man replied that such a creature is quite difficult to grow and asked that the deputy could offer in return for the service. Confidently, the Master of Poisons replied that he could offer in return a rare magic beetle from his own collection of creatures. The sorcerer added with a cunning smile that the old man's creatures had no opportunity to merge with something like that, because this is true. Meanwhile, Lili carefully studied the found part, with the help of which their enemy managed to instantly teleport from the medical office. Huya asked if the teacher knew something about such artifacts, to which the master answered about the ingenious thing from the world of the immortals. Let such a thing can only be used once, but it has the ability to teleport the user to 1,000 miles instantly. Even during the golden age of the prosperity of cultivators, this amazing thing had an extraordinary value among practitioners. The guy plunged into the memories of the past when he meditated in solitude, and an excited subordinate ran to him with the words about an important discovery. Li was so deeply focused on internal work that he initially did not even notice anyone around him in the room. Then the master very slowly opened his tired eyes to see who nevertheless decided to break the sacred meditation. And then the student approached the ancient master with the words of admiration, demonstrating his amazing creation and asking to evaluate the result of the work. Li carefully studied the artifact and said that the merger of the equipment reduction technique with a couple of other techniques created an artifact of movement. The admiring student exclaimed with reverence that the master had just an incredible mind for understanding complex magical mechanisms. The young inventor called the creation a button. You just have to think about the place, and the user will be there at a distance of thousands of miles. The student solemnly handed the first instance to the master, urgently asking to use the artifact if something threatened safety. Another present student asked in surprise, unless there is someone or something in the kingdoms that could even threaten their powerful master. The first student thought and agreed that most likely such threats to the ancient master do not exist in nature. Li smiled softly to his loyal students and said that it doesn't matter. The main thing is that he really likes this gift. The young inventor was so glad that the master liked the creation that he had already jumped from happiness on the spot. And after all these warm memories of the past, the guy is now sitting on an airplane and looking thoughtfully at the fragment of the artifact. An attentive student decided to delicately ask what her mysterious master thinks. Looking at this strange object, the guy calmly replied that everything was in order. He simply suddenly remembered several of his old acquaintances from the distant past. The wise teacher reflected on his talented student. If something similar appeared in this world, then the holder of the artifact is probably one of the descendants of the inventor. The master of Yadov then solemnly declared to the formidable leader that the order was officially announced to all participants in the ominous alliance for performance. The sorcerer promised with the determination that as soon as he regains his lost strength, he would certainly get the method of committed cultivation at all costs to organize. The powerful leader of the alliance, without the slightest emotions on the stone face, coldly answered the subordinate that this is good. What plans the deputy has? The master of Yadov explained the strategy. Received a divine pig, with which he will be able to track down and hide the entire Mao family from prying eyes. This impudent girl will not have the slightest opportunity to find her family. And in order to survive, you will have to convey the method of perfect cultivation to the villain. But if this cunning plan does not work properly, then in this case, an experimental sorcerer has another trump card in the sleeve. Suddenly, the powerful leader of the alliance began to use dark magic, creating in the air a certain luminous energy sphere of incredible power. The green clot of concentrated energy quickly flew to the affected subordinate, enveloping him with a mystical glow. Before the amazed eyes of the poison master, a huge golden key was materialized, decorated with ancient symbols and radiating a powerful aura of power. At first, the bewildered guy completely did not fully understand what this mysterious and obviously magical object is. The all-knowing master explained to the deputy that this was a sacred key of activation of the legendary box of divine puppets from ancient times. The leader added that the artifact is in the secret treasure. You need to pick it up from there and then follow the planned plan. After the correct activation of the divine puppet, its incredible combat power can instantly increase to the late level of spiritual development. A powerful puppet will be at the full disposal of the Poisian master until he gets the desired method of perfect cultivation. The leader warned that if the deputy could not activate the artifact in the usual way, then in this case it would be necessary to donate life expectancy. The desperate sorcerer stated with the determination that he needed a method of cultivation at all costs. Absolutely do not give a damn about all other consequences. The wise leader of the alliance heard the answer of the subordinate and did not even think to object to such a decision, simply silently agreed with the plan. Here the poison master proudly took the precious activation key and confidently headed for the exit from the luxurious premises of the formidable leader of the alliance. The sorcerer walked along the corridor with thoughts about how many things would have to do now to achieve a cherished goal. The deputy slammed quite sharply with heavy doors, involuntarily showing his entertaining discontent of the current situation and the difficulties of the upcoming mission. The powerful leader, who was left completely alone in the spacious hall, plunged into deep thoughts about the mysterious method of perfect cultivation. If this legendary method of perfect cultivation really exists in reality, then it seems that it is time to use it to strengthen power. Suddenly, in the silence of the hall there was a very loud sound, as if something heavy and massive fell on the stone floor with a roar. The wary leader of the alliance clearly did not expect such a development of events in his personal sanctuary, where no one should have been. Carefully turning his head, the sovereign tried to see what was happening behind him in the twilight of the hall every day. To the greatest surprise of the leader, a mysterious entrance, leading to the unknown underground depths of the ancient sanctuary, suddenly appeared in the floor. The massive stone statue began to slowly move to the side, exposing the appeared steps that led to the very bottom of the mysterious dungeon. The experienced leader of the Alliance instantly realized that this is exactly the place where he needed to go further, according to ancient predictions. Therefore, not afraid of anything and the full determination, the powerful lord confidently began to slowly go down the stone steps. Then a sharp look at the experienced leader also noticed something very suspicious in the surrounding environment of the mysterious underground passage. All ancient torches on the walls simply took on their own and lit up with a bright flame, illuminating the path into the depths of the dungeon. The Lord began to clearly feel the powerful demonic energy around him, but continued to resolutely go further along the steps into the unknown. The ominous demonic energy became closer and closer to the powerful leader of the Alliance. As if feeling in him a potential sacrifice for nutrition, the dark essence stretched to the Lord like real branches, trying to launch their energy tentacles directly into his living body for absorption. The ancient demon understood that in front of him is fresh blood, which he really needed after many years of imprisonment in the dungeon. The hungry entity prayed in a hoarse voice, begging to finally be saturated with this long-awaited fresh blood of a living person. The leader of the Alliance calmly noticed that a whole 1,000 years had passed, and the insatiatude of this demon remained exactly the same, insatiable. This powerful demon seems to completely begin to cover the leader's body with its energy branches. The dark essence began to rapidly take away the captured lord far along the winding corridor of the dungeon with an incredible speed of movement. At some point, the speed of movement became so fast that the surrounding walls turned into blurry shadows that take the captive further. And then the demon led the leader of the Alliance to a completely different hall, to a strange magical sphere, which consisted entirely of one giant eye. The Lord of the Alliance slowly raised his eyes and began to carefully examine the mysterious structure. The ancient essence continued to eagerly see this fresh blood and powerful demonic energy emanating from a living person into a dungeon. The hungry demon tried to violently hit the leader with his energy tentacles, but each time he managed to deftly dodge the attacks. And then the frightened leader turned to ancient forces with the words of the prayer, asking dear ancestors to wait and not to harm him. The Lord explained that he came here only to give respect to the great ancestors and their immeasurable wisdom of centuries. The leader has an urgent business for which the mighty patronage of the ancestors is necessary, so he asked you should not be very worried about his presence. After sincere words of respect, the ancient ancestors really heard a descendant and ceased to carry a mortal danger to his precious life. This respectful leader asked for forgiveness from the great ancestors if he accidentally brought them any inconvenience with his unexpected visit to the sanctuary. The Lord explained that he simply understood that there was no other way out of this situation, except for the appeal to the wisdom of the ancestors. Therefore, the leader decided, because he knows the correct course of action, take advantage of this opportunity to seek help from ancient forces. The powerful Lord admitted that he was looking for something extremely important for himself and the future of the whole alliance as a whole. It was about one special book on a shelf, which he really needed to implement the grandiose plans of the organization. These were notes Lofu, a small book containing a lot of knowledge, where in the second year of peaceful government, the master spoke about the perfect cultivation. Those few chosen ones who managed to comprehend this method on their own were able to achieve incredible perfection in spiritual practices. In the first year of reign, the master comprehended the method of committed cultivation and wrote his first volume with detailed instructions. The mentor was very pleased with the result and presented knowledge to all his students. In those days, hundreds of birds filled the space with beautiful songs. The ancient book says that the mentor himself needed many hundreds of years of persistent training in order to perform this method ideally. Those people whom the subordinate leader met only at the stage of laying the foundations, but already possessed such a perfect method of cultivation. The Lord was wondering if these mysterious opponents are direct descendants of the legendary master from ancient times. Be that as it may, the leader of the alliance must definitely find complete information about the method of perfect cultivation at any cost. This is possible the only chance in life to achieve the highest sphere and get rid of the endless suffering of mortal existence. So the Lord sincerely thanked the great ancestors for such a warm welcome in the sanctuary and was going to just leave home. Here the ancient ancestors seemed to not want to let go of the descendant. This magic ball began to make strange and disturbing sounds of warning, But the decisive leader of the alliance did not want to stop and continue the conversation. He simply headed for the exit from the underground sanctuary. The powerful lord completely dissolved in the dark corridor, moving away from ancient ancestors and their warnings. The magic ball seems to rebel against the will of the leader and categorically does not want to let him go from the ancient underground sanctuary of the ancestors. From the mystical sphere, a ghostly hand begins to slowly crawl out, which will relentlessly follow the rebellious descendant on the heels. The dark limb cautiously approached the shelf and decided to take that very ancient book about perfect cultivation to study the methods. This guy completely forgot the best principles. It's not a shame to follow the path of the devil. But betraying his ancestors is unacceptable. Meanwhile, the plane, along with the wise teacher and his talented student, is already safely landing in the southern region according to the plan. The pleasant voice of the pilot announces to the passengers that their plane arrived in the southern pavilion. Please do not forget their personal belongings. The stewardess smiles sweetly for an elderly man and politely tells him that it is time to leave the plane after a successful landing. A caring girl from the crew is interested in a strange passenger. Perhaps he needs help with heavy bags when exiting. But this mysterious man answers the girl that he is afraid. A sweet lady will not even be able to understand the true nature of his baggage. Lily, who was also there inside the cabin, carefully listened to this strange conversation between the passenger and the stewardess. Huya asks the teacher with curiosity, "What was the matter? Is this suspicious man somehow familiar to him?" The girl asked where the mentor could previously see this strange old man with unusual manners of behavior and speech. The teacher did not want to explain anything to the student with words, but simply put his 2 fingers to his own forehead for concentration. The master seemed to open the third eye of spiritual vision in just 1 second, allowing you to see the hidden energy of others. With the help of such a mystical analysis, Lee is able to see the true spiritual energy of any person within the radius of the action. The teacher realized that this old man is not at all as simple mortal as it might seem at the first superficial look. Lee praised his smart student for the fact that she came so quickly to the right decision to be alert. Hui admitted to the mentor that a very strange and unusual spiritual energy of unknown origin emanates from a mysterious man. The teacher explained to the student that this is because the old man is a puppet, controlled by someone else's spiritual consciousness from afar. Hearing such an incredible explanation, a bewildered student did not even immediately understand how it is, so that the man is a puppet. It turns out that this, in appearance as an ordinary old man, remotely controls some powerful cultivator through a spiritual connection. Huya asked the mentor whether they should quietly follow a suspicious man to receive information. The teacher replied that no, since the puppet would immediately suspect something. You need to let her leave as far as possible. Li asked the student with curiosity why it suddenly began to relate to an unfamiliar old man. The girl replied that the cultivator, after all, sees the world around them differently. And what if she wants to harm civilians around? The teacher gently corrected the student that she had a completely wrong performance. These are just the same people with abilities. Hui confusedly replied that it turned out she completely misunderstood the nature of cultivators and their attitude to the world. The guy explained that those cultivators that they recently met are really bad people with evil intentions. The master decided to use the divine consciousness to quietly follow the puppet and her mysterious puppeteer. And Li really reveals his mystical ability and can now clearly see the old man's energy trace. The teacher told the student that now they have to go further. You need to find someone else to fulfill the mission. The guy explained that we are talking about the mysterious family of Miao, who always avoided contacts with strangers. If they want to find these hermits among the many mountains of the southern region, then in this case an experienced conductor will be needed. This mysterious puppet turned to the driver with a request to go to the mountains, and the man asked in surprise if his grandfather was going there alone. A managed old man calmly answered the taxi driver that yes, his good friend asked him to take valuable gifts to his distant family. At this moment, the puppet remembered how the master of Yadov instructed him to deliver a special animal to the mountain chain to fulfill the mission. Only the Miao family and its other members are able to cure the heavenly poison. But if the creature begins to breed extremely fast pace, the old man then noticed that this could really work. But do not forget about the short life expectancy of creatures. Only a month. The sorcerer agreed that this would allow to win precious time while restoring his strength or deal with a dangerous opponent finally. And so now this car is going very quickly along a winding road to the distant mountains of the southern region of the country. The driver told the passenger that they were already on the spot. It is not good to return without a passenger, whether to wait for the old man. The mysterious grandfather answered gloomily. And what to wait if he, for example, will die in these wild and dangerous mountains? The frightened driver, in horror in his voice, asked the elderly passenger whether he was seriously talking about death in the mountains. The old man assured that he was serious more than ever in life. Just take this money for the trip and leave here quickly. In the end, a kind guy helped an elderly man to get his heavy bag from the trunk of a car before parting. The driver quickly left and said goodbye, that he did not need money at all. A good trip to his grandfather. The old man thoughtfully thought about how many kind and responsive young people are now found in the modern world. When the puppet was left completely alone on a deserted road, she still thought about something on something for a moment. The managed thought that since the young man in a sense is a kindred soul, then he should not destroy him in vain. In his trembling hands, the old man began to carefully use the accumulated spiritual energy to activate hidden abilities. Peering forward at the foggy distance, the puppet thought that he was destined to die in these wild mountains today. Li and Hui also arrived in this area, having arrived in a regular taxi a little later than a mysterious old man. The teacher unexpectedly felt around him some strange and anxious energy that was in the mountain air of the region. The master became much more serious and concentrated, as if immediately realized what the danger of the current situation is. The student asked the mentor what was happening, and the guy replied that the spiritual consciousness of the puppet was dissipated judging by the footsteps. Judging by the last existing location of the energy trace, the old man was supposed to enter precisely these dangerous mountains. The student with understanding noticed that if he went to the mountains, it was quite possible that she was also looking for a Mio family. The master said that this is not of fundamental importance. Without an experienced conductor, searches will take a very long time. They arrived at the house of exactly the person who today they will be very much necessary for the successful passage of the route. Li and Hui stand on the threshold of the house of a local conductor, who should help them go through dangerous mountain trails. At this time, some young man inside the house, someone beats a heavy sweat on the head for some kind of offense. An angry person screams at the guy that he bought it for 200,000, but turned out to be a real fake. The young man is justified that he was oath. This is a real antiques of the highest quality from ancient times. An angry man began to report the young man even more, saying how he could believe it. He has neither brains nor money. Li politely turned to this master who so fiercely reported the boy for the purchase of supposedly fake antiques. The teacher said welcomously that the old friend Li Ma welcomes the inhabitants of this beautiful mountain chain of the south region of the country. The bewildered man did not understand who it was, and the master was in complete shock from the unexpected treatment of the stranger. This puzzled gentleman politely asked if the guest does not mind whether it was possible to find out his venerable name for acquaintance. The teacher introduced himself as his real name, not hiding the individual from the potential assistant in search of the right family. The master said that he arrived at this southern pavilion to find a Mio family, whether the master could indicate the right path. After these words, the surprised gentleman asked if the guest is really interested in the mysterious family of Miao from the mountains. The guy immediately with curiosity asked why the owner of the house suddenly decided to immediately ask them about it. Then the boy intervened and said that a few days ago, the Association of Martial Arts of the province also arrived here in search of a family. Father immediately began to cover his mouth to the boy, saying that he had spoke unnecessary information to strangers without permission. Li explained the situation. His student suffered from poison, so they need help, and they are in no way connected with the association. The master was in a huge shock from what he heard from an unfamiliar guest about a girl who suffered from poison. The man regretfully said that no matter how much he wanted to help, most likely it will not be easy at all. 7 years ago, this mysterious family left the district, and after that no one heard anything from them. Even the most experienced local conductors are now unable to find traces of this mysterious family in the mountains. This little boy unexpectedly told his father that he just knew where to look for them in the mountainous area of the region. The young man added that in such issues we are talking about human life, so they should help these people. And this decisive little boy repeated that he really knew how to find a Mio family in the mountains of the southern region. An interested student immediately politely asked the young man if he could share this valuable information with them. The boy began the story with the fact that people from the province got to the point that they began to call family members to a duel. Who would have thought that self-confident fighters of the association would not succeed against one girl from the family? The girl from this mysterious family turned out to be stronger than all the other attackers, and to this day is completely invincible. The master, listening to the boy, asked in surprise how he knew about it. He hears the first time about all this. A brave boy replied that his father was not worried about the goods in the warehouse, and he was at least somewhat interested in around. Huya thanked the young man for valuable information and offered to go to the city in the arena to try to find a girl. Li listened carefully to the story, but still the experienced master had several important questions for the owners. The teacher asked whether he realized correctly that they had quarreled because of the picture, which an entrepreneurial boy bought recently. The master confirmed that his child was brutally deceived by the merchants, and the young man bought some expensive fake for a lot of money. The guy authoritatively stated that this is not a fake at all, but the genuine work of the master, who is really a valuable antiques. Both the boy and his father were in a real shock from an unexpected statement by a newing guest about the true value of the purchase. The guy explained in detail that in all works of this master, you can easily trace the characteristic smooth lines, as right on this scroll. The gentleman carefully examined the purchase of his son and said with a surprise that this is really amazing and incredibly high quality. The man added that skill can be traced exactly here and here. It's hard to believe that this is really a genuine antiques. The grateful gentleman admitted that if it were not for the visual eye of the guest, he would never have believed that this was the original master. Li rightly remarked that they received the necessary information from the hosts, and he helped with the picture. Now all the covets. With a good smile on the face, the teacher and student said goodbye to this hospitable family and moved forward in search. Huya asked the mentor with curiosity that he knew about the artist Li Linchuan and his work. The guy answered with a slight nostalgia that he knows the masters because, in his time, he personally taught his painting. Meanwhile, the Miao girl from the mysterious family once again demonstrated her invincibility in the combat arena of the city. Miao In was insanely strong and talented, so that none of the rivals could defeat her in an honest duel. The girl threw out another strong guy from the arena without much effort, without experiencing any serious problems. Miao In contemptuously told the defeated that he was not an opponent, so let them submit the next applicant immediately. The girl added with the challenge that since her technique is imperfect, her brother will show everyone present real skill. And then the solemn announcement of the host sounded in the arena. All the attention, ladies and gentlemen, a new fight begins. The announcer said that the young girl again defeated several rivals in a row, not giving them a single chance. This ancient arena was created by the great masters of martial arts 1,000 centuries ago for true warriors. One of the spectators indignantly asked, "Is it really so that some snot could easily defeat adult men?" The elder got angry and strictly asked Mazungo how he dares to talk so disrespectfully about his own people. The subordinate approached the master and explained what he understands. It is simply necessary to maintain the combat spirit of the association. Fighters must gather forces in order to compete with this girl. Then the winners will receive more respect. The elder replied that after 5 defeats in a row, if they lose again, the locals would think about the absence of good fighters. Therefore, he turned to the best student and said that in this case, not Shuan would go to the next arena. The master introduced him as a first-class fighter of the Martial Arts Association capable of cope with any enemy in the ring. The elder added that since the first-class fighter is not Shuan, he is obliged to cope with this task and restore the honor of the organization. And from the speakers of the arena, you can loudly hear how the presenter announces the appearance of a new contender for victory. The announcer introduced a first-class fighter of the Martial Arts Association as the youngest guy who has ever entered this ring. Not Shuan is known to the whole province with its iron fists and amazing power in the battle against any opponents. The entire crowded hall began to together chant the name of the new fighter, expecting from him a worthy representation of the association. And then an experienced fighter confidently stands in front of this girl, the young talent of the Miao family in the combat arena. Miao and Masterly noticed that a lot of praised this fighter. But is he really so good in battle? Not Shuan gallantly invited the girl to deliver the first blow, demonstrating nobility and confidence in her own abilities. The host commented that this is something like a manifestation of a gentlemanly nature or, conversely, disrespect for an opponent in the ring. Mio-in began to seriously be angry from such a neglect of a self-confident enemy in the arena. The girl decided to use her power of an iron fist to show this impudent guy, which he would regret. Miao-in rapidly waved a powerful blow, but her experienced rival managed to deftly dodge the attack. The girl was sincerely surprised by what was happening, because usually people cannot dodge her lightning stroke. And then her opponent, with a grin, noticed that she had inflicted her first blow according to the gentleman's agreement. After failure, the girl begins to use her next destructive power, a poisonous blow against a self-confident opponent. Miao-in again tried to hit the enemy, but he simply jumped high, which was due to which he easily dodged the attack. Huya, who came to the arena with the teacher, noticed that the girl's tricks are identical to what the Master of Poisons did. Li agreed with the supervision of the student, which seems to be the technique of imposing poisons belongs to this particular ancient family. And with the second powerful blow, an angry girl also did not work against a clever enemy. Not Xuan with a mockery noticed that she had only one blow left according to preliminary agreement. The girl began to be even more angry, realizing that she could not afford to lose some guy from the province. Miaoin sent many sharp stones with the words of the call to try to reflect it. Small pebbles, sharpened like real glass blades, began to swiftly fly right on her enemy. Sharp shells moved very quickly, heading directly to the experienced fighter of the Martial Arts Association for defeat. Not Xuan began to use the technique of thousands of shadow hands to effectively fight off this deadly attack of the girl. The fighter seemed to have a whole bunch of hands with which he methodically repulsed every flying stone from himself. All sharp shells simply began to rash to the land of the arena, without causing the enemy any harm. Not Xuan said with triumph that her attempts were exhausted, so now this is his turn to attack the rival. An experienced fighter began to take his proprietary combat rack to strike a decisive blow against a self-confident girl. And the first thing is not Xuan used the powerful technique of fiery fist against Miaoin to achieve a quick victory. Huya was worried about the teacher, as worried that this talented girl from the family could seriously threaten something in the arena. With a mysterious smile on his face, the guy answered the student that he would believe her. Nothing threatens the girl. The master explained that the Meo family fights perfectly at a distance. Moreover, this is their secret skill of ancestors. The secret skill is not yet used in battle, so the girl still has trump cards and a wide sleeve of kimono. Miaoin, with a cunning smile on a beautiful face herself, was well aware of the presence of hidden opportunities for victory. The girl sent her secret spiders straight to nothing-suspecting enemy for a sudden attack. Not Xuan opened his mouth in surprise when he suddenly saw many poisonous spiders approaching him. The fighter began to feel these dangerous spiders tied his legs with a strong sticky web, depriving the opportunity to move. The student finally realized what the mentor was talking about, mentioning a certain secret skill of an ancient family from the mountains. This guy began to scream from indignation that it was a dirty trick and a completely dishonest tactics of fighting. Miaoin calmly replied that she was a master of martial arts. What honest techniques can be discussed in battle? The girl added that no one established the rules of the arena, prohibiting the use of such family techniques in a duel. Miaoin reminded the enemy that she had already said he would regret in any case when he opposed her. And this fighter, in complete shock, asked the girl what she wants to do with him in the arena. The girl turns to a defeated enemy who shouts to her about not even thinking of approaching him closer than now. With her huge poisonous fists, Miaoin began to methodically beat a guy who could not even move in its place because of the web. Not Xuan completely fell on the hard land of the arena after such a cruel and merciless beating at the hands of a talented girl from the family. Miaoin triumphantly stood over the defeated body, proudly showing that she had won the next self-confident enemy in the ring. All people who carefully watched the fight from the stands shouted enthusiastically that it was a truly brilliant and impressive victory. The presenter announced through the microphone that the ladies and gentlemen seemed to be the fastest defeat in the entire long history of the arena. The elder of the Martial Arts Association was very angry when he heard these humiliating words of the leader about his wards. The host continued provocative comments, asking, "Is there really no one here who could defeat this girl in an honest battle?" And then, unexpectedly, the expression of the host's face is radically changing. He becomes frightened and confused from what is happening nearby. The angry elder of the association approached the microphone and simply smeared the commentator with a slap in the face of an impudent face for insults. The old man menacingly told the presenter that it was time to shut up, because he was clearly forgotten and does not understand where he is now. The elder indignantly asked the commentator on whose side he was, if this speaks of local fighters. The angry master screamed on his subordinates to quickly take the body of his best fighter from the shameful ring immediately. The elder Fury said that today they showed a real shame in front of all residents of the city and guests. Huya turned to the teacher with the words, "What needs to be seen?" It seems that today a great chance for action was introduced. The decisive girl made an important decision and confidently entered the arena for a duel with an invincible representative of the family. Miaoin in bewilderment watched as someone else such a brave enters the ring for a battle with her. In front of her, she saw a fragile girl, which actually looked like a complete beginner in martial arts. The audience of the fight was surprised to think who she was, that she entered the ring, because it looks like a fragile lady without experience. A student of the master boldly stated that she was ready to fight and was not afraid of anything in the upcoming confrontation with the champion. Huya added with determination that now they are just starting a duel right away. And that's all. No delay. The presenter recalled the rules of the arena. The participants must introduce himself, say who they are and where they came from. To this, the girl calmly replied that the heroes of such formal questions are usually not asked before the battle. The host agreed that, okay, this bold lady is not very talkative, but she was clearly confident in her abilities. In this case, the organizers decided to simply start a duel without unnecessary ceremonies and tightening time. Huya politely turned to the opponent, saying that she was hoping that it would be a good and honest duel between them. And now, the student decided to start the first, using her proprietary crane, a dance of 5 quick steps against an opponent. Very quickly, the girl flew and enveloped her powerful green healing energy of an unsuspecting enemy in the ring. Miaowen was surprised to think that this mysterious girl is much faster than that previous boob from the association. Suddenly, the master of the master was behind her opponent and calmly noticed that she was just moving very slowly. Huya neatly touched the opponent with her green energy of the medic, demonstrating superiority in speed and battle technique. All those present in the stands of the audience told each other that for the first time they saw such skill in their lives. The elder Ma, carefully watching what was happening, thought about such exact movements. Did she really have a first-class warrior? But why never heard about this girl? Huya quickly approached her opponent very quickly, demonstrating excellent speed and military equipment. The girl generously told her rival that, okay, she would give her one attempt to show skill, let her prepare well. Miaowen with a challenge answered the stranger that she would then seriously regret this generosity in the near future. The family representative resolutely extended her hand forward, completely covering it with powerful destructive energy for the attack. Spectators could feel the complete power of the incredible power that accumulated in the body of a talented girl from an ancient family. It was an iron poisonous armor in combination with the divine speed, which she masterfully mastered over the years of training. The host with excitement declared to the audience that it seems that their invincible champion plans to fight with might and main in this decisive round. The elders of the associations thought with anxiously that it seems that this mysterious girl did not know about the real strength of the Miao family. Miaowen gracefully jumped from the ground to a decent height, preparing for a crushing blow from above. Loosing a powerful fist, the family representative wanted to deliver a crushing blow from a height for a guaranteed victory. The girl with a challenge shouted to the opponent so that she would try to block this corporate impact of the family now. Miaowen struck so much that the audience saw only dazzling blue light from emitted energy. Huya, with amazing ease, simply set a protective shield in front of herself, which completely blocked a powerful blow. None of the audience present expected such a light blocking of a branded blow to the invincible champion of the arena. The bewildered Miaowen asked the opponent to let her go, feeling that she had fallen into an unexpected trap of an experienced fighter. Huya asked with curiosity if the rival did not have any trump cards left in the sleeve to continue. A student of the master released the girl and she stepped back a little, trying to restore balance after an unsuccessful attack. Mio smiled slyly and told the opponent that she had not yet understood. It was a skilled trap. The family representative explained that the opponent's body is now under the destructive influence of the black emptiness of poisons. According to the champion, the opponent will weaken very soon and will not be able to continue to fight in the arena. Huai, in response to the threat, only began to smile mysteriously, demonstrating complete calm in this situation. The girl activated the technique of Crystal Heart, a clean heart and a perfect body to protect against toxic effects. This ancient technique allows you to effectively protect yourself from any poison that can be found in the world. Shocked viewers exclaimed that, "God, what an incredible power, just look at this amazing sight before your eyes." Li was also proud of his talented student and understood that it was a well-developed protection technique. The man behind the master noticed that the winner was not yet completely defined, so do not forget about it. The champion has not yet used the secret trick that helped her defeat all previous opponents in the arena. Around the frightened spectators, many dangerous insects suddenly appear, causing panic among those present. Huya also tensed from that sinister spectacle that she sees in front of her in the battle arena. The girl saw a huge number of poisonous beetles, which were saturated with a fatal poison to destroy the enemy. There were simply countless them, and all these creatures quickly flew to the student of the master for attack. The host with excitement announced that any unprepared person would be horrified by this nightmare spectacle. The commentator wondered what this mysterious young lady would now do against the army of insects. Huai's hands were covered with powerful green healing energy, preparing for decisive debris to attacking creatures. The girl sent a large number of small, sharp needles forward to destroy an impending threat. The student used her key ability, divine needles that never miss the goal. A huge number of sparkling needles began to hit all insects in a row. They flew very quickly and extremely accurately. The poisonous creatures of Meow. I did not have a single chance to survive under such a powerful and accurate shelling needles. The host, in complete shock, exclaimed the audience that yes, the girl used her needles to effectively neutralize all the poisonous insects at once. Miao Yin, carefully looking at what was happening, did not understand at all how, in general, this could be possible in principle. Huya calmly asked her opponent if he had something else interesting that she wanted to show in battle. Miao Yin literally began to explode from rage and powerlessness, is not able to accept such a humiliating defeat. But then, the representative of the family realized that, okay, she had nothing more left. So she simply recognizes an honest defeat. The girl said with dignity that she used all her tricks without exception, so it would only be easier for the opponent. It is amazing that really this proud girl from an ancient family was able to take her defeat with honor and dignity. Going closer to the winner, Miao Yin, with sincere curiosity, asked how she became so incredibly strong. Huya modestly answered the defeated rival that she just had a very good and wise martial art teacher. The host began excitedly to announce that it did not seem to him the girl who won in 6 rounds now recognized the defeat. All viewers told each other that until this moment it seemed simply impossible. What an amazing sight for the eyes. As expected, many truly talented people with unique abilities really live in the southern region. Huai asked the organizers, did she really need to fight again? She would not want to do this at all today. But the host explained the rules that to win the champion and not to take part in the tournament contradicts the established rules. The girl offered a compromise that the organizers can determine someone else on this responsible role instead of her. The senior master of the association strictly stated that there are rules. You can't fight when you want and leave when you want. The elder added with contempt that your vulnerable teacher taught you this disrespect for traditions. Obviously, the girl immediately indignantly answered the respected master as he dares to talk about her teacher in a similar vein. The old man immediately quickly fell off his seat and took a fighting rack for an immediate attack on a daring girl. The angry master menacingly asked that they were teaching here in martial arts, some kind of disrespect for the elders. Suddenly, the old man screamed that the great master should be careful. A serious danger from above is approaching. An incomprehensible shell, saturated with powerful blue energy, very quickly flew right in the direction of an unsuspecting elder. Nothing else happens, since the energy shells quickly fly directly to the target without deviations. The old man thought with horror that he was literally a moment, and he would have lost a good name, and possibly life. Li, who attacked warningly, thought that this was a small focus, did not think that the master would be so frightened. The elder was surprised to ask others who still showed up with characteristic blue hair on his head. The guy Li jumped up very highly into the air, which clearly surprised all the audience present in the arena. People who were looking at this incredible sight told each other that they had never seen the immortal with their own eyes. Li landed very close straight before this confused old man, demonstrating superiority in martial arts. The teacher calmly informed the elder that it was he who is the very good mentor of the girl. The elder, in complete shock, thought that this mysterious guy was able to freely control the void and fly. The elder thought with horror, did he really face a real master cultivator from ancient legends and legends? The guy calmly told the old man that his student was an honest winner of the competition, and he decided to teach a lesson by attacking her. A confused old man defiantly asked the young man, does he really want to fight him right here in the arena? The young teacher mysteriously smiled at the representative of the association and calmly replied that he was not at all, was not going to fight. Li recalled the words about the rules of the competition, so all those present should strictly observe them according to tradition. The master invited the elder to use all his accumulated power of spiritual energy to complete a simple task. The teacher explained the condition: if the old man can raise this small flag from the ground, then he recognizes it as the winner. Li smiled amiably and asked the elder of the association, well, what would he say to this proposal? The old man could not help but think with the interest of how much spiritual energy the guy could concentrate in this flag. The master of the association turned to a young man and stated that he would accept the call, but he should keep his promise. The puzzled spectators were perplexed what kind of strange techniques and methods of conducting a fight between opponents. People from the Martial Arts Association got angry and indignantly asked how they dare to talk about such things. May Oldish strictly ordered to stop crossing with ordinary people. Everyone should know that they are above this. Spectators said among themselves that this old man is too self-confident in his real strength and capabilities. Lee politely offered the elder that he would then ask him to approach this flag and try to raise him. The old man began to use all his accumulated strength. A powerful dark energy of destruction appeared around him. The master of the association called on the ancient power of the ancestors to be able to get the flag from the earth and prove his superiority. But here, unexpectedly, the expression of the elder's face is radically changing. He notices something very strange. When an experienced fighter approached this small flag, he was simply thrown back with a powerful invisible force. Alarmed students screamed their teacher, asking the great master what happened to him at that moment. But the old man was so bad that he even had blood from his mouth from the injuries. The elder thought with horror. What kind of incomprehensible magic it was? He does not feel like his internal organs. Shocked viewers told each other what to see. This old man barely touched the flag. The worried students asked the great master of the association how he feels after a collision with an artifact. The old man bitterly understood that this was just a huge shame for his good name and reputation in the province. The defeated master of the association looked at the young girl with his eyes fading from pain. Meowin sympathetically told the old man that he would believe he really needs it now to realize reality. And the defeated elder simply continued to cough it with blood, unable to recover from exposure. Meow-in carefully noticed Huai and her teachers, who stared at what was happening intently and appraisingly. Huya said, in an apologetic tone, that she probably misunderstood the situation and involuntarily pulled them into this confrontation. Meowin came closer and asked with curiosity whether she understood correctly. "This is a teacher of this young lady." The girl began to joyfully jump around the guy, begging to teach her too. She wants to become the same strong. The guy calmly replied that you can teach her, but in this case he offers a fair exchange of knowledge. Lili explained the condition: teach useful techniques and she will lead them to her mysterious family in the mountains. Miaoying, having heard about this proposal, asked with disbelief, did they really come to return her there? The king of medicine sat in his chambers and carefully studied medical papers, trying to find a solution for a difficult problem with poison. Suddenly, the master of medicine directly took and sneezed loudly in place, unable to restrain the unexpected reaction of the body to treatment. The students told each other that the teacher groans there for 2 whole days in pain, but no one was allowed to help him to provide assistance. The young guy asked with concern, was it really such a disease that the treatment process is so painful for the master? Throughout the Palace of Medicine, loud cries and moans of the king suffering from poison are constantly heard, which scared all the inhabitants. The head of the family strictly advised the master to better remain silent and protect the few forces that he still had. Then this king of medicine and master of poisons bitterly said that it was easy to give advice on this while being away. The heads of the family are struggling to cleanse his body from destructive poison from the inside, using ancient healing methods. They do it straight so that the master can finally fully use his lost spiritual strength again. The healer is struggling to do at least something to facilitate the condition, applying all his possible healing power. With great difficulty, the master takes out these sharp needles that block the circulation of spiritual energy in the guy's body. One after another, he slowly takes out the needles, although this is actually an extremely time-consuming and painful process for everyone. It was only the 4th needle from the set, but so much precious time was spent on a painful procedure. The head of the family explained that most of the needles were already extracted, but the body is too weak to withstand the rest of the process today. So today, the treatment is completed, and they will continue the painful procedure next time tomorrow morning. Here, the master of poisons of goodbye turned to the old man with an important issue of a treasure hidden in the mountains. The healer asked if that mysterious treasure had seen that, according to rumors, is behind the dangerous mountains of the southern region. The old man answered with disgust that this is the creation of the devil. The woe of the grass for any decent family of cultivators. If it were not for the powerful protection of several powerful elders, he would have long destroyed this dangerous creature. The master added that if the family still wants to know the truth about perfect cultivation, let him take the education of this creation. But if they cannot cope with this task and tame the creature, then they will lose all mercy. In such a sad case, the monster will simply make people randomly eat people in the vicinity, without analyzing the victims. The elder, when he heard these terrible words of the insolent, was in a real shock from such an ultimatum and threats. The master of Yadov reminded the old man so that he would not forget about his solemn promise. The family should receive a cultivation method. Meanwhile, two ordinary people slowly moved along the mountain paths, lifting and taking a heavy wooden cart behind them. Men talked among themselves about how hard to drag so many loads on the other side of the high mountains. One man said in bewilderment that he had no idea why it was necessary to drag such a huge amount of fresh meat there, and his companion replied that it was just necessary to silently fulfill the tasks entrusted to him, without asking unnecessary questions to the authorities. And in front of the surprised travelers on a mountain trail, a huge and very deep hole in the ground suddenly appeared. One man anxiously noticed that it looks rather strange and very similar to a place for ritual sacrifice. And from this sinister pit, it unexpectedly appeared bright red eyes, which threateningly lit up in the dark. Frightened men are talking to each other. Whether his brother saw it, there, as if someone had a big inside and wait, and then a heavenly worm. A terrible creature with many sharp teeth and a disgusting look crawls out of a deep pit. Two ordinary guys were very frightened by this nightmare spectacle when they first saw such a monster in life. The hungry heavenly worm immediately aggressively waved to their wagon with meat, which they hardly dragged along the mountains. The hungry monster began to completely overeat with the fresh meat that frightened people carried for unknown goals in the mountains. A mysterious person suddenly appears behind the frightened travelers, who strictly warns them so that they do not say a word out loud. It was a master of poisons who explained scared men that if they say at least a word, you will become a lunch for a hungry worm. The villain quickly drove the witnesses away, ordering them to immediately get out of here, while they are alive and healthy. Then, the poison master affectionately ordered his pet to continue to eat and grow, to fulfill an important mission. The sorcerer additionally poured some special poison into the mouth of the monster to enhance the destructive abilities of the creature. The master of poisons with tenderness told the worm what a good boy is, glad that he has such an obedient creature. The villain promised that as soon as the pet grows to the desired size, no other creatures would be able to compare with him. The master added that the poison of the worm will be enough to poison all the living things that are on this grief. And when the girl decided to carefully examine the label on her hand, she realized that it was a poisonous lotus of heavenly origin. Huya said with understanding that this is a trace of the poison of the heavenly worm, which someone specially grows in the mountains. Li explained Meow, in that now she understands they are not here to force her home. Meow's excuses that when they mentioned her family, that she had to think in such a situation. Huya with sympathy asked if the girl was afraid to return home or there is some other serious reason. The master explained that their family has always led a hidden lifestyle, and recently they cut off the connection with the outside world. Li directly asked the girl if she ran away from home and therefore was afraid to return to relatives. Huya understood everything from the explanation and said that now the whole situation has become extremely understandable to everyone. The student offered a compromise. If the girl does not want to conduct them personally, she could tell about the whereabouts of the family. Meowin warned that her family, unfortunately, extremely does not like guests, since the strangers would not be easy there. In addition, the girl explained that this poison can be controlled only by blood relatives. Family members are required to comply with the rules. The student asked the girl with curiosity if someone who could create such a dangerous heavenly worm. Meowin confidently replied that of course she knew who is capable of such a crime against the family. In their family for a decade, there were no masters who were able to control this poison. So we are talking only about one person. The girl named the name Miao Feng, who is the real master of poisons and a traitor of the family. It was he who took possession of this heavenly worm and stole the ancient secrets of their family for his own evil goals. Meowin suddenly took Huai by the hand, demonstrating determination to help in the current dangerous situation. The girl explained that although she escaped, this heavenly worm still belongs to their ancient family rightfully. And since the monster creates serious problems for innocent people, the family is obliged to take decisive measures. Therefore, Meowin promised that they would certainly find a way to help Huai get rid of heavenly poison. Huai was even a little surprised by such an enthusiasm from this unfamiliar, almost alien girl for her. Li, having listened to all the explanations, said with satisfaction that then it was great to hear from her. Meowin was delighted and exclaimed that she was fine, in which case they all returned home together. After these words, the girl's reaction has changed very sharply and dramatically. Facial expression became serious and preoccupied. The girl said anxiously that if the great old man finds out about her escape, he would surely punish her and put her on a single camera for a long time. Meowiner added with a sigh that she was often locked up and, in principle, even got used to such an appeal. But first, the girl needs to buy something important for the trip, so she asked to wait a bit. She will go with them a little later. She pleadingly asked the guests, saying that, please, this is her very last request before a dangerous trip home to the family. The understanding teacher replied that they did not mind rest at all, so he offered to meet tomorrow morning in an appointed place. Hearing the consent, the delighted girl said that without any problems, this time was enough for her with her head for all preparations. She joyfully ran out of the room, reflecting on food and drinks, and what else to buy for the peace of a strict elder. Hwai with warmth noticed that the girl was so sweet. She would like Yao Yao to be as kind when she grows up. The teacher turned to his students with an offer to contact the others so that they would not be worried about anything during the absence. And now the faithful subordinates go to the luxurious cabinet of the successful student Jianlui for the report on the work done. The secretary proudly reported that the Chamber of Commerce helped out 2 billion. Everything went exactly as the hostess previously predicted. The girl wisely noticed that not to put forward the requirements, but to explore the interests of other parties. These are the most successful methods of negotiations, the subordinate said with understanding that now she understood the principle. The southeastern coast has been mastered, and their corporation can act freely. And then, just at the right time, the student calls the teacher on a mobile phone for an important conversation. The girl picked up the phone and with concern asked if they were all right, whether they had already reached in place. Jianlui also asked if some material assistance from her for an expedition to the mountains was possible. After clarifying the situation, she decided to ask her ward that she needed information about the Martial Arts Association. It would also be very nice if the secretary can find a video of the battle in the arena, which happened today during the day. Jianlui anxiously thought that there were still no news from the Poisons of Poisons, and now some other association has appeared. The girl hoped very much that everything would go smoothly and without serious problems for the teacher and his companion. Meanwhile, a person with a heavy suitcase slowly moves along a dangerous mountain chain, carefully choosing the path among the stones. It was the same mysterious old man who was controlled by an evil master of poisons to perform a secret mission in the mountains. The old man thought that it was not possible to stop in the cave for various reasons, so he should do this here. The puppet carefully opens its heavy case, preparing to fulfill the important part of the secret task entrusted to him. And when he completely opened the suitcase, then inside were actually completely different things or tools. It was a real living creature with sharp fangs, which all this time lived and developed in this tight chest. The old man gently stroked his pet and said with emotion that a child, he sees how excellent he grows and develops. A lot of thick blood is constantly dripping from the mouth of the monster, which makes it a truly terrible monster for any observer. The hungry monster with visible joy drinks the proposed blood, absorbing it a little for a set of strength and growth. After feeding on the disgusting face of the monster, evil eyes lit up already, demonstrating the growing power and thirst for destruction. The puppet suddenly remembered and said that she almost forgot about the important potion that the Master of Poisons for the mission had previously passed to her. The old man explained to the monster that only 1 drop of this remedy and the entire poison would retreat, allowing the essence to act freely. The puppet wondered when Miao Feng betrayed his family for the sake of power, whether he learned that everything would turn into this way. And from this mysterious suitcase, a huge boar, a monstrous creature of incredible size and strength, suddenly grew up. The puppet was still holding a pot, from which a strange steam with a pungent smell of blood emanated. The old man gave this huge boar to smell a pot, and ordered to remember this specific smell for hunting well. The monster carefully listened to the owner's teams and carefully watched the smell emanating from the magic vessel. The monster began to turn his massive head in different directions after he caught the smell of victims he needed. After that, both wild boars began to reflect what to do next to complete the task set for them. Creatures became more aggressive with every second, began to growly growl and demonstrate their hostility. One of the wild boars suddenly attacked an accidental animal and brutally bit his defenseless body with sharp fangs. And these 2 grown monsters with pleasure examined their first prey before the start of the feast. Even the puppet herself was in horror, watching how these wild animals break another living creature into parts. But the old man told the pets that they need to eat fresh meat well to continue to grow to perform a mission. And then this gluttonous boar on a wide back suddenly increased another additional mouth with sharp teeth. The puppet explained that if it is good to eat, then it will be able to create offspring, because now it is a separate creature. The old man added that the monster should eat at least for the sake of his future children, who will continue the family business. And this huge, hungry creature began to gradually approach its creator to receive new instructions. The monster was even biting an old man who was in fact raised it to execute a secret mission against the family. Now these dangerous creatures have become just countless, and thus they will be able to destroy the whole family of Mio. Meanwhile, the head of the Mio family with anger said that for the death of children, Miao Feng would have to pay a very high price. In the hands of the elder held a strange poisonous beetle, which was considered very rare and valuable for family rituals. The head of the family told the insect that he hopes that something costs his real price in the upcoming battle for survival. And in the early morning, the old man from the Mio family prepared real healing decoctions for the treatment of affected relatives. A frightened young man came running to him and shouted that the elder, something really terrible had happened with family members. The guy out of breath said that Miao Yin and Miao Qing left the house and were brutally wounded by some aggressive animals. The elder of the family sternly replied that he would not say nonsense. There are no such dangerous predators in the mountains now. The boy insisted that he was telling the whole truth. These red monsters reached several meters in length. Hearing such a description of the monsters, the elder still could not believe his ears. It seemed impossible. The alarmed head of the family asked what is happening with the children now and where they are currently. The boy replied that at the moment the victims are undergoing urgent treatment with an uncle kisser in a neighboring house. Then the worried old man from the Mayo family still decided to go there immediately to see everything with his own eyes. The healer told the arrived elder that he had finally arrived. You must definitely look at the state of Miao Qing. But when the old man saw what was happening with his own eyes, he was in a real shock from a terrible spectacle. Miao Qing was seriously wounded, but his hand could not be saved. The guy was just lying without a limb on the bed. The guy also told the elder what to see. The sister of Miao China also came to visit the injured brother. The girl with horror told the elder that he was right. Terrible monsters really appeared that attacked the family. The head of the family turned to her with a request that the deer to tell everything that he knew about the attack. The girl explained that today they, as always, went for medical herbs, but from nowhere they jumped out these creatures. She added with trembling in her voice that the monsters were terrible and very evil, set up for the murder of any living. Mio said that they tried to use their family magic to protect against the attackers, but to no avail. But for some strange reason, Scorpio was very scared. No matter how the girl was forced, he did not want to obey. It seemed that the insect was something that he was very afraid of, more death. The brother reacted very quickly to the danger and tried to drag his sister as far from monsters as possible. But unfortunately, it so happened that during the flight, the girl unsuccessfully stumbled on the root of the tree. She just took and fell to the ground, and could not do anything with herself because of severe pain. This monster was already rapidly approaching her, covering the defenseless girl with her huge, threatening shadow. But the brave brother stopped this monster with his own body, because of which he lost his right hand forever. In such a heroic way, he saved his sister when he tried to protect her from the monster. The girl is terribly sorry for his brother. The elder realized that the only thing that could scare family insects was a heavenly beetle and his poison. Did Miao Feng return? The head of the family indignantly said that he not only betrayed his family and stole a heavenly beetle, but also dared to set animals. Then another frightened guy came running, who shouted in the same way that the elder. Something was terrible. The already completely exhausted head of the family tiredly asked the messenger what happened to their people again. This guy in horror told the elder the important news. You need to see that the monsters have already reached the main gate of the settlement. The old man, who did not expect such a development of events, asked the messenger what exactly he had in mind by these words. At this critical moment, Miao Ind leads his new friends to the territory of the family, explaining that now it is necessary to turn here. Li noticed that they had already overcome the mountains and entered the territory of the mountain chain of thousands of mountains. Judging by energy, animals are found here. The teacher added that the spiritual artery passes here, so the concentration of spiritual power in the air is much higher than usual. Meow and Gravity asked with curiosity what these two were talking about so seriously. She also wants to participate in a conversation. The master invited her to better tell the history of the Southern Territory. A long time ago, this place was a den of powerful monsters. Huya asked her teacher with interest what time was talking about. Maybe 1,000 years ago. The guy answered the student that no, suggests that we are talking about the period several times more than this period. The student, when she heard such an ancient story, laughed and said that then everything became clear. Meowin with lively interest asked the storytellers, and what happened later in those distant times? The guy said that 3,000 years ago the great demon of the mines united demons and intended to bring the world a disaster. And here, there was a great epic battle between the army of demons and people for the fate of the whole world. The immortal Loth then defeated the demon in the battle. The place of the fall of the corpse of the dragon was called as a divine place of power, and the place where the blood of the defeated dragon formed the river was called a bloody river in memory of the battle. Meow in surprise noted that who would have thought that these picturesque places had such a dramatic story. The girl with lively curiosity asked if there was something else interesting in the ancient places. Did they also severely killed someone there in ancient times? The guy gently answered the girl that this gloomy story perhaps is better to talk with her a little later, when there will be a more suitable moment for such stories. Huya suddenly said that she no longer feels the spiritual energy of these mysterious creatures around, to which the guy answered that he also noticed this recently. Their companion said bewilderedly that she completely did not understand what the comrades were talking about. The girl did not notice anything suspicious in the surrounding peaceful situation. Li patiently explained to his companions that when the insects suddenly were gone and the birds were silent, this is a sure sign that dangerous monsters were nearby. Two girls instantly strained, clearly realizing that most likely now they would have to meet with these unknown and potentially hostile creatures face to face. The mood of the entire group of travelers instantly changed and has become much more serious and wary in the face of an impending unknown danger. Then both girls were very surprised at that sinister and frightening spectacle, which they completely unexpectedly saw in front of them among dense trees. The guy calmly and confidently told the companions that since everyone is cultivators, do not worry so much because of such dangerous meetings on the way. The girls honestly admitted to the teacher that they had never previously fought with real monsters. Suddenly, travelers heard a terrible and heartbreaking roar, which came very near their current location and echoed the mountains. This sound was so incredibly loud and frightening that absolutely all the birds in the district instantly flew into the air in a matter of seconds from severe fright. The master seriously and strictly warned his students that the enemies were already very close, and three travelers stood in complete combat readiness and clearly understood that something extremely dangerous and hostile was rapidly approaching their group. It was a truly terrible monster, outwardly similar to a strange hybrid of a wild boar and a ferocious lion of bright red color with many sharp fangs and claws. Huai instantly decided to use her proven and reliable skill massaged by the attack by divine war needles against the approaching monster. These incredibly sharp needles flew very quickly towards the rapidly approaching monster. Numerous shells successfully pierced the massive body of the creature, which is why he immediately became difficult and with a loud blow landed on a solid rocky earth. But the sharp needles of the monster did not stop at all. The monster, as if without effort, pulled all the needles from his incredibly powerful and resistant to body damage. This painful effect only angered and enraged the monster even more. The girl exclaimed with complete bewilderment and confusion that it was her famous divine needles. Like such powerful shells may not act on such a creature. Meow-in resolutely turned to her new comrades and persistently asked to allow the use of her proprietary and deadly technique of thousands of poisonous creatures. A huge number of deadly poisonous beetles of various sizes quickly flew towards this incredibly dangerous monster for a massive attack. But the powerful monster with amazing ease reflected the organized attack of numerous insects. Meow-in, with a real shock and disappointment, said that all the poisonous beetles could not even approach this mysterious monster at a sufficient distance for attack. Li, carefully watching this extremely interesting picture of the battle, only smiles calmly and speaks with undisguised curiosity. An experienced teacher decided to use his powerful divine power of the expulsion of evil spirits and demons against this incredibly stubborn and persistent enemy. It was the ancient magic of immortals under the name sealing, with the help of which the wise master wanted to finally get rid of a dangerous and aggressive monster. Li deeply concentrated and directed a powerful stream of concentrated energy towards the monster, but he completely unexpectedly managed to successfully block the blow. The teacher clearly saw that this amazing monster categorically does not want to succumb to even his powerful spiritual power, and stubbornly continues to resist. Li also was not going to give up and loudly said a powerful spell, seal mountains and rivers, master the shadows, and finally suppress any demon forever. The magic of immortal suppression instantly materialized in the form of a huge ghostly hand, which slowly moves towards this stubborn monster for ruthless capture. The giant spiritual palm began to ruthlessly put pressure on the stubborn monster with its truly huge and crushing spiritual power, trying to completely subjugate the will of the enemy. The impression was made that the powerful master slammed this vile creature with a massive palm, like an ordinary annoying fly on the wall of the house. Huya asked her teacher with deep bewilderment and confusion what kind of incredibly strange monster, which even divine needles did not harm. The guy extremely honestly answered the curious student that, for the first time in his long life, sees something so similar and so resistant to any magic. With his hand, Lee continues to use his divine blue magic for a detailed analysis of a defeated creature. The master wants to carefully analyze this dead creature that lies in front of the group on rocky land. When the teacher completed the study, it was as if he suddenly realized what the main reason for strange behavior is. Lee explained that this monster has the wrong structure by nature. All internal organs are very deformed. That is why the Kwai divine needles could not cause the monster to be any serious harm or stop the attack. The creature has sharp claws and teeth, but intelligence is completely unwilling, only animal instincts and aggression. Therefore, the beast is obsessed only with the instinct of hunting and murder. We can simply say that it is a living weapon for the war. Meowin in bewilderment asked why her poisonous beetles could not even approach the dangerous monster. The guy answered the girl that he thinks the clue lies precisely in the special process of growing this creation. And then, unexpectedly, the teacher was very scared of something. Realizing the true danger to the family in the mountains, Lee said that it was necessary to quickly find a MEO family. Otherwise, the relatives will have very serious problems. If such creatures appeared here, it is quite simple to guess what goal the creator of the monsters pursued. The master is sure that these dangerous monsters are somehow connected with the traitor of the Mayo family and his evil plans. Huya noticed that if all the techniques of this family are ineffective, then people are really in great danger. The teacher gloomily added that at best there would be small losses, and at worst, the complete extermination of the clan. Yaqing, hearing terrible news about the family, asked imploringly, hopes that the teacher was just joking over her. The guy reassured the girl, saying that you cannot worry, because the wise teacher is now next to you. But the group can no longer hesitate whether the companions will bear it to get faster, and Meow will indicate the road. Hearing the offer, the girl from the clan was struck by such a kind and responsive heart of a wise teacher. Meowin cried with gratitude, although she did not want to show her true emotions to new friends. Meanwhile, at the collar of the clan, monsters are approaching the defenders, and the warriors are trying to keep the combat system on top. The defenders wanted to pull the arrows, but one monster jumps so high that it reaches archers on the wall. The fighters wounded the monster, but this aggressive creature does not care, continues to fiercely attack people. Fortunately, the arrow arrives an unexpectedly well-aimed archer who amazes the monster and saves his comrades from death. This is an experienced Ray warrior who in time helped his brothers beat off the attack of a dangerous and aggressive monster. The defender understands that the monsters are trying at all costs to break through the fortified gates of the clan for invasion, and then the monsters did. The powerful gates broke through and broke inside, scattering around the territory of the family. Monsters rushed to the defenseless people of the clan, brutally tearing the unfortunate into small bloody parts without mercy. The head of the family is desperately trying to somehow influence the situation and kill these deadly beings by any means. The elder shouts to the defenders to hold on. If you cannot use magic, then take ordinary weapons from the ground. Therefore, everything is forward to the attack. The family should cope with these terrible monsters or die with honor. The leader says that it is impossible to kill monsters in the usual ways, since it becomes more with every minute. But the elder unexpectedly notices something important in the distance among the trees. Perhaps this is long-awaited help. The elder sees how a huge number of their relatives were brutally interrupted and killed by these bloodthirsty monsters. Bitter tears appear in front of the head of the family, thinks with despair. Is it really the final end? And now another terrible monster from his huge mouth releases a deadly fireball right towards people. The shell was aimed right at the head of the elder, who looks at the approaching death with surprise and horror. And when the chapter was already mentally saying goodbye to his life, suddenly before his eyes the fireball completely dissipates. The old man does not understand what happened at this moment. A strong, golden glow of unknown origin appears around. The man was already sure that he got into heaven after death. But in fact, everything turned out to be completely wrong. In front of him, the head sees the real master of martial arts, who majestically stands on a luminous lotus. This is Li, who pronounces the spell of the eradication of monsters, using the powerful magic of immortal against enemies. The teacher uses this ancient magic, filled with purity and kindness, directed against evil forces and demons. Everything around begins to shine brightly with blue energy, which methodically kills these disgusting bloodthirsty creatures. All the monsters completely disappeared in just 1 second, which amazes the imagination of all the witnesses of this miracle. The girl who previously escaped from this clan joyfully runs to her family people through the destroyed gates. Miao Inu tells the elder to look at her. The old man was really surprised and delighted to meet. The elder of the family, with deep gratitude, tells the master that he arrived in time and miraculously saved their family. Li Li modestly replies that he killed only a few monsters, so do not thank you so much for the help. The teacher warns that the real threat has not yet been eliminated, and the danger to the family continues to exist. These monsters multiply extremely quickly. If you do not find the queen, then the attacks will continue endlessly. And now the defenders understand with the horror that the new wave of monsters is again approaching their destroyed gates. Li Li tells the student that let him take care of this family and protect people, and he will deal with monsters. Huya answers the teacher that of course he will fulfill the assignment, but in any case asks to be extremely careful. And literally a second later, the guy disappears on the horizon. A powerful master moves so quickly through the air, the elder in shock thinks that this guy knows how to fly. Who might have thought that in the modern world there are practices of this level? Huya turns to the head of the family with a request to take all family members as far as possible from the battlefield. The girl explains that, in accordance with the instruction of the teacher, he is obliged to protect the family from attacking monsters at any cost. Then, unexpectedly, the old man turned to the girl and asked to wait with an important statement for all those present. The chapter thanked for kindness, but stated that the family would never allow a third-party ally to fight in complete solitude. Therefore, all family members are obliged to fight together and shoulder to shoulder to the victorious end or death. Hearing these noble words, the girl was sincerely struck by such a courage and honor of the ancient Mio family. And then someone else suddenly appears nearby and says with determination that he will also fight against enemies. This is Yaqing, who, although he is afraid to trembling, still says that he will also fight with everyone. Huai only smiled softly when she saw this brave girl, ready to fight despite fear. Huya explained that the weak place of monsters, the head, even with a damaged heart, the creature can continue to attack people. All warriors heard these important words and said that this advice would certainly take note for a successful battle. The girl added that everyone should act together and go forward. The two sides fly towards each other. Li Li at this critical moment very quickly runs through the mountains to find this queen mother of all monsters. The master is rapidly moving from point to point literally instantly, using the techniques of higher aerobatics. The teacher meets many more of these red creatures in the way, and without hesitation jumps directly to the group of enemies. Li Li easily cuts monsters with his energy and says menacingly that today everyone will die from his hand. But there are even more enemies on the way. There are such a huge number of them that it's hard to believe in it. But the master also easily copes with these numerous creatures before the power of his divine magic. Li Li understands that the number of attacking monsters is constantly increasing as it moves forward. So it seems that the teacher really moves in the right direction to the lair of the Queen Mother, and now the master comes closer to the goal and suddenly stumbled upon someone's gnawed human skeleton. With his sharp gaze, Li carefully examines this ominous territory around the cave. The teacher understands that the appetite of this gluttonous creature can only be envied. The bones are everywhere. Then, unexpectedly, the guy made something important in the dark thickets among the trees. Li Li sees a huge monster who rapidly jumps straight to nothing suspecting master. With his hand, the teacher instantly prepares to use his powerful divine power against the attacker, and he simply repels all the attacking monsters easily and simply, like flies away from himself. The master uses only one technique, his magic of immortal, but how effective this method is. Li Li was able to instantly exterminate all the demons who filled this damned place with their evil presence. All red terrible monsters die only from one powerful presence of a powerful guy. The teacher understands that the time has come to go inside this ominous cave for the final confrontation. Li Li. Little lie in the depths, and thick shadows begin to gradually cover his figure. This is a huge monster mother that gave rise to all these bloodthirsty animals to attack the family. The queen is insanely aggressive and immediately releases a deadly fiery ball from her huge mouth. Li Li understands that the monster is huge, but still cannot be compared even with the demon of the second rank by strength. Therefore, the master simply uses his divine magic and imperiously tells the creature to get away from here. Just a second after the teacher killed the monster, the evil aura has not gone anywhere. Li Li thinks that if the magic has not dispersed, then other monsters have not yet disappeared. The master thinks, was it really not the real mother of these numerous bloodthirsty creatures? The teacher noticed one creature behind a stone that was hiding. and immediately inflicted an accurate blow there. After the blow, Lee realized that some mother sacrificed her cub in order to hide herself. Only a beast that has developed consciousness is capable of such cunning and insidious maneuvers in battle. Such behavior is too reasonable for an ordinary monster acting only on the basis of instincts. Having inflicted a decisive blow, the master easily could cope with this truly terrible and cunning monster. In the clan's courtyard, all the monsters immediately died and fell to the ground, as if someone had broken the invisible connection between them. The defenders in bewilderment thought what happened to these monsters and why they suddenly lit up at the same time. Huya wisely said that it seems that the teacher managed to find and kill them of the Mother Korolev in the label among the mountains. Meanwhile, in a local coffee shop, a polite waiter tells the visitor that his ordered cold American is ready. A guy with black-haired Sui Shisun, who takes coffee, says that a not particularly popular person among people, the killer admitted that he hates the usual work and therefore became a professional killer for hiring for rich customers. Drinking cold coffee, Sui thinks with irony that, well, who would have thought of such injustice in the world? That even killers have to work sometimes overtime and comply with additional orders for the sake of money. And on the street, killer suddenly meets with a goal: a dangerous sorcerer who needs to be eliminated. Sui specifically collided with a master of poisons with his shoulder, imitating a random meeting on a crowded street. Sui Shisan politely apologized and said that he was asking for forgiveness for being so embarrassing. Miao Feng rudely replied to get out of his eyes, because today it is too kind to do something. And now, on the back of this, an unsuspecting sorcerer is already secretly aimed at the deadly weapon of a professional. The killer understands that we can already assume that the mission to eliminate the goal was successfully fulfilled. The goal was set in the province. The red line on the back was drawn, which means an ambulance. When leaving, killer thinks that the Union of Killers does not even allocate additional funds. It is worth finding a normal job. Yaqing tells the friend that the sorcerer was found, and her people are now closely following every step. Jin Lai asked what the villain was doing in this province and what he might need there. The martial arts master said that in any case they would deal with the traitor as soon as possible. Another student agreed that her friend is completely right, load the plane, and go to the enemy immediately. Hui now, being in the clan's house, carefully treats the injured people with his healing needles. The girl advises patients to monitor nutrition and be sure to avoid fatty foods for an early recovery. The rest of the clan girls look closely and talk about how this guest manages to treat this guest so well. Miaowen comes to the healer and reports that there are no more patients. The sister can now rest. The joyful cries are heard that the master had already returned from a dangerous mission alive and healthy. Huya understands that it seems that this teacher has returned, and you need to come running to him as soon as possible. The whole clan meets a guy who helped them deal with this terrible misfortune and saved many lives. The elder tells the master that he does not even know how to repay for such invaluable help to the family. Li explains that his student was poisoned by heavenly poison, so he would like to ask for help with treatment. Hearing this, the old man asks in surprise how the girl could make contact with such a fatal poison. The head of the family asked if the guests met with the traitor of their family, dangerous Miao Fan. Huya silently shows his hand, where the poisonous lotus, a mark of heavenly poison on the skin, is clearly depicted. The elder understands that this is really a heavenly lotus that has grown with flesh and blood. The girl was struck by such a deadly poison. The head of the family admits that it is too old and incompetent to cure the guest from such an incredibly strong and dangerous poison. The old man explains that his family has existed for hundreds of years, but none of the relatives managed to conclude an agreement with the heavenly beetle. Hearing these sad words about the impotence of an ancient family, all those present were sincerely surprised and concerned about the fate of the girl. The old man says with dignity that, since the guests helped the clan, he will try to do everything possible that in his senior forces. Li asks with bewilderment how the heavenly beetle, because the sacred object of the family, but no one is able to conclude a contract with him. The teacher asked if the ancient family no longer practices the southern witchcraft, which was passed down from generation to generation. After the Great War of People and Monsters, this family voluntarily volunteered to guard the southern place to prevent the appearance of new monsters. The immortal Lofa gave the ancestors the southern witchcraft, which contained very important and powerful practices to protect the world. But the family lost this priceless treasure about 100 years ago. If the heavenly beetle was obedient, the monsters never attacked. The elder asks the guests not to worry. He was a faithful servant of the heavenly beetle for so many years that he would surely persuade him, even risking his life. Li softly said that there is no need for such victims. Just take it to the beetle for personal acquaintance. The teacher explained that he wanted to make sure that the sacred creature is really almost their powerful presence. Meanwhile, the professional killer still continues to carefully monitor the movements of this dangerous sorcerer around the city. The killer transfers information on the connection that the target went to an abandoned warehouse. I transmit accurate data on the whereabouts of the enemy. The killer thinks what the villain needed in that place. But then suddenly, someone is silently approaching him from the back. Tsui heard a suspicious rustle and quickly turned his head to see who would last behind him. Some hand with a poisonous insect is rapidly approaching his face for applying a deadly bite. Miao Feng with an evil grin tells the enemy, "Well, now let's see who managed to catch whom." The murderer with a challenge asks the sorcerer when he realized that he was conducting professional surveillance of experienced people. The villain responds with contempt that he understood this at the very moment of their supposedly random meeting on the city street. Miao Feng adds that the killer used a primitive tracking sensor. Only a complete idiot could not immediately understand this. So it's just ridiculous that the killer thought that he could quietly track off such an experienced master as a sorcerer. The villain grabbed this self-confident killer by his t-shirt and pulled him to his painful interrogation. The sorcerer menacingly asked the prisoner that he immediately said who hired him to complete the order. The guy understands that in no case can I give his boss and set up the organization under the blow. In the teeth of a professional killer, a green capsule with a high-speed poison for emergency cases was hidden in advance. A deadly ball literally, a second later, flew out of the killer's mouth and crashed on the ground, releasing poisonous couples. Miao Feng, with a mockery, asks the prisoner, "Does he really want to die without issuing the necessary information?" The villain triggers a poisonous worm through the mouth inside the killer's body, so that he painfully dies from the poison from the inside. Miao Feng viciously tells killer that now his life does not belong to him at all, only a sorcerer. Meanwhile, the head of the Miao family leads a teacher and a student to a holy place where a capricious heavenly beetle lives. The old man explains to the guests that after the southern witchcraft was lost, the heavenly beetle refused to conclude an agreement with one of the family. But Miao Feng has always been a special child in the family. We thought that thanks to the constellation of his talent, he could help the family correct the difficult situation. The traitor tried to conclude a sacred contract, but was rejected in the same way as any other member of our ancient family over the centuries. Miao Feng was young and extremely ambitious. It was difficult for him to accept the harsh fact that he was rejected and talent not recognized. In the end, the disappointed young man stole several heavenly beetles from the sanctuary and forever turned away from his native family. Huya in amazement indicates that you need to see. The girl was very surprised when they approached the sacred place. The old man warns that after the shameful act of that guy, the creature became even more inhospitable. Follow me, but be over the alert. And when the group goes inside the mysterious cave, incredibly beautiful luminous crystals appear in front of the eyes. The student immediately realizes that there is an incredibly large concentration of pure spiritual energy, penetrating every corner of the cave. After that, the girl felt a powerful stream of air on herself, which fell upon her with great force from the depths. Someone from the depths of the cave menacingly comes the question of who dared to break the sacred peace of a powerful creature. The girl with admiration says that surprisingly, this ancient creature really knows how to speak human language. Li explains that most rare creatures are spiritual entities created from a concentrated aura of heaven and earth. The elder bowed respectfully before this creature and said that it was he, the 22nd chapter of an ancient family. The head of the family says that he did not want to disturb the sacred creature, but sincerely asks for help in a critical situation. This girl was poisoned and is in mortal danger. She saved the family from monsters, her kindness is endless. Please help. A powerful creature graciously says that it is good. If so, then lead a poisoned girl here for examination and treatment. The elder told Huya that the girl simply calmly followed him to the holy being, without fear and doubt. Li was sincerely glad that so far everything was going just as the wise teacher imagined and planned. And now, the heavenly snake appeared before the group, a huge ancient creature with several wise heads radiating power. One of the heads authoritatively says that the lady was poisoned by a special poison. It cannot be simply removed by conventional methods of treatment. This huge wise snake carefully leans to the girl in order to carefully consider the nature of poisoning and its source. With its bifurcated language, the sacred creature comes closer and closer to the girl's face for a detailed analysis of poison. The snake understands that he feels a very familiar aroma. This is definitely the work of the one whom he knows well for many years. Well, your family traitor stole my poison, has done many problems, and now the snake should solve them for it. The snake is angry and indignantly speaks of who these people generally take a powerful sacred creature. The elder humbly says that his family is ready to pay absolutely any price for help. Just name her, Vladika. The snake became interested in the offer and asks whether people are really ready to pay any price for the salvation of the girl. The old man with complete confidence answered the ancient creature that yes, the family is ready to pay completely any named price. The snake pronounces the verdict. Fine. Life for life will be fair, the girl will be alive, and the old man will die instead of her. Li resolutely intervened in a dangerous dialogue and strictly said to the essence that these were such unfair and cruel conditions. The teacher added that the snake was enough for several thousand years at large in order to completely blur the mind from loneliness. An insulted snake angrily says who dares so disrespectful about her, to a sacred and powerful being. The teacher strictly tells the snake that he really has reached a certain level of development and now dares to be called a sacred being. Li with irony asks how then he should turn to the snake, Lord, Master, or still the Holy Lord. A huge snake was shocked to the core. She suddenly recognized the guy and realized that she was an immortal master. The guy with curiosity asks the sacred creature that, could the snake really be able to recognize him after so many years? A frightened creature responds in a trembling voice. But how else? Can you forget such a powerful and formidable master? Li mockingly tells the frightened snake, so whom he is now trying to scare his threats and arrogant behavior. The snake in real horror says that it's good. Now it will immediately correct everything and will no longer dare the great master. The sacred creature changed directly in the face and began to worry very much, realizing what dangerous situation it got into. The snake thought with horror about what this immortal master cruel and merciless to those who show disrespect. Li calmly began to clean this arrogant snake from accumulated pride and anger with a special technique of pacification. The teacher made a sacred creature completely tiny and small. Now the snake looks very cute and harmless. The snake has become so submissive, kind, and caresses to the master like a pet, asking for forgiveness for poor behavior. The guy carefully took her into his own hands. Once a huge and formidable snake became so small after a magical effect. Li explains that now this will be the main body of the creature, and no more terrifying transformations will be required. The old man asks in complete shock how it turns out. Is their powerful spiritual being really so tiny? The guy explains to those present that the real name of the snake, Man of Goo, is an ancient creature with an interesting history. The teacher adds that by nature the snakes can intimidate other living beings, radically changing its appearance and size. The little snake timidly says that this cute girl called Li her teacher, which means he takes the students. Li asked an interest in a tiny creature. But what is the very matter that surprises him? The sacred creature said in surprise, who would have thought that the great master would now take ordinary people to his students?